Stop. Thank you. Well, they were rough with Joe Biden. And think of it, he got 14 million votes, and they're telling him, get the hell out. And then they give it to her, and she came in last in the Democrat primary, right? She came in last. She was 22 people, Mr. Ambassador, 22 people. Think of it, 22 people. She was the first one to drop out. I guess that means she came in last. She never made it to the great state of Iowa during their primaries, and then she were running against her. It's actually not fair to him. It's really not fair to him. 22 people? That's no way. He's got the right. Who cares? Who said that? That's a great line. Who the hell said that? That's he goes, I'm going, you know, I've become such a nice guy all of a sudden. I say, it's not fair to him. And this guy shouts out, who cares? Who the hell cares? Who cares about him? I guess he happens to be right. That's very good. Thank you for adding so much spice. That was a good line of stuff. Who cares? But he did get screwed, let's face it. No, they came in. They should have picked somebody else. They could have picked the one that came in first, runner-up. You know, you picked first. You know who that would be? Crooked Bernie, right? Crooked Bernie. Crooked Bernie Sanders, he got screwed twice. He got screwed with Hillary. I think he's one of the best sports, though, because he got terribly taken advantage of with Hillary, and she won, and he went back, and he just kept being very liberal. By the way, he's far less liberal than Kamala. You know that, right? She's rated the worst, most liberal, crazy person in the U.S. Senate. She's more so than even Pocahontas, who's very, remember, she said, my mother told I was an Indian. How do you know you're an Indian? Because my mother told me I have high cheekbones. You believe it? I actually think that's a racist comment that she made. I think that's a racist comment. Everything we have been fighting for these past 4 years comes down to the next 4 days. Can you believe it, right? We've been setting records in the early voting, but we can't let up. In-person voting in Michigan ends on Sunday, and if you're not going to make that, you got to get there on Tuesday. Okay, who's voted? So who is going to vote? All right, 60-40, that's not bad. That's a lot of votes. You got to get the hell out and vote. Because it's now or never. If we don't do it, it's never going to happen again. You know, there are those that say that if we don't win this election, you may never have another election in this country again. That's a possibility with these radical left lunatics that we're dealing with. Crazy, crazy Nancy. You want to marry me? She wants to marry me. What the hell? Well, let me ask the First Lady if that would be okay, because it's okay with me, but I have to get permission. Thank you. That's cute, actually. So get everyone you know. Vote, vote, vote. Get everyone you know. There's a woman named Jane. I saw her backstage. She's got a husband who's not in good shape at all. And I asked her, are you going to vote? Yes, sir. And I asked the husband, are you going to vote? Well, I don't know. We have a game. Nationwide, the economy fraud. There was a fraud. And people reported it to impeach days later. How about her? She's always talking about, no, I want to bring the country together. Economic agenda. Days almost. And then on top of it, I have a mic that doesn't work half the time. All right. Our manufacturing sector is now in very severe recession. Almost 100,000 manufacturing jobs are killed since the start of the year. Think of that. Think of that. 100,000. That's a lot of jobs, especially when you add on the fraudulent almost 1 million jobs, right? So that's 1.1 million. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls last month. You know that? You don't hear that from these fake news people because they don't report it. They don't report it. They don't report it, just like they don't show how many people are in this room because they don't do it. Just like they don't show the videos. A friend of mine, you know, we do videos now. We made a little money. We bought some things for like $1 million. Can you believe it? I spent $1 million for some screens so you people could see better. Oh, think of it. Think of it. And you know the problem? I have a friend, he's watching. A number of people called me. They said, we loved your rally last night. It's too bad we couldn't see the videos. What do you mean you couldn't see the videos? I said, they don't put them on. I said, of course they do. But they don't. You know why? Because they're told not to. And they're told not to show the crowd size where you go from room to room, from place to place. We never have an empty seat, and nobody leaves early. But we never have an empty, you know what? We never have an empty seat. But I said, I want to have them show. Oh, we have it out with them all the time. A friend of mine said they don't show the thing. And think of the cameras, right? All they have to do is right there. There's the screen, there's the screen. All they have to do is 1 inch right, ding. 1 inch up, ding. And they can see it, but they don't want to do that because they don't want to show, because they're fake news. That's why they're fake news. And most importantly, nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force last month. Can you believe this? We're in a depression. You better hope you vote for me, because I'm going to get you out of it fast. But under these losers, it's only going to get worse. This would only get worse. This was only get worse. You're not going to have a country left. Honestly, if you don't vote for Trump, you're not going to have a country left. Under Kamala's nation-wrecking policies, the American worker is absolutely drowning. You're drowning. You're not going to have your job very soon. And that stupid fool at United Auto Workers, that poor, stupid fool that runs the union, he said, yes, we'll go. He agreed to all electric cars. And I said they wouldn't be smart people. These are brilliant people. These are people that like their country. Maybe they don't, but they run their country tough and smart. And we have nobody to compete with them. We have people that it's not even, it's like your high school football team playing, what's a good team today? Let's see, what's a good team? Minimum strength. It is about when things are going in the right direction, but we're
release of hostages, but there hasn't been action behind that. And we've seen the marginalization of Palestinian Americans in the campaign. We watched Dr. Ahmed Ghanim, a prominent Michigan leader who was removed from an event with Kamala Harris after he was cleared by security and received an invitation. We were, as Palestinian Americans, we were denied a speaking slot on the DNC stage, as you know, even though we also had the opportunity to listen to the parents of a hostage in Gaza. We believe that we had the right also to speak our piece and to be able to center the voices of our people. So all along in this campaign, Palestinian American voices have been marginalized and ostracized. And so that's on Kamala Harris and her campaign. It's their job to earn votes. It's not our job to give her votes, although she is not presenting any policy change or any break with the Biden administration. She's been asked, what would you have done differently? What will you do moving forward? And she continues to say nothing, that I'm not going to break from the party, that I appreciate Joe Biden. I can't think of a thing that I would have done differently than Joe Biden. So that continues to frustrate and outrage Arab American, Muslim American, and Palestinian American voters.
Well, Donald Trump has been out there. We know he's reported to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to have said, do what you need to do. But yet there are a lot of Arab Americans that are saying they're going to support Donald Trump, or they'll support third-party candidates like Cornel West or Jill Stein. And there's some Arab Americans saying that's essentially a de facto vote for Donald Trump. Do you have concerns about the way some in your community are looking at Donald Trump as a better option than Kamala Harris in this moment?
Donald Trump is not a better option for Arab Americans and Palestinian Americans. I know this because I worked on the front lines against Donald Trump for 4 years. Donald Trump gave Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. He moved the American embassy from Tel Aviv and to Jerusalem, and he basically declared Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. He supports settlement. He has people around him like Jared Kushner, who thinks Gaza is a great waterfront property. Donald Trump is not good for the Palestinian people. He is not good for Muslim Americans. And we know that. If any community knows that, it's ours. The sentiment is, and I'm not saying I agree with this at all, but emotional people and people who are being reactionary right now are basically saying we have to punish the Democratic Party, that voting for Donald Trump is a way to punish Democrats. I am imploring my community that Donald Trump is not the right choice and not to vote for Donald Trump. For those who live in states like California and New York and Illinois and Texas, look, vote your conscience. Go outside and vote for third-party candidates. We have to break this two-party system. But we have to realize that Donald Trump is not a walk in the park. And we know that as Muslim Americans. Now, people will argue that there is nothing worse than genocide. And I also have to agree with that. So again, we are really between a rock and a hard place. But again, as a Muslim American organizer who was one of the co-founders of the Women's March, and I organized for 4 years under Donald Trump, I know Donald Trump is not going to be good for Palestinians nor the American people. So again, it's a very difficult situation, but I'm imploring people in my community that they participate in this democracy. They focus on down ballot races, which impact our daily lives. So this is the hardest election that I've ever had to work in my entire 23 years of organizing in politics.
Linda, I genuinely don't know the answer to this question, but were you permitted to speak at the Women's March that you helped organize?
Oh, yeah, I was definitely speaking at the Women's March. I was one of the 4 co-founders or co-chairs of the Women's March on Washington. I took the stage as a Palestinian American, as a Muslim American woman in hijab. And immediately after that, I was attacked by right-wing Zionists. I was attacked by white supremacists across the country, death threats against myself and my family. And so I know what it means to organize under an administration like Trump's that literally supports this kind of behavior, and people who believe that they can be brazen and discriminatory and even violent towards people who look like me or have the views that I have. But look, I've also been discriminated against by the Democratic Party. My views have been condemned for my support of boycott, divestment, sanctions, for support of free Palestine, of my support around police accountability in this country. So listen, I'm equal opportunity, and that's why our community feels so ostracized. We feel so marginalized because we don't know what our political home is anymore. And so again, we are in this election where we hope that we can defeat Donald Trump. And if Kamala Harris is to go to the White House, we're going to see her as our opponent. We're going to fight her every single day. We're going to push her to end this genocide and to start the pathway towards a free and liberated Palestine. So she needs to be prepared for mass movements in this country.
Cornel West has been on my show a couple of times. We've had fascinating conversations, and he's not shy about calling President Joe Biden, a war criminal. Is someone like Cornel West and the way he's communicating about the genocide in Gaza, the actions by Israel in the region, is his voice enough?
Dr. Cornel West is an old friend of mine, and I appreciate his intervention in this election for speaking truth to power. And yes, Joe Biden is a war criminal. Antony Blinken is a war criminal. And we will continue to say that, and hopefully one day they will be brought to justice. And, you know, listen, Cornel West is not alone. Students across college campuses across this country, movements from climate justice to gender justice to racial justice movements has gotten up and stood up for the Palestinian people. They have been demanding an immediate ceasefire and an arms embargo against Israel. Historic organizations like the NAACP, the National Council of, the AME Church. So we see the solidarity. The people are with the Palestinian people. The majority of the people are. It's just those in power that have not yet heeded to the calls of the American people. So again, this journey towards a free Palestine is a long one, but we're on the right path. And we're hoping at some point one day very soon that we will get to go to a polling site in a presidential election and actually vote our values and vote our principles, that we are able to elect someone who is going to be a person who is committed to peace and diplomacy and not to continued wars.
We've been watching some officials of the State Department resign, issue protests about the State Department's unwillingness to restrict the sale of weapons to Israel based on humanitarian law, which is law in the United States. We've also seen recently a group of attorneys inside the Department of Justice write to Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, and say we're not following our own laws and rules and procedures by investigating the deaths of Americans, Americans at the hands of Israeli citizens and soldiers in recent years. They're saying the Department of Justice is failing to investigate the death of Americans. Is your organization involved in any of this? Can you be a partner in elevating awareness that in some of these cases with regards to Israel, we're not following our own domestic laws and procedures?
Yes, absolutely. We have made calls to this administration to get justice for Shireen Abu Akleh, for people like Aysenur, who is a Turkish American college student who was in Palestine engaging in volunteer work. It is outrageous to me every time I think about being an American and how my identity as an American is disregarded because I'm Palestinian or because I'm in Palestine or because I'm in solidarity with the Palestinian people. We are not protected as Americans within the occupied territories or in general inside the state of Israel. It is outrageous that the United States government continues to fund, aid, and abet Benjamin Netanyahu. What's so ironic here is that you will have someone like Kamala Harris or the Democratic Party go after Trump and call him a fascist, and he's part of a right-wing government, and we can't have a right-wing government back, and we have to be careful, and we're warning the American people. But here we are, the Democratic Party supporting a far-right government in Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu is a fascist. Benjamin Netanyahu is a right-wing leader. And there should be no reason why we are sending him blank checks to continue to slaughter the Palestinian people. We have to continue to hold our government accountable. And that's my job as an American. So people always tell me, what's your role? Like, what do we do? I say, look, these are people in elected office. You elected them and you can unelect them. We have to start organizing political power. And when we watch our colleagues and people inside of the administration who are resigning, we watch these letters coming out. Once again, people get upset when we say that the Israeli lobby has a stronghold on our government. People get upset with us. They call us all kinds of names for making that. But what other reason is there than your own people on the inside, people you've appointed to work for you, who are against you on this policy? The over 70% of Americans support an immediate ceasefire. The polls demonstrate that most Americans support some sort of restrictions on military aid to Israel, especially during this ongoing genocide. So who are you adhering to? Who do you listen to? And that is the frustration and outrage of the majority of voters right now who care about this issue. Many polls have shown that Palestinians, Arab, and Muslim voters are saying Gaza is our top priority issue. And it is my job to go into communities and say, look, down ballot races. Don't feel ostracized. Don't give up your right to vote in this country because you are outraged in this moment. Use your vote. And so we don't know what's going to happen in this election. It could be very likely that Kamala Harris goes to the White House because people are that afraid of a Trump administration. If Kamala Harris loses this election, I promise you it will be because voters turn their backs on the polls, on Kamala Harris in the same way that she and the Democratic Party have on the Gaza genocide.
Well, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much. Linda Sarsour, Arab American civil rights activist. Really appreciate your thoughts today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now turn to Kadia Goba, political reporter for Semaphore, who's been covering the United States presidential campaign from the beginning. Kadia, what a pleasure to have you on today. And let me just start out. Kamala Harris is out there closing her message to Americans. So is Donald Trump. But one of the things she said caught my eye. Listen to what she said.
On day one, if elected, Donald Trump would walk into that office with an enemies list. When elected, I will walk in with a to-do list. Full of priorities of what I will get done for the American people.
Let me ask you, which of these messages, if she's right, is resonating with Americans?
I think her camp wanted her to be more spicy, make the distinction between her and Donald Trump. But then also there are the progressive groups who wanted her to say, you know what, you need to talk about what you're going to do for the people. So I think that encapsulated very much those two ideologies and those two demands coming from both sides of the party.
You've been all over the United States. You've been going to battleground states. What do you think Americans care about in this election?
The economy. And the economy means very different things for very different people. Jobs rate is always going up, right? But people are like, well, why can't I buy a home for, you know, at this age? Or Black people in particular are talking about institutional wealth, right? that is very different from, you know, maybe somebody suffering with grocery bills or doctor's bills. So all of that encompassing leads to the economy. But I can't take away from immigration. It has been a resounding issue throughout the country. And my hometown, New York, where...
Now you're talking immigration like anti-immigration, not pro-immigration.
Well, just the immigration issue, that the borders are open, too wide open. There are too many people coming across the border, and it is, to their eyes, taking resources away from them. And we really saw this a lot in New York after the 2022 election, when a migrant crisis started to come up in New York, which wasn't an issue in the past. It's a safe state where you can go if you are seeking asylum. That became an issue, and it put congressional races that will determine the House, the House majority. It put those congressional races in danger for Democrats.
If I don't win this thing after all this talk, I'm in trouble. Will you please go and vote?
That right there, in my opinion, is evidence that Donald Trump is perhaps for the first time ever finally coming to grips with the reality that he might not win this election. And I've got to say, seeing him squirm is oh so delicious, because how terrified have we all been about the prospect of him becoming president again over the course of the last couple of years? How worried have we been? How many times has he kept us on pins and needles because of his erratic behavior? So it's nice to see him finally get a taste of his own medicine. But I've got to say, he's worried for a very, very good reason, because I think that he's feeling what we're all feeling currently. And that is the palpable vibe shift, especially after the Des Moines Register published that new Seltzer poll, which we will get to. But before that was even published, we had this report from Axios where they talk about how Donald Trump is basically crippled with anxiety because of this election. Quote, Trump's anxiety is evident in his late night and early morning calls to aides, in which he peppers them with questions on how things are going and whether they think he'll win. So that right there is a sign.
See where I put my phone?
And that he is absolutely worried, and just the prospect of him shitting himself, worried about this election, thinking that if he doesn't win, he's going to go to jail. It makes me so happy. It puts a smile on my face. And I have a dead heart, but if it makes me smile, you know it's beautiful. Now, we know that these reports are correct because he is behaving in a way that somebody who is nervous would behave. I mean, just think about when we have anxiety ourselves. Me personally, I get very fidgety. I say things that are stupid. It's really difficult to collect my thoughts. And Donald Trump's behavior is indicative of somebody who is not thinking straight. Not that he ever thinks straight because he's Donald Trump, but more so than usual. For example, at a rally, he decided to... I don't even know how to describe this. Let me just show it to you. Folks, that's where... to you. Really difficult to collect my thoughts, and Donald Trump's behavior is indicative of somebody who is not thinking straight. Not that he ever thinks straight because he's Donald Trump, but more so than usual. For example, at a rally, he decided to... I don't even know how to describe this. Let me just show it to you. Folks, that's where we're at. The potential president of the United States is pretending to jerk off and suck a dick on stage to a crowd of people. And that guy's face just in the crowd as he was watching this happen, you know that he was starting to question his decisions in life. Probably not, but I mean, maybe. I'd like to think. At least he was a little bit uncomfortable, which you should be uncomfortable because of all the shit that Donald Trump says, the fascism, the mass deportations, the threats of violence against the enemies within, I think that him pretending to suck a dick is the least offensive thing that he could do at a rally. Nonetheless, it's still pretty out of character for Donald Trump, which at least to me is an indication that he's shitting himself. Now, that Politico report was published, I believe, before the Des Moines Register published their Seltzer poll. And that poll has sent shockwaves through Washington, D.C. and the entire country because what that shows is massive. And listen, you all know I don't like to do predictions. I like to talk about probabilities. If X condition is met, then there is a probability of 50% that this might happen. That's the way that I like to deal. But this poll, let me just say, as anxious as I am about this election, it made me feel a little bit of hopium. The Des Moines Register reports Harris leads Trump 47-44 in the red state of Iowa. Quote, the poll shows that women, particularly those who are older or who are politically independent, are driving the late shift towards Harris. Age and gender are the two most dynamic factors that are explaining these numbers, Seltzer said. So let's pause and back up for a moment. Republicans were already getting a little bit doomer because they're seeing the same numbers that we're seeing. They're seeing the massive amount of women early voting compared to men. There is a gender gap, and they are shitting themselves because of that. But now this poll shows that Harris is leading in Iowa. Now, does this mean that she's going to win Iowa? I really don't know. But this poll is so significant because Seltzer is basically the best that you can get when it comes to polls. So what they're finding here is that women are driving this massive surge towards Kamala Harris. And if this holds
major races, they could decide the Senate balance of power, Maryland, where a Republican has not won a Senate seat in 44 years, but there's never been a Republican, I don't think, in my lifetime like Governor Larry Hogan. Our next guest is going to change that, and he is going against Angelo also Brooks, who has a slight lead perhaps in some of the polls, but there hasn't been an extensive amount of polling. Governor, Republican, successful in Maryland. Why do you think you could be successful and win like you did the governor's mansion? Why do you think you can do it in the Senate?
Well, Brian, I think we're going to be the biggest surprise upset in the country on Tuesday night, and we are out there working hard. Look, the voters of Maryland know me, and they know after 8 years that I'm going to be a guy that stands up to try to represent all the people of our state, that I'm sort of a strong independent leader that is going to do the best job I can representing everyone, and we have to put together a winning coalition of not just Republicans and independents, but also a pretty big chunk of Democrats, and that's what I did 2 times as governor. I'm only the second Republican governor reelected in 248 years, so it's hard to do in our state. But we, as you point out, we haven't had a Republican senator since 1980, but it's a toss-up race right now, and we're feeling really strong.
So, Governor, you consider yourself a conservative, but your state isn't. How do you decide when to vote then? How to vote then?
Well, you know, I stand up and try to push the things I can get done. I'm the only governor in America to get a Democratic legislature to cut taxes, and we did it 8 years in a row by $4.7 billion. We took our economy from 49th out of 50 states to number 6, the biggest economic turnaround in America. And it turns out, Democrats like that too. And I'm back in the blue and getting tough on violent criminals. I'm for securing the border, and those are things that even Democrats in my state agree with.
I know you and the president have, the former president, have clashed in the past. Where do you agree?
Well, he did a great job on the economy. There's no question about that. And I think the number one issue in this campaign right now in our state, just like it is in the rest of the country, is people are concerned about affordability, inflation, the cost of nearly everything, as the cost of housing, the cost of groceries, cost of energy. And I think, we do agree on a lot of economic policy.
So I just noticed in terms of the stakes, it couldn't be higher. Because Republicans, if they get the majority, no one's talking about getting rid of the filibuster. No one's going to add 2 states. No one's getting rid of the Electoral College. But Democrats are on the record. Yeah. They want to do all 3. In fact, Senator Ron Wyden is already moving on that. Do you emphasize that on the stump?
No, Yeah, no, it's people aren't really talking about that much on the stump, but that's what the Democrats are threatening to do. And, you know, I think it's really important. I'm a guy who believes we need less partisanship rather than more, and jamming things through on one vote as opposed to keeping the filibuster where you have to find bipartisan cooperation and reach across the aisle to get things done. You know, I'm going to protect the filibuster, and I think Democrats are making a big mistake on that. We shouldn't be able to jam things through on a partisan vote.
And you consider yourself the model of maybe what Joe.
The last day of early voting in Broward.
And Local 10 Samir Nefsi is joining us live from Pembroke Pines with more from voters. Samir.
That's right, so it's the last day for early voting, and I want to go ahead and show you the parking lot of the location here in Pembroke Pines. You can see some campaign supporters there, of course, as voters are making their way through that last attempt to help persuade voters or give them some verbiage on candidates that are, of course, running for this election. So right now we are at that 150-foot mark from the polling location, and you can see those lines there consistent. This Pembroke Pines location has been one of the busiest in Broward.
They said it's about an hour and a half.
Broward County voters turning out to the Southwest Regional Library polling location in Pembroke Pines to cast their vote. Lines here steady and consistent.
To be honest, it was kind of exciting. You know, it was kind of fun.
Among the crowd, this 21-year-old voting for the first time.
I myself didn't think my vote really mattered, but I think everyone's vote matters. You know, I think everybody should get out there and try to vote.
The wait to vote.
I set a stopwatch. So it was like an hour and 28 minutes, like an hour and a half.
Well over an hour, but far shorter than the anticipated times on Election Day, say some.
It's very important. This is an important election, and definitely I wanted to be a part of it. I decided to come and vote early because I didn't want to do it Tuesday because I knew it was going to be like super packed and stuff. So I was like, okay, I'll do it Sunday. I have Sunday off.
It's not just the shorter lines drawing South Floridians to polling locations early.
I definitely think there's like more weight behind it. Obviously, I think here in Florida we have like really important amendments on the ballot, so I think that was like a further push.
The lines going into the precinct here in Pembroke Pines. Again, you have until 7 to vote tonight as long as you're in line. But
total freefall with the Arab and Muslim population in Michigan. She's in a free fall. She sent their jobs overseas, brought crime to their cities.
And that is former President Trump in Michigan reaching out to Arab American and Muslim voters as the 45th president has received key endorsements from highly prominent Muslim leaders in the state. Michigan is home to the largest concentration of Arab Americans in the nation, with more than 310,000 residents who are either of Middle Eastern or North African ancestry. Joining me now with more on why Trump's message is resonating with Arab American and Muslim voters is the mayor of Hamtramck, Michigan, Amar Golub, who has endorsed President Trump. Mr. Mayor, thanks very much for joining us this morning. Can you tell us why you've endorsed President Trump?
Thanks, Maria, for having me. It was a combination of disappointment and hope. Disappointment at the current administration and how they handle the situation in the Middle East, because that's one of the most important determinant factor of our decision who to vote for as Arab Americans this time. And I hope that some change will bring peace to the Middle East. And we found President Trump is so determined about that. And his message is a message of peace. And so that's one main factor that led us to take our decision, in addition to other local factors and issues that we struggle with here, such as the economy and other issues.
Yeah, I mean, Kamala Harris and her campaign seems to have upset both sides of this fight. In Michigan, she has one message for the people of Michigan, saying that she wants the ceasefire and she's going to help Gaza win and she's going to help the Palestinian people. And then when she goes to Pennsylvania, it's a completely different message when she says to Jewish voters, I'm going to make sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself. And yet I've spoken to voters who are upset by the move to hold back weapons to Israel. How do you think policy would change in a Trump administration?
So as I said, the priority for us at this time is accomplishing ceasefire and peace, bringing peace to the Middle East. Kamala Harris has been in the office for the past 3 years, and during the whole year of war in the Middle East, I supported the Uncommitted movement in Michigan to send a strong message to the current administration to take our concerns into consideration, but nothing was happening. In fact, they completely neglected us, and negligence became the norm, and everything else is an exception. She added insult to the wound by appointing some pro-war radicals like Liz Cheney to be her top military advisors, which brings back memories to the Arab American community about the invasion of Iraq based on Liz Cheney to be her insult to the wound by appointing some pro-war radicals like Liz Cheney to be her top military advisors, which brings back memories to the Arab American community about the invasion of Iraq based on false claims of having weapons of mass destructions, and hundreds of thousands were killed. So this is very, very disappointing to the Arab American community. In addition, she sent former President Bill Clinton last week, and he said some insulting statements as well. He said that it's okay to kill civilians if they are used as human shields, which was insulting as well. So we are hoping that President Trump, will come and do something different to bring peace. That's all we want. And he is taking our concerns into consideration. He visited us. I asked him to visit my city to show respect and appreciation to the community after we endorsed him, and he did. And he, 2 days ago, he visited Dearborn. I was with him there. Then we went to Warren. So he's doing everything possible to show respect to this community and to get the support. And I think he deserved support. The other side decided to neglect us, and I think they should be punished for what they have been doing.
Mr. Mayor, I want to take a short break and come back. I want to get your take on the Abraham Accords and also the reaction that you've received since endorsing President Trump. I'm talking with Amar Ghalib, and we will be back on Sunday Morning Futures in just one moment. Stay with us. Welcome back, and I am back with the mayor of Hamtramck, Michigan, Amar Ghalib. And Mr. Mayor, I want to get your take on what kind of a personal reaction you've received. It had to be hard for you to endorse President Trump, going against the Democrat Party. You showed incredible courage doing so. What has that been like for you personally? Did you receive pushback?
Yes, I did. I actually, my decision was like sailing against the waves. It was very difficult in an area like Wayne County, which is historically a stronghold for the Democrats. So no one was expecting that. But we have been going through so many issues over the past year and a half. And I sent so many warnings that there's a shift in dynamics here in this area. And the catalyst for that shift in dynamics is some controversial issues that are happening here, and how the Democratic Party is dealing with the community here, because an inclusion of someone should not be an exclusion for someone else, and that's how we felt. So my decision was no surprise to my community, because they knew it was coming. It was difficult. I'm receiving so many pushbacks, so many even threats, through emails and stuff, but it was expected. And as long as I have the support of my community, I'm okay with that. And I'm very proud to lead this movement, because it's echoing now everywhere, not just in Michigan, but everywhere else.
Yeah, well, you are the kind of politician that my viewers respect. Of course, you are independent, an independent thinker, and we so appreciate your leadership. Real quick before you go, Amar, let's say Trump is successful in bringing peace to the Middle East. How do you see Israel's relationship with the Middle East evolving? Real quick.
I'm sorry, your voice was cutting off. If you can repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Okay, how would Israel's relationship with the Middle East evolve should President Trump be successful in bringing peace to the Middle East?
Well, I think he is. I told him when I met him that his main strength was that he never went into war anywhere. Okay. And so he will maintain that goal to bring peace to the Middle East.
שהותרו לפרסום בימים האחרונים ובשעות האחרונות על הפרשה הביטחונית החמורה בלשכת נתניהו צריכים להחריד כל ישראלי. על פי החשד, אנשי נתניהו פרסמו מסמכים סודיים וזייפו מסמכים סודיים כדי לטרפד את האפשרות לעסקת חטופים וכדי לבנות מבצע תודעה נגד משפחות החטופים. הפרשה הזו יצאה מחדרו של ראש הממשלה, והחקירה צריכה לבדוק אם זה לא בהוראתו של ראש הממשלה. אם נתניהו ידע, הוא שותף לעבירה ביטחונית מהחמורות ביותר שישנן בספר החוקים. אם נתניהו לא ידע, מה הוא כן יודע?
לא מדובר בחשד להדלפה, אלא בספסור בסודות מדינה למען צרכים פוליטיים. שימסור בסודות, אלא בספסור בסודות מדינה למען צרכים פוליטיים. שימוש בחומרי גלם מודיעיניים שנלקחו ללא רשות מחייב חקירה וברור עד תום. אם מידע ביטחוני רגיש נגנב והופך לכלי שרת בקמפיין הישרדות פוליטית, זו לא רק עבירה פלילית, זהו פשע לאומי.
All right, North Carolina. So we have 3 days left in one of the most consequential elections of our lifetime, and we still have work to do.
This is a very important state, and we have to get this solved. We have to get you out, and we can't take a chance of losing the great state of North Carolina. We're not going to lose the great state of North Carolina.
So here we go now, 2 days and counting. Remember we were starting this thing like 60 days ago? Home stretch right there. State of the race. Come on over here, Jimmy. This is what our forecasts have been looking like, and this really goes back more than a month. All right. We think everything in gold and or yellow is a toss-up, right? But about a week ago, we had Arizona lean Republican, so we gave it that little rosé red color there. I don't know what's going on in Iowa, Dana, right? I mean, we've got a likely Republican. You know, Trump won at 9 points in 2016, won at 8 points in 2020, so we'll see how that goes. Here's another thing to look at, all right? You know, this is New York Times from overnight, okay? These are all the swing states. Everything's super close as best as we can tell. Look, someone's going to be right, someone is going to be wrong. That's just what it comes down to. They've got Trump ahead in Arizona. They've got her up a point in Georgia. They got a dead tie in Michigan. They got Carolina Harris leading there by 2. They got Harris up 3 in Nevada, but if you look at some of the early voting in Nevada, Republicans have done a very good job of turning out their voters. In fact, they've got a lead right there by about almost 5 points right now in the early voting in Nevada. Pennsylvania, flat out tie right there. I'll come back to that in a moment. And they've got Wisconsin up too. So what do we know? James Blair might know a few things. Political director, RNC, Trump campaign. James, good morning to you. Just give us your state of the race right now. What does your campaign see?
We're very optimistic right now. We feel good about where things are. Right now, obviously, what we're watching is people are voting. And what we've seen is historic early voting by Republicans outperforming 2020 or even 2022. So from our perch, things look pretty good right now. I'm sure we'll go through state by state, but some highlights. North Carolina, we won the early vote. That's never happened before. In Nevada, the mail dumps are coming in, and they're not as blue as the Democrats would like them to be. And there's not as many of them. So lots of good signs in our direction right now.
Okay, I want to read this from Nate Cohn. This is on the New York Times polling that I showed our viewers here. Across these final polls, white Democrats were 16% likelier to respond than white Republicans. That's a larger disparity than our earlier polls this year, and it's not much better than our final polls in 2020, even with the pandemic over. It raises the possibility that the polls could underestimate Mr. Trump yet again. We do a lot to account for this, but in the end, there are no guarantees. How do you read that?
I think it's covering. I think that they know where things stand. Look, in all of those polls, in all the battleground states, I heard Carl before this talking about the recalled vote, they've set the electorate to the left of 2020, which doesn't comport with what we know, which is that all of these electorates have moved to the right, just on a registration eligible electorate basis itself. And obviously, we see that starting to manifest in the early voting patterns. So I think that they're sort of putting some cover out there because they're going to underrepresent President Trump's support. What they essentially are saying there is we got too many Democrats in the survey. say, we don't have enough Republicans. We know that, but we're going to publish these numbers on the eve of the election anyway.
So the pollsters have told us that they've accounted for this because of the miss in 16, the miss in 2020, and we'll see whether or not that happens. Wall Street Journal has been a big target for your campaign. Young men could boost Trump to victory if they show up. That's the headline. What are you seeing out there in the battlegrounds?
Well, let's just talk about the partisan registration states where they register by party, because then you don't have to take my word for it. You can go look for yourself. Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Republicans have turned out more 0-4 voters and 1-4 voters, so those less frequent or newly registered voters, than the Democrats have in every single one of those states. So I'd say that there's evidence that it's working on our part. We are turning out those lower propensity voters, be they young men or otherwise. So everything you can measure right now suggests that it's going well for us.
My sense is on Tuesday, we're going to be spending a lot of time in Pennsylvania. Maybe that's right, maybe it's wrong, but this 8 years ago, this is Trump winning that state by 44,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. 4 years ago, this is Biden winning the state by 81,000 votes in 2020. We'll see, but it's just my sense that the Keystone State will be very critical and key come Tuesday. How much can your campaign do in the closing 48 hours?
A lot. We can keep getting out the vote. And let's talk about Pennsylvania. Right now, there's nearly 700,000 registered Democrats in the state of Pennsylvania who had cast a vote by this point in 2020 or 2022, and they haven't cast a vote yet, and they don't have mail ballots. That's a huge hurdle for them to climb. Secondarily, again, we've talked about the voter registration before, Bill, but just to put a fine point on it, there was 685,000 more registered Democrats in the state of Pennsylvania 4 years ago than Republicans. Today, that number's been cut to about 280,000. So a huge swing in our direction.
James Blair, thank you for your time. I know you're working day and night. Thanks for coming on today, and we'll see who's right. Thanks. That's special coverage Sunday morning. As Dana said, don't change that dial on your set. If there are there still dials, Dana? That's all like remotes,
in
right?
8% of households.
And how many?
8.
Oh, come on, did you know that really?
No, I'm making it
It's
up.
like ChatGPT, right? This is Georgia from 4 years ago. This is Joe Biden winning by 0.2 percentage points for a grand total of fewer than 12,000 votes in Georgia. You know what happened down there, right? Now with 16 electoral votes, Atlanta is Fulton County. Fulton County is number 1 of 159 in population. You get a lot of Democratic votes out of Fulton County. Welcome back on a Sunday morning. Today is the last day of in-person voting in the pivotal swing state of Michigan. Here's where Michigan was 8 years ago. Whew. 11,612 votes. This is where Michigan was 4 years ago. Biden flipped it 154,000 votes to take the state. This is Detroit. This is Wayne County. It's very blue. You're going to get a strong African-American vote there. We'll see how strong it is in the end. You're going to get a lot of Democratic votes as well. But Wayne County and the city of Detroit can help determine a lot statewide. You see what Biden did there with 332,000 votes in one county alone. Grady Trimble is live in Wayne County. He's in Dearborn, Michigan, getting a lay of the land. And Grady, what are you learning?
Well, Bill, the Trump campaign has been trying to exploit Vice President Harris's weakness with the Arab American community, many of them unhappy with the Biden-Harris administration's handling of the wars in Gaza and Lebanon. The Trump team has been doing outreach in Dearborn, which is home to the largest Arab American population in the country, even before former President Trump stopped here on Friday. And at least anecdotally, that outreach may be paying off. I spoke with 2 Lebanese Americans voting early, both voting in their first presidential election and both casting their ballots for Trump.
President Trump promised us. I know he's gonna keep a promise. We should have a change and we should bring peace to the Middle East.
Why do you think he's going to handle the Middle East better than the current administration?
Because he don't like war. He don't like to spend money out U.S. like billion for Ukraine, billion for Israel, billion here, billion there. We need the money in America.
At an event with the United Auto Workers Union in Detroit, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian American in Congress, told auto workers to vote Democrat, but refused to explicitly endorse Harris. And you mentioned that it's the last day of in-person early voting here in Michigan. Looking at the numbers, more than 40% of registered voters have already cast their ballots here. As you can see behind me, Bill, blue skies here in the Detroit suburbs today. Looking ahead to Election Day, though, the weather's not looking so good. That could hamper turnout in a race in a state where everything could come down to turnout.
Yeah, we'll watch that story. I know the rain's coming your way, but I think those Michiganders are pretty tough. All right. I think they'll fight their way through it. Grady, thank you. Dana. This is Georgia now, okay? Georgia has been the focus for 4 years. It's gotten a lot of attention. They did a rewrite of their election laws. The early vote in Georgia, 4 million, okay? That equates to about 55% of all registered voters in the Peach State. That's really, really impressive. And speaking of which, on election night, when you're watching us, between that 7 and 8 o'clock hour, Georgia closes at 7 o'clock. By 8 o'clock, we're going to have a lot of different colors on the map to let you know which way Georgia is going for that moment in time for the night come Tuesday night. Let's look at this now, okay? In person, they love to do it, 3.7 million. You got a lot of others by mail. 242,000, right? But the margin in Georgia was so slim in 2020, either one can make a big deal, all right, and a big difference. Want to bring in a judge in Georgia rejecting the RNC's lawsuit. The RNC was arguing against large counties from accepting hand-returned mail-in ballots on the weekend. They were saying that's against the rules. Our legal editor is Carrie Urban, and she's with me now to take about. We'll keep that in mind.
Back hundreds of years, thousands really, but if you don't understand, you can understand this one piece. If all the Jews put their weapons down right now and said, all right, that's it, I'm getting rid of my guns, you'd have millions of dead Jews. If all the people in Palestine and all of them put their weapons down, you'd have peace.
Well, in the West Bank, Fatah, the ruling faction, did do that. They said, that's it, we accept peace, and then Israel just carried on colonizing the West Bank and killing large numbers of Palestinians.
If you go back to the fact that there was peace up until they decided to come in, kidnap children.
But that's not true. 240 Palestinians were killed in the West Bank before 7th of October.
We gotta go. Our Uber's here.
All right, no worries. Take care. See you in a bit.
Israel is a strong nation in and of itself, and I personally believe, you know, they've been a persecuted people for thousands of years. They have a right to defend themselves.
Bro, I swear to God, these people don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. These are the people that literally fucking are the groypers, okay? But holy shit, the moment that Israel comes into question, they become like SPLC, ADL fucking understanders. They're like, well, there's a lot of dog whistles out there, okay? I should know. I've been using them in my online forums. Like, they literally only care about anti-Semitism if they can cynically use it to defend Israel. It's so insane. It is so insane. You are all utterly detached from reality. You make people in Britain seem engaged with the world. Oh my God. Oh my God, you're right. This guy just fucking destroyed us in America. Oh no. Oh no, it's not wrong. Oh my God, the country that did Brexit.
Kamala Harris, you know, people have criticized her for being cautious. She caution and being deliberate and being and executing at the end of a campaign, that's a real advantage. Her message is down, it's coordinated with her TV. But here's the other thing: Donald Trump is as out of sync as she is in sync. You know, he
it was interesting just to see them just juxtaposed. I mean,
yeah, who looks like the winner up there?
Talk about low energy.
Who looks like the winner up there? You know, he said in an interview in The Atlantic, Tim Alberto wrote another amazing piece in The Atlantic embedded in the campaign, and he reported.
the Washington Post and the Los Angeles Times broke a decades-long tradition this election season. They refused to endorse a presidential candidate. This has sparked furor among many U.S. voters, especially as both papers have, in the past, backed Democratic candidates. In 2017, the Post went as far as changing its masthead during then-President Donald Trump's first term in office to "Democracy Dies in Darkness," calling him a unique threat to democracy, while the LA Times had, in 2016, openly endorsed Kamala Harris in her race to the Senate and also ran weekly puff pieces. So, why the shift? Both papers are owned by billionaires. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos bought the Post in 2013, and health tech mogul Patrick Soon-Shiong bought the LA Times in 2018.
What happened here was the editorial boards were both ready to endorse Kamala Harris, and these owners stepped in. We can only speculate why they stepped in. They claim it's to decrease the appearance of bias, and it seems more likely that the people who are saying that this decision is to hedge their bets against the possibility of a future Trump presidency are correct.
The decision wasn't without consequence. Backlash followed, with editors resigning and hundreds of thousands canceling their subscription to the publications. Some went as far as calling their refusal to endorse a candidate billionaire cowardice. Despite being owned by billionaires, both publications are struggling. The LA Times is said to be losing $50 million a year and cut down its staff by 20% in 2024. The Washington Post, on the other hand, suffered $77 million in losses in 2023, while also seeing a 50% drop in readership since 2020. Many viewed the two news outlets' non-endorsement of a presidential candidate as a tactic to broaden their appeal and fill financial gaps. The two non-endorsements are part of a broader trend, however. During the 2008 election, 92 of the US's 100 largest newspapers endorsed a presidential candidate. Fast forward to 2020, and that number dropped to just 54, according to the American Presidency Project Archive. And this isn't the first time the Post chose not to endorse a candidate. It did the same in 1988.
So in 1988, the Washington Post said, "We don't think either candidate is particularly strong." So for them to say that they're not going to endorse again now makes it seem as if they think that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are comparable candidates, and they could not be farther apart from each other.
Bezos has defended his move, saying endorsements can lead to a bias in reporting. Meanwhile, the daughter of LA Times owner Soon-Shiong claimed the paper had declined to back Harris due to her stance on Palestine's Gaza. Her father later refuted his daughter's remarks, insisting that the paper wanted to avoid further division.
I think it's an issue that certainly could have been a deciding factor in any newspaper's decision not to endorse one candidate or another, but it doesn't seem like it was the case here.
With around 15 billionaires and 6 corporations now controlling most major US media, decisions like these do raise questions. Are US newspapers shifting to align with the interests of their owners? This incident suggests they might be.
I think part of the problem is that we have this commercial for-profit press, but we expect them sometimes to behave like nonprofits. And we like to say that we have benevolent billionaires as the owners, but I think that what we've seen this week is that that's not necessarily the case.
Of the Trump campaign against her. He is every day going out now and affirming her message about him.
About him, yes.
Yeah, look,
And
actually, I agree.
I do even if he is the same person from 2016, 2020, and 2024, people are tired of it. There was a freshness about it in 2016. And I'm not saying his base is riled up about it, but we've been talking about floors and ceilings. And when you look at that gender gap, it just keeps growing and growing and growing. And when you have last Sunday, when you talk about somebody handling her pimps, women don't like to be talked about like that. Like, take it as we don't like that, okay? We didn't like that. People didn't like the Access Hollywood tape, but it was something different. But now, 8 years later, it's a little old.
The New York Times, I would just say this real quickly. The New York Times has a really good editorial today where they go back, they talk about all these folks that interviewed, right? And they said, you may not like to hear this, but after interviewing like 800 people, we think Trump may win over 4 years, right? We think Trump may win. This is not, this isn't Breitbart. This is the New York Times, okay?
Playing into the New York Times.
Much more ahead. We're going to check in with both campaigns. Also talk to Pennsylvania's Secretary of the Commonwealth after the former president accused election officials there of fighting so hard, he said, to steal the election. Also, we'll look inside some of the unprecedented efforts to keep Election Day safe and secure. I'll be right back.
It's the Glow Festival of Joy, and it's raining exciting prizes. Oh, for 120 days, we take it to the max. Mind-blowing, loaded prizes. Take John, winning a tear rubber Toyota Prado by recharging up to 100,000 naira. And Sister T, winning a Cha-Cha Kia Picanto by recharging up to 50,000 naira.
Well, that was an interesting moment. I'll just play it for the audience, and then we'll get your reaction to it. The audience knows we're not huge fans of Mehdi Hasan here at the MK Show, but we're going to watch this with an open mind. Here it goes.
I mean, I'm glad you played that clip, because all day long, the Trump campaign have been saying, it's a comedian, it's a comedian, it's a comedian. It wasn't just a comedian. Park the comedian and what he said, and you still have Rudy Giuliani, you still have his childhood friend, you still have his donor saying the pimp handlers. That's right. Just one of those people 10 years ago would have ended a Republican campaign. You didn't even get through all the clips. There was still Tucker Carlson doing replacement, Don Jr. did replacement, and then Trump himself turned up and talked about invading and occupying our country, which is the language of the far right. He talked about enemy of the people, which is Joseph Goebbels. He talked about enemy of the enemy within, which is literally Hitler. I mean, these are my problem is, I get it. Nobody wants to be called Nazis. It's very inflammatory. But if you don't want to be called Nazis, stop doing.
You're called an anti-Semite. You've been called an anti-Semite more than anyone else's table.
Yeah.
And people will sit there and no, by me. I never called you an anti-Semite. Okay. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians, so I'm used to it.
Yeah, well, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. The thing is that
you just say I should die.
You should not.
No,
did you just say I should be killed?
No, I did not say that. No, I did not say that.
Hold on.
Did your guest just say I should be killed on live TV?
I said I hope
Guys,
you don't.
let me just stop.
You said you hope my beeper doesn't go off.
Because you said I'm a big supporter
of the Palestinians.
Hamas. Guys, let me stop.
Palestinians.
Are you?
Am I what? No, of course I'm not.
I apologize.
Are you a racist, violent person inciting violence against
Ryan?
That's disgusting.
That is completely.
I apologize.
Good job, CNN. Let's have first block say the Muslim guy should be blown up.
I apologize.
On TV.
Don't say then I apologize. You literally.
I thought you said Hamas.
You didn't think I said Hamas. I said I supported Palestinian rights.
Yes, I did.
Why? Because when you hear
what's funny is Rudy Giuliani said this yesterday, so you're a great guest to be here to defend Rudy Giuliani.
I wasn't going to entertain nonsense today, and so at this point,
this is what we're in now. This is America in 2024.
Here's what I will say.
Forget the racism.
That's right.
It's I should die.
That I should die. Okay, so what happened there, Ryan?
Okay, so let's just backtrack right before that happened. So I had been on the show.
I wasn't going to entertain nonsense today, and so at this point,
this is what we're in now. This is America in 2024.
Here's what I will say.
Forget the racism.
That's right.
It's I should die.
That I should die. Okay, so what happened there, Ryan?
Okay, so let's just backtrack right before that happened. So I had been on the show right before.
So what?
This is America in 2024.
Here's what I will say.
Forget the racism.
That's right.
It's I should die.
That I should die. Okay, so what happened there, Ryan?
Okay, so let's just backtrack right before that happened. So I had been on the show. This is my fourth time, technically 3 times in 1 quarter because I didn't last more than a segment. The producers had changed the entire script or most of the script right before the show, and I was really irritated because rather than doing a segment on foreign policy and on inflation, we were doing multiple segments on this. So I went in very irritated and in the wrong mood, truly. Before even this clip played, they played like 2.5 minutes of the Madison Square Garden speeches. And the woman to my right, Ashley Allison, who has been extremely rude to me in the past on the network, was making comments, oh, white man humor, this is white man humor, this is white man humor, repeatedly. No one said, hey, Ashley, cut it out. Then we go into the segment, and when he said Nazis, he looked directly at me and the former congressman, Scott Taylor, who is also a Republican. He wasn't talking about just people at the rally. He was talking about us. And then, I did not really know a lot about Mehdi Hasan previous to being on the show. I've never tweeted about him. I've never talked about him. But then he said that I had called him an anti-Semite. Now, I know his history because of like the 24 hours or 48 hours beforehand that I Googled him. And he has said vicious things about a lot of people, especially Jews, especially Israel. So for him to sit there and say someone else who's got Jews in his family, who was the most pro-Israel president of our lifetime, say he is Joseph Goebbels, the hypocrisy overwhelmed me. It just literally overwhelmed me. He was not cracked down for calling us Nazis, not cracked down for accusing me of calling him an anti-Semite, which I never did. I literally never did. And it was just, I don't know, I just had enough. And I was just like, you know what, I'm making a snide joke. I don't care. At the point afterwards, Abby was like, Ryan, calm it down. I don't think you could hear over talking. So I was like, all right, I'll apologize. I'll settle everything down. I did not say I hope there was violence against him. I did not wish him death. He was completely making it up. Segment ends. He storms off. Abby was really quiet. Abby was like, is he leaving? Ashley was like, I think Ryan should leave. I texted the producers. Abby asked me to step out. I said, okay, sorry, didn't mean to get you in any trouble with any overheads. Being professional. Said that to the producer and to the talent person at CNN. Said, you know, it was just a heat of the moment, and they said, we understand, you know, it's just like not right for the segment. And then I left and didn't really think anything of it. And it was just then blew up extremely, literally. No pun intended. But it just went crazy, and they said, I'm banned from the network. This is a network. Now, I'm very grateful that CNN had me on as many times as they did in the month that I was on. But this is a network that has people on constantly who say horrendous things about Republicans, horrendous things about Trump supporters, horrendous things about Trump himself. Never disciplined. And it was the immense double standards that no conservative can really live by unless they are a self-hating conservative who's going to sit there and tell them all the time why I hate. Unless you're Adam Kinzinger, you can't survive in that environment. So I kind of always knew that my time there was ending. I actually thought I would be kicked off the show at the last segment because it was a segment with Brian Stelter on Accuracy in the Media, and I was just going to sit there and tell Brian on air, you need to apologize for lying repeatedly on this network about Russiagate, about COVID, about Stormy Daniels' lawyer that you had on, I was going to sit there and have a moment and say, no, you're being lied to on this network constantly because they care about a narrative. Mm-hmm. And I was like, this will be my last episode, but I'm only in till the election. So go big or go home. They're never going to have me back anyway.
That never happened. I thought you were referring to the one where you challenged them about the Ferguson effect and that no one knew what the hell that
happened
was.
A week before.
Did you have the thing with Brian Stelter?
No, I was kicked off before the show, before I could have that moment. But that was my planned exit on the show. I know.
That would have been better.
I know. And I literally, it was just a snide remark that I said. But that was my third.
Okay, but wait, I want to go through it, though, because I do want to go through it. Because I do understand CNN has very high standards, and they don't allow incendiary rhetoric on their show. So we tried to look through the CNN annals just to find if there were any examples. I mean, it was very, very hard. I'll show you the paltry examples we came up with in SOT 54.
As a black lesbian who Donald Trump doesn't believe has genes as good as his, is he going to attempt to exterminate me
why do you
when
believe
he gets
that,
elected? Because he's damn near said it. That's why, David. That's why.
Because he's,
okay, and I'm not going to be lectured by some white man who has no idea what he's talking about.
We have to stop demonizing people and realize the biggest terror.
Is energy production higher, Sarah Palin? It's a very simple question. I know facts are not your strong point. Is energy production higher today under Biden than under Trump? It's a simple yes or no question.
You're an obnoxious...
Facts hurt, don't you? Facts don't care about your feelings. I mean, I'm obnoxious. You're a racist. We want to play that game?
Piers Morgan show.
In your endorsement speech for Donald Trump, you said that Trump, quote, promises peace, specifically in the Middle East and Gaza.
I haven't claimed that President Trump is a saint or infallible.
With respect, he is openly supporting the genocide in Gaza. Okay. Are you being conned, Imam?
I'm shocked that you did not even see why did we endorse him.
As an Imam, are you okay endorsing a candidate who was found liable for rape?
In the end of the day, we're not going to agree with him on everything that he did. He's 78 years old.
He literally said, Islam hates us. You're okay voting for a guy who's going to ban people from coming from your country?
Mahdi, the Democratic Party, they have to understand, they took us for granted. They said, oh, listen, don't worry about the Muslims, they're gonna vote for us. Now they understand that, no, I mean, we're not in your pockets.
Why do you not think he's just exploiting you for votes? He's using you, is he not? Why do you not see that? Are you not being a little naive with the greatest respect? If you're a regular viewer of this show, you know it's no secret that Muslim Americans, Arab Americans are deeply divided when it comes to the US presidential race. Nowhere is that more true than in Michigan, a crucial swing state where Muslim and Arab voters could determine the fate of American democracy, either by staying home or voting for Green Party candidate Jill Stein over their understandable objection to the Biden-Harris administration's blind support for Israel's war on Gaza. I mean, I'm as mad as they are. There's a lot to be mad about when it comes to Democratic Party support for Gaza. But what if some of these Muslim and Arab voters protest vote, not for Jill Stein, but for Donald Trump? No way, right? Well, despite perhaps being America's leading Islamophobe, the Republican presidential candidate is shamelessly attempting to seize on that Gaza anger and bring Muslim and Arab voters over into his court. And this past weekend, shockingly, he got a big win when a group of what's been described as Muslim community leaders in Michigan gave Trump a raving endorsement at his campaign rally in that swing state. Just take a listen.
We as Muslims stand with President Trump because he promises peace. He promised to end war in the Middle East and Ukraine. We support Donald J. Trump for his commitment to promoting family values. We as Muslims support this man because we believe that he will be a president for all Americans, embracing every race, color, and religion. And we agree with President Trump that anyone who wants to come to this country is welcome, but he has to do that through legal pathway. He promises peace, not war.
Peace? Family values? Welcoming foreigners? I mean, even Trump himself looks a bit confused when he says all that. Nevertheless, those are not the only Muslims rallying around Trump this election cycle. A recent YouGov poll shows that Trump is currently leading Harris, leading her by 2 points among Arab American voters, with Trump and Harris being tied on the question of who would be better for the Middle East. Joining me now to discuss why he and some other Muslim and Arab voters are branding Donald J. Trump as the quote-unquote peace candidate is none other than the man who gave Donald Trump that rosy endorsement on Saturday, Bilal al-Zuhairi, the Yemeni-American imam for the Great Mosque in Hamtramck, Michigan. Thank you for joining me on Mehdi Unfiltered. Appreciate you taking time out. Imam Bilal, were you surprised to find yourself up on stage in front of all those people endorsing Donald Trump for president? Have you voted Republican before?
Well, Mehdi, thank you for having me. Mehdi, let me start by saying that what you saw on stage wasn't the beginning. The moment was the result of meetings and serious discussions we had earlier that day, where we came to an agreement on key points. And if I may ask, because I think we agreed that this will be a discussion, have you seen the video of the private meeting where we laid out these 5 points that we agreed with President Donald Trump?
I saw some of it. I'm sure our viewers didn't. Briefly tell us what were the 5 points.
Okay, so we focused on 5 key points, things that we believe are critical for the future of our country, our community, and even the world. President Trump did not just hear these points; he fully acknowledged and committed to each one of them. So what happened on stage, Mehdi, was really a public acknowledgement of this, I would say, historical agreement.
Imam,
And,
because time
to
is
answer
short,
your question-
just briefly tell us what are the 5 points, just briefly for our viewers,
Okay,
so we can keep going.
So Mehdi, and allow me to say this. I mean, I'm surprised that you did not see the video, and yet on X you posted that this is madness. I don't know based on what you judged that me and my colleagues, all of these imams that endorsed Donald Trump, that this is madness, and also you reposted some of the posts that were attacking us personally. So I'm surprised because, you know,
because hold on. If you're going to bring up my post, that was about your speech. And we played your speech to the viewers before it began. In your endorsement speech for Donald Trump, you said that Trump, quote, promises peace, specifically in the Middle East and Gaza. This is a man who, when he was president, gave Israel whatever it wanted. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He legalized the illegal annexation of the Golan Heights. Since the genocide began in Gaza, he said he would let Israel, quote, finish the job. He's told Netanyahu, quote, do what you have to do. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, has said that Israel should expel Palestinians into the desert. So I do believe it is madness to say that Donald Trump promises peace when he doesn't promise peace. It was a reference to your specific claim. But you can tell us why you think. That's why I've invited you on the show. You tell us why you think Donald Trump is promising peace in the Middle East when he's saying otherwise.
Okay, so the 5 points. The reason why I really thought that it would be a better idea that you have the full picture, because if you did not see the video, if you did not see the video and the agreement and the points that we agreed, President Donald Trump and also these imams, and you just show the people the fruit or the outcome and the endorsement. I think here the picture is
Imam, you still haven't told our viewers what the 5 points are.
Yes. So the 5 points are: number one, to end the war in the Middle East, especially in Gaza, and also to end the war in the Ukraine. That's number one. And we think this is crucial. This is very important. And because we as Muslims, I went as an imam and we approached him as an imam. And we think that, the religion of Islam is all about peace. And this is what I said in the video.
So we got number one. I'm just going to hurry you along because we won't have time to do an interview. Just tell us what 2, 3, 4, 5 are.
Okay. Number two is that he promised, or actually, we demanded that that he will protect the family values, especially when it comes to curriculums and school, which he made that clearly in his speeches and also in his meeting, the meetings that he has privately or publicly. And also number three, that he will include Muslims, that he will be inclusive, and he will include Muslims in his cabinet. He will include Muslims in his administration. That's number three. Number four is that he will he will fight Islamophobia. And number five, I think, and number five, we mentioned things that we agree with the rest of the American people. To have a strong economy and to have also strong borders.
So you made the points. So everyone's heard. Those are the points. They're very admirable points to put forward. But let's just deal with the substance of the biggest one, the war. How can you say he's a peace candidate or believe he wants peace when he has not called for a ceasefire? He has not called for restrictions on arms sales. He said the exact opposite. He says Netanyahu should be killing more people with less restrictions. Let's have a listen to what Trump says publicly, not what he promises you privately. Have a listen to what Donald Trump said the other day. Can we play the clip?
He's doing a good job. Biden is trying to hold him back. He probably should be doing the opposite, actually. I'm glad that Bibi decided to do what he had to do.
So Trump is saying that after 42,000 deaths in Gaza, 16,000 kids killed, Biden has held Netanyahu back, and he shouldn't have held him back, that he's encouraging Netanyahu not to listen to any restraining words from Biden, and that he's praising Netanyahu for what he did. And this is the man you're endorsing as the peace candidate? I don't get it.
Okay, look, Mehdi, I haven't claimed that President Trump is a saint or infallible.
No, you claimed he's a peace candidate. So let's just talk about that. How is he the peace candidate?
Hold on. That's why he said, and even in my endorsement, I said, we as Muslims, I was talking about my colleagues on stage and also those people who trust us and those people that we represent, which are many, by the way. And we said that we are with him because he promises peace. And today, by the way, he posted that he will work. When it comes to Lebanon, he will do everything that
with respect, Imam. With respect, Imam, you keep saying he promised this. This is Donald Trump, a man who's lied for 9 years. He's broken every promise he's ever made. He told coal miners he would save the coal mines. He didn't save the coal mines. He told people at the border he would build a wall in Mexico, and Mexico would pay for it. So I'm just wondering, are you being conned, Imam? You're just believing anything he says.
What is the other party offering?
I'm not here to defend the other party. You don't have to vote for the Democrats either. I'm just wondering why you're...
Let me finish, please.
You could vote for Jill Stein, Imam. You could vote for Jill Stein.
Hold on. Your stance and your position, your stance and your position now from Donald Trump is based on
9 years of watching him say and do things.
Hold on. assumptions and speculations.
No, it's not.
We're talking about-
With respect, Imam, it's not speculation. This is what Rudy Giuliani, Trump's very good friend and lawyer, said the day after. This is the day after you endorsed him. You endorsed him on Saturday. Let's listen to what Giuliani said on Sunday. Can we play the clip?
Hamas is not there for us. Iran is not there for us. They want to kill us. And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old. They won't let a Palestinian in Jordan. They won't let a Palestinian in Egypt. And Harris wants to bring them to you.
So the day after you endorse him, at his own rally, one of his closest allies is making racist remarks about Palestinians, saying we shouldn't let them in. They're all terrorists. They're taught to hate it too. Do you not feel a little bit conned?
But if you please, can you at least give me a chance to respond to your questions? Okay, what I'm saying is this: is Trump responsible for each and every statement that is made by anyone that endorses him? So is he now responsible for everything that I say? If I say something now controversial, for
he
example,
is responsible for what's said at a rally of his. Yes, he is.
No. I said in a rally of his, I said things. Does he agree with everything? Do we agree with everything? Mahdi, please. I never claimed that he is infallible. I never claimed that he is a saint. I never gave him a blank check. I see him as a leader who, in our discussions, committed to supporting values that matter deeply in our community. This endorsement is about those specific
But you're not dealing with the contradictions, Imam. This is why I'm not disputing you went in good faith and you got. Hold on. Can I finish my question and then you can answer? Can I finish my question and then you can answer?
Yes.
I'm not questioning your good faith or good intentions in going to him to try and get something good for the community. I'm questioning why you believe him when he says this stuff to you in private, given it's not speculation, Imam. He says Joe Biden's a Palestinian. Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian. His lawyer says Palestinians are terrorists. Trump says Netanyahu's doing a great job. So, with respect, he is openly supporting the genocide in Gaza, while you're saying he's the peace candidate.
The other option that we have now, we're talking about words versus actions. Whatever you mentioned is valid, and I don't agree. And I don't agree with the statements that you just mentioned. But in the other side. Listen, the other side, there's actions. You're talking about the other side that I think that you're insinuating that we should be in the other camp. In the other camp,
I'm not saying that at all. In fact, I know a lot of Muslims. I know a lot of Muslims in Michigan, where you are, who are going to stay at home. They're going to vote for Jill Stein. I get that. What I don't get is why you would believe Donald Trump, who says Palestinians, he treats them like terrorists, talks about them pejoratively. He supports Netanyahu, and you keep saying it's speculation. It's not, Imam. The entire Republican Party. Can I finish a sentence? The entire Republican Party has voted to send weapons to Netanyahu. They have said Democrats are too soft on Palestine. They want to be more pro-Israel, more pro-genocide. In fact, Imam, you know that Netanyahu's own ministers, like Itamar Ben-Gvir, say they want Trump. So you want Trump, and they want Trump.
So both of us, do we want Trump for the same reason?
Is that what you're saying? I think that he wants him for. I think he wants him for. Well, I'm answering your question. You asked me a question.
Mahdi, please. You've done a damage on me and also on my colleagues, the imams and those who support us. When you said this is madness, and you reposted people that attacked us personally, and now, and to be honest with you, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you did not even see why did we endorse him.
I understand why you endorsed him. He made you promises, and I'm questioning why you believe him. You say, for example, hold on. I've got to be able to ask a question. With respect, Imam, you said the 5 points. I let you read out the 5 points. One of the points was Islamophobia. I think you said one of the points was to fight Islamophobia.
Yes.
Donald Trump is the most Islamophobic politician I've ever come across in my life. He literally said Islam hates us. He incited hatred against Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, the only two Muslim women in Congress. They have to have 24/7 bodyguards because of what Donald Trump said about them. In what world do you believe he is anti-Islamophobia? He's the greatest purveyor of Islamophobia.
Okay. Listen, when it comes to politics, politics is to get what is possible, to build interest, to have something in common. So he called us. By the way, he invited us over to sit with him and to talk with him and to have a discussion, and he listened to us attentively, and we gave him these points, and he agreed to them. Now we have two options. Listen, I don't. Maybe your idea is both options are not good, but I'm telling you, there's two options. One option is inviting us. One option is listening to us, is giving us, is lending, extending his hand to us, and he's listening to our concerns and also our aspirations. The other party, they're not listening to us. And let me say something.
Imam, I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with the Democrats are not listening. 100% I agree. Can we agree? We agree the Democrats are not listening. But that doesn't mean that he's listening to you. Why do you not think he's just exploiting you for votes? He's using you, is he not? Why do you not see that? Are you not being a little naive with the greatest respect?
Politics is all about interest, all about common interest. You give me something, I give you something. We give him endorsement.
He's not going to stop being an Islamophobe because you vote for him, I can assure you.
How do you know that? How do you know that? Do you know now? Do you know the unseen? You know the alim of ghaib or something? Come on, man. This is politics. It's all.
So you think Donald Trump is now pro-Muslim and pro-Islam because he had a meeting with you?
I'm not saying he's pro-Muslims, but I think what you're trying to say now is we have two options, right? We have two options. We have.
You're saying Trump is the lesser of the two evils. Is that what you're saying to me? In your view?
Some of the imams will put it that way, and
okay. You said earlier that I'm engaging in speculation. You just said kind of alim al-ghaib, an unseen world. It's not speculation. We saw what he did in office. When he was in office, he didn't just support the oppression of the Palestinians. He supported the Saudi-led war in Yemen, which I believe is a country you're from. He oversaw its deadliest, most violent. It started under Obama, but he oversaw its deadliest, most violent year, 2018. Tens of thousands of innocent Yemenis were killed. A school bus in Yemen famously was blown up, 40 children killed by a US-made bomb. Less than a year later, Congress tried to stop the war. Trump refused. He bypassed Congress. He gave Saudi Arabia and MBS more weapons to kill Yemenis with. You are a Yemeni American. How do you vote for someone who has so much Yemeni blood on his hands?
Mahdi, with all the due respect, I think that and I've watched your shows over and over. I think you think that Yemen is only Houthis. You have a problem,
I didn't say a word about the Houthis. I said he blew up a bus of children.
Can I finish? Listen.
Well, please don't put words in my mouth. I didn't mention the Houthis. I said he supported the war in Yemen.
Mahdi, come on, man. If you think that anyone who endorses anyone, that means he agrees with everything that he did and everything that he will do in the future.
With respect, that's not what I said. I said I did not say you agree with everything he said. You said peace candidate. Listen, I'm only going on your words, Imam. You said he's a peace candidate. I'm saying he oversaw the war in Yemen, your country of origin.
You're not allowing me. You're not allowing me. You already made your point on X that we are mad people.
Please speak, but don't put words in my mouth. I won't put words in yours. I didn't mention Houthis.
Okay. No, but you're saying no. But this is what's happening. Even you said one time, I think you said one time that if Trump wins in the presidency, this is what's going to happen also in Yemen. I'm telling you, 90% of the Yemeni people, they're not with the Houthis. I don't know what's your view on Houthis and all of that, but they're not with them. So you, for example,
with respect, when Trump was president, I'm not talking about the Houthis. I didn't invite you to have a debate about the Houthis. Under Trump, do you deny that there was a massive humanitarian crisis in Yemen?
You said you are a Yemeni.
Yes, and I'm not exactly. I'm not dividing you into Sunni, Shia, Houthi, non-Houthi. I'm saying Yemen suffered massively under Trump and MBS. So please do not tell me that this is hypothetical. I watched Trump as president send weapons to a horrible war in which children died at record rates. You call him the peace candidate. How?
And the Muslim countries, including Yemen, they were living in bliss in the time of Obama. And
I never said that. This is all straw man. I'm asking about Trump. I'm not asking you to endorse Obama. You endorsed Trump as the peace candidate. I invited you here to explain to me how he's the peace candidate. On Palestine, you say you trust him, even though there's no evidence he supports peace in Palestine. And on Yemen, you're now saying it's all the fault of the Houthis. Trump didn't do anything wrong sending weapons to kill kids.
Now, listen, we have two options, right? We agree on that. We have two options. With Jill and all of that, there's, to be honest with you, that's something, maybe me and you, we have a mutual understanding, with Jill, she doesn't have a chance. But we have two options now. This is the reality. This is the reality, that we have two options. Now, let me explain to you, please, Mahdi. And you're very smart, you're very intelligent, you're very eloquent. Now, we have two options. One option is inviting us. He's saying, I want to hear you. I want to hear your concerns. What is it that you want to see? So we went there. We said, these are the 5 points. He said, I agree 100% with you. The other party, he's kicking Muslims out from the rally. Did she ever sit with any Muslims? I'm telling you, if she can agree on if she can agree at least on that second point, which is to protect our children in school when it comes to curriculums, and not, for example, and not try to instill in their minds, concepts that are beyond their years and beyond their comprehension.
I will come back to that point in one moment, but just sticking what you said about listening. I agree with you. The Democrats should be listening to Muslims. Okay. It's outrageous. They threw the Muslim out of the rally. I just want to deal with the point you made about the Muslim. They did throw a Muslim activist out of the rally. But you're supporting a guy who proudly, publicly says that he's going to ban Muslims from Yemen, your country, from coming in, from Iraq, from Syria. That's what he's going to do. You're okay with that?
Okay. No, I'm not. I'm not okay with that. I'm okay with the 5 points that he agreed.
But you're okay with him banning people coming in from Yemen? Just checking. You're not going to oppose him on that. What? You're okay voting for a guy who's going to ban people from coming from your country?
So I'm afraid that even my endorsement, you did not listen to my.
I watched every word of your speech on stage.
Okay.
You didn't mention Muslim ban. You didn't mention his support for Netanyahu.
Let me finish. I said that we agree with President Trump. This is an agreement that anyone from Yemen, from anywhere, can come to this country, but it has to be through legal pathways. This is the agreement. Listen,
But he doesn't agree with you. With respect, he doesn't agree with you. The Muslim ban was the Muslim ban. Hold on. The Muslim ban was to ban students. Hold on. The Muslim ban prevented people from coming in legally as students, as tourists. It was a blanket ban on people from those countries. You know this. Let's not misrepresent what it was.
Okay. Do you believe that during his term that no one from Yemen came?
I'm saying yes. I'm saying thousands of Yemenis who tried to come. I met people whose families were split apart.
Yes.
Children couldn't come in. Spouses couldn't come in.
I asked you a question.
They made exceptions. Of course, there's an exception to every rule. But there was a general rule prohibiting travel from several Muslim majority countries.
Listen, Mahdi. Wallahi, I'm not defending him. But why do you think he did that?
Because he's an Islamophobe, Imam. He says Islam hates us. Why did he say Islam hates us? You tell me. Why did he say Islam hates us? Why did he say that?
Okay. But now he says Muslims want peace, and Muslims, I love them. They're lovely people.
Because he wants your votes. I don't understand why. Look, we're running out of time. You keep wanting to bring up family values. You keep mentioning the family values. I do have a question about family values to you.
There's two points that I want to make.
Please.
2 points I want to make. Thank you. Okay. So the first of which, Mahdi, you said something which I believe is very important. You said on your letter, which you read on your show to Harris, you said, if you lose Michigan, do not blame the Muslims, blame yourself.
Yep, agreed.
Do you still say?
Agreed, 100% agree.
So are you, now, if Harris loses Michigan, do you blame Imam Bilal and his colleagues, or do you blame Harris?
I think there's enough blame to go around. I think primary, the blame has to go to the candidate, but I will criticize you for voting for a man who, let me give you an example. You said in your speech, he's committed to promoting family values. You've said it several times in this interview. But to be clear, this is a man who cheated on his first wife with his second wife, cheated on his third wife with a porn star while she was pregnant, and was found by a jury to be guilty of or liable for sexual abuse, what a judge said could be called rape. Are those the family values you are promoting? Is that the role model you want people at your mosque to see you endorsing?
Wallahi, Mahdi, I'm afraid that you're portraying the other party as they are from the people.
I didn't say anything about the other party. I'm not here. I know you want to be whataboutism. You need to answer my question.
Let me finish.
Is Trump promoting family values if he's been found liable of rape and is a long-time adulterer?
Okay. What I'm saying, Mahdi, in the end of the day, we're not going to agree with him on everything that he did. He's 78 years old. Not everything that he did during his 78 years in his life that I agree with him. And even in the future. What I'm trying to say is, when you talk about him like that, it's like the other party, Harris and those around her. It's like you're saying that, oh, they are from the people, from the Tabi'un, or the people that pledge allegiance.
I'm just saying she's not been found liable of rape. I think, to be fair to her, whatever you think of it.
Listen.
And by the way, I'm not here to defend Harris, but you literally went on stage and said, "Hold on, can I finish a sentence?" You don't like me interrupting you, but you keep interrupting me. You went on stage. Let me finish my question, then you can answer. I've given you a chance to answer. You went on stage and you said, "We as Muslims," as if you're speaking for Muslims, "we as Muslims promote his commitment to promoting family values. I'm saying the man was found liable for rape.
I was speaking on behalf of all Muslims.
I didn't say all Muslims, but you said we as Muslims, so I'm asking you as a Muslim.
As Muslims on the
and I'm
stage,
asking you as a Muslim, as an imam, are you okay endorsing a candidate who was found liable for rape? That's a pretty big thing to support a rapist.
No. Let me, as I mentioned, we had 5 points. We agreed upon these 5 points. Listen, you're saying he's going to do this and he's going to do that, and this
He's
is just...
saying it. No, with respect. He's
finish.
saying it. He's saying it, not me. Trump is saying it.
Let me finish. Can I finish, please? Can I finish at least my sentence, please? So, you're saying he's going to do this and he's going to do that. These are words. We don't know if it's going to happen. We don't know.
Oh, my God.
We had 5 points. We agreed upon these 5 points. Listen.
Trump is more popular in his personal approval rating right now than he's ever been in his entire 8-year political career.
Donald Trump's a 4-year-old when it comes to understanding any issue, but especially foreign policy. The United States economy is outperforming every other economy in the world right now under Biden's policies that ostensibly Harris will continue.
Trump actually tried to pull out of Syria, which he had campaigned on.
But he didn't criticize that he doesn't respect the Constitution. They all consistently
No, I'm not saying, okay, fine. They don't respect the Constitution. We were in Syria unconstitutionally.
Please, I feel like I should be your mother and just shut you guys up. You don't think that Biden
is energy production higher under Biden than Trump?
And you just
is energy production higher, Sarah Palin? It's a very simple question. I know facts are not your strong point. Is energy production higher today under Biden than under Trump? It's a simple yes or no question.
You're an obnoxious.
I mean, I'm obnoxious. You're a racist. We want to play that game?
There is just over a week to go in one of the most consequential elections in American history. And both campaigns are finishing big rallies.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out, get out.
We are going to fight for the country we love.
Big names.
His obvious mental decline, his history as a convicted felon.
I'm not just MAGA. I'm dark, gothic MAGA.
Big audiences.
I always got more publicity than other people. I don't know exactly why. You said a lot of wild maybe.
Big claims.
And not having a president of the United States who admires dictators and is a fascist.
As the candidates make their closing arguments, Uncensored is in New York City for a big debate. Well, from New York City, I'm Piers Morgan, Uncensored, of course, and I brought together a fascinating panel to debate really where we are with this US presidential race. Last night was this incredible rally at Madison Square Garden. I was there, the first time I've been to a Trump rally, or any political rally for that matter, and it was a fascinating experience. It'd be interesting to see what my panelists have to say about that. But the bottom line, we're 8 days from one of the most consequential elections in American history, and I want to spend my next hour with 4 very opinionated people with different opinions to thrash out the big picture themes of where we are with this race, and more importantly, who's going to win, and should they win? So let me introduce them. First of all, former Governor Sarah Palin. You were former governor of Alaska, and you're the vice presidential nominee, of course, in the 2008 McCain-Obama election. Welcome to you.
Thank you.
Mehdi Hasan, the editor-in-chief of Zateo News. Mehdi, great to see you again. Dave Smith, the libertarian commentator and host of the Part of the Problem podcast. Good to see you. And Destiny, streamer and political commentator. So 4 big names, big beasts in the punditry jungle. Brought you all together. Sarah, you were at the rally last night.
Yes.
What was it like for you?
It was an electric environment. Most of Trump's rallies are like that, though. You know, just so much energy and just a lot of enthusiasm. Last night, I think the biggest surprise, though, was outside of the arena, how much enthusiasm you could feel out there with all the red hats and all the New Yorkers who were so bold and courageous coming out for him.
No protesters. So the Secret Service told me 150 people turned up to protest. And all I could think was, back in 2016, I remember tens of thousands of people marching around the streets of Manhattan in fury about Trump. Where did they go?
Right. So I think that was the big difference. It was just in terms of a positive environment. It was so much positivity, and like you say, the protesters seemed to be non-existent. I don't know if they chickened out or what, or they just didn't have it organized or however they usually roll. But yeah, they weren't there.
What do you say to those who this morning have woken up to headlines in the New York Post and many other media outlets saying It was, you know, the nearest thing to 1939 all over again. But also specifically latching onto the comedian Tony Hinchcliffe, who told what I thought was some extremely lame and offensive excuses for jokes about Puerto Ricans, about Latinos, like he told some about Jewish people and so on. None of it seemed to work. He was the first one out as a speaker. And of course, all it did was allow people who hate Trump, particularly in the media, to say, well, look, this is what we warned you about. This is what this is all about. What do you say to people that say that?
You know, it was Hillary Clinton who made that general accusation, the false accusation that anybody who was going to show up there at the rally was, you know, a Nazi or Nazi sympathizer. And I think she incentivized a lot of us, me personally, to get there, to be there present, to prove her wrong, to prove that, oh gosh, here's another lie, here's another mischaracterization of who Trump supporters are. So, no, there was no hint of what had happened back in 1939. Hillary, too, forgets that she was at one of those rallies. Her husband's rally was held in Madison Square Garden also. She certainly didn't ascribe to herself and to her husband that same false accusation.
Mehdi, I'm sure you agree with every word that Sarah Palin has just said. I can't think of two more kindred political spirits.
I mean, if I take Governor Palin's point about going to prove something wrong, the problem is we weren't proved wrong. That rally could have proved us wrong. Donald Trump could have run a rally, and the Republican Party could have done a rally and said, what are you talking about? What a fake liberal accusation. Instead, they just served up line after line of hate, and that's the problem. Trump is who he says he is. MAGA is what we think it is. So when you tune into the rally, I wasn't there, thankfully, but when I tune in and see what was said, I mean, you just have to listen. You mentioned some of it. Puerto Rico is a floating island of garbage. Black people like to cut up watermelons, not pumpkins, on Halloween. Jews are stingy. Palestinians are terrorists. Effing illegals.
His argument, Mr. Hinchcliffe, is
only one of those is true, but you have to guess which one.
Kamala Harris is surrounded by pimp handlers. She's the Antichrist and the devil, right? The neo-Nazi great replacement theory. Immigrants are being brought to replace us. And that's all before Trump even took the stage. That's just the warm-up act.
Well, that's the point I was going to make. I was there. It was 6 hours. I would say that the offensive bits that you're talking about, some of them were clearly not intended the way they were. Some were. But I would throw back at you.
No, you don't.
I reckon if you had 6 hours right now of Kamala Harris and her people talking about Trump, it wouldn't take them long before they're into he's the new Hitler.
Okay.
And on the scale of
this
offense,
is desperate stuff even by your standards.
Well, hang on,
I was at the DNC. I sat for 6 hours in a very uncomfortable seat.
Right.
People did not make racist remarks. Hold on, let me finish. You interrupted my point.
I'm asking you a question.
Go on.
You've got a chance after this. What they want for you. But my point is, it wouldn't be long before the Hitler stuff comes out. And honestly, on a scale of offence, calling someone the new Hitler, isn't that actually worse than anything else?
First of all, I was at the DNC. I sat there 6 hours every night in a very uncomfortable seat. Nobody called Donald Trump Hitler from the stage. So your argument falls apart. Let's talk about what actually happened last night. The governor can do whataboutism. I don't know why you're doing the whataboutism. Let's talk about what happened last night.
Well, can I call as I see it?
Let me finish my point. Before Trump even got on stage, we had the Puerto Ricans, the Jews, the Palestinians, effing illegals, pimp handlers, Antichrist. That was all there. Then Trump gets on stage and says immigrants are invading and occupying our country, which is the language of the far right. He talks about the press being the enemy of the people, which is straight from Goebbels. You've condemned that line. He talked about the enemy within, which is literally a Hitler line. So if you don't want to be accused of sounding like Nazis, there's a simple solution. Stop talking like Nazis.
Dave?
All right. I don't know. I think the whole Nazi comparison is really tired and played out. And by the way, I also think, like, when Trump calls Kamala Harris a communist, I don't think that really hits home. I think all this stuff is kind of silly hyperbole. I also, look, I'm good friends with Tony Hinchcliffe, so well, I'm just stating my bias.
So talk to me about his act. His argument, I saw him tweeting, saying, well, I had to go at everybody, I was joking.
Well, look, this is what Tony does. And so, like, if you want to argue with me that you don't think it's appropriate to put like an edgy comedian at the beginning of your political rally, fine, but I don't think it's fair to like lump all those things together as if they were in a serious speech. Clearly the guy was making jokes, and if you don't like that, that's fine.
Hold on. What I quoted was not just from Tony Hinchcliffe. It was Trump's childhood friend who called Kamala the Antichrist.
My point is that you were mixing in what the comedian said with what other people said. So I think they should be viewed differently. I do think that there is Donald Trump has found a way, since he entered politics in 2016, to do something that's very unconventional that nobody else in politics is really doing, which is that he makes his events entertainment. He makes them comedy. When people come out to see Donald Trump, it's a different feeling than just listening to a policy speech.
That's why, I mean,
you may like that or not like that, but I do think that and it's almost like after 8 years of this, if the response from Trump critics is, you're Hitler, that's just not hitting home. Because whatever it is that people are seeing, that's not it.
No, I mean, it's a show. I mean, I called him, he's the Mick Jagger of politics in the sense that Jagger's 80, Trump's 78. It is a show. You turn up to about 30 speakers of increasing celebrity status. It was like being at a big music festival where the band gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Then you're into J.D. Vance and Elon Musk and Melania Trump, and then the big one, the headline act, on comes the big rock star. That's how he does this. That's his old television hat on, understanding entertainment. And Madison Square Garden, of course, is an iconic venue. It's the heart of Manhattan. It's the place where you would least expect to see a Republican rally.
It's not a swing state.
And at one stage last night, every single network, main network and cable network in America, was taking it live, including many your old employers, MSNBC, who vowed not to take any of his rallies. For $1 million, which is what it cost him to rent that venue, he's getting about $100 million worth of publicity. That's got to be good politics. Never mind anything else.
Oh, I think so. I mean, if you're just like analyzing it in terms of like whether it helped him or hurt him, there's something powerful about going into your opponent's territory, selling out a big arena, and getting that type of press. So in that sense, I think it was politically a win for Donald Trump.
Destiny, where are we with this race? Because the polling suggests that it's a knife edge, too close to call. But if I'm a Democrat looking at the swing state polling in particular, I'm pretty nervous right now.
I think as an American, I'm pretty nervous. It feels like there is just like a totally different standard that both sides can play by. It's really funny listening to the idea that one statement in a 6-hour entire rally, can't be used to convict Trump or his campaign or the rally. Meanwhile, when it comes to Democrats, you guys will pick out like one line from somebody, and that will be fair to characterize their entire speech. They're absolutely not as bad as each other. Because the difference is that while Trump will have
in terms of picking out lines from lengthy speeches, I think both sides play that game equally
hard. The problem is somebody will pick out, say, the Biden line where he talks about MAGA Americans, and then when you read the speech immediately after, he goes, not all Republicans are MAGA Americans, it's a minority of the party. It's just these people that deny, for instance, the election outcome, right? He'll specify, he'll clarify. Whereas for Trump, you can pick out lines, and these lines are not only consistent with everything else that he says, they're consistent with the policy that he advocates for and tried to pass in government. We're living in two completely and totally separate worlds where the standards for both sides are just out of this world.
So why is it that he may win? After everything that happened in the first term, after the way it ended, after the fact he was dead and buried, really, 2 years ago. I mean, I remember Ron DeSantis being way ahead in the polling to be a Republican nominee.
Before he ever talked to a single voter.
Right. But obviously but actually you could chart Trump's recovery was when the Justice Department started going after him in all sorts of different legal actions, and that is when you can see Trump's popularity starting to go up.
I totally disagree. It started to go up when he started to be more active in campaigning.
He went out to defend himself against all the legal charges.
He hasn't defended himself against any legal charge, to be clear. His defense is, I need criminal immunity. That's his defense. There was nothing was defensible. He didn't deny a single thing. He didn't say anything didn't happen. He said, I need criminal immunity from the things I'm being charged with. I can't possibly commit crimes.
Nobody has more aggressively defended themselves against criminal charges than Trump.
Name one defense. What's the defense for the Mar-a-Lago thing? What's the defense for the conspiracy to overturn the election thing?
You're conflating what I mean by defense with your idea of defense.
My idea of defense is like you say, this is why I didn't commit a crime. No, I did commit a crime and I need immunity. Like immunity by definition legally is not a defense,
but in relation to the one that he's actually being convicted of, I still think it was an absolute farce and a woeful act of self-harm by the Democrats who fueled this to go after Trump first for a bit of paper shuffling over paying a porn star off for a fling 18 years ago, which he denies ever having.
How many months did we have Hillary Clinton's emails being the front and center story for the news? How much did we hear about Hunter Biden and his cock and his crack addiction or whatever, who's, by the way, still not running for president?
How could Bill Clinton, when he was actually president of the United States, have sex with an intern in the Oval Office and then lie about it to the American people, and it's not him that gets dragged through a criminal court. It's Trump over a fling with a porn star 18 years ago.
Hold on, and I could be wrong because I'm younger. I'm only 35. Okay, my understanding is that Bill Clinton was impeached in the House, and that Bill Clinton was.
But he was never criminally charged.
And then Bill, because he didn't. I don't think he committed necessarily a crime. I think
he paid off Paula Jones $850,000.
Hold on, they're not even
for a sexual
close.
harassment
Bill Clinton
case.
is disgraced.
They're not even close because he's a Democrat.
No. Bill Clinton is disgraced in the Republican Party, and Donald Trump is the hero of the Republican Party. They're not even remotely similar to how the parties treat them.
Yeah, but Bill Clinton's a Democrat, and he still speaks at the DNC.
Of the time I've not seen. We're doing Bill Clinton now?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, I am.
All right, let's talk about Bill Clinton. Did he overturn an election? Did he send a mob to the Capitol to overturn an election?
I just told you what he did.
No, but I'm asking you what he did compared to Trump.
Well, he had sex with an intern in the Oval Office and then lied about it to the American people. Do you not think that's important?
Yes, I was against Bill Clinton. You picked the wrong guy. I was never a fan of Bill Clinton. Nice try. Try again. Let's talk about Trump. I tried to overturn an election. He's not been tried for it. Do you think it's right, Piers, as someone who objected to the insurrection, that he's going into election in 8 days? You asked Destiny, why is he still doing so well? Because he was never tried. You want to talk about the DOJ? I think the DOJ is an embarrassment. I wish they'd gone after him. They didn't go after him because he's going into an election having not seen the inside of a courtroom. For Georgia, for DC, we heard him commit a crime on tape, Piers. You heard him. You heard him say to Brad Raffensperger, find me the votes. If you had done that, I'd done that, we'd be in prison right now. We wouldn't be running for re-election. That is the reality. The American people never got to hear in court all of the charges against him. You saw the Jack Smith indictment.
Just so I'm clear on this here, and forget how you, Trump's guilty of all these crimes, whatever. When you're asking why is he getting so much support, your honest theory is that if he had just been prosecuted more, then his people would have turned against him?
It's not monocausal. There's many reasons he's doing well.
Okay, but one of the causes.
Democrats have run a bad campaign. Gaza is a factor, etc., etc.
Sure. Lots of factors.
The media doesn't know how to cover this stuff. But yes, clearly...
You think it would have hurt him with his supporters had he
not
been
with
tried
his supporters,
for
but we know
insurrection,
nothing
inciting an
with his
insurrection?
supporters. I've given up on his supporters. We're talking about the people who actually are persuadable. Yes. When was he most unpopular, Dave, in his entire life? On January 7th, 2021. So yeah, America is a country of amnesiacs. I can say that as an American and an immigrant.
But many
people just memory hole everything Trump did.
For a whole year, they've gone after him legally, and right now Trump is more popular.
And every time it's made him more popular.
Right,
every single time.
Trump is more popular in his personal approval rating right now than he's ever been in his entire 8-year political career. How can that be happening if it isn't actually a lot of Americans going, this is absurd?
I mean, if we're going to play the polls game, all the polls show that he's actually, the American people think he should have been prosecuted.
Okay, sir.
Trump supporters recognize that it is not Donald J. Trump a person whom is to be supported. It's what he represents. The Trump train that has been so aggressively moving forward with great intention for this country, we recognize it's what is represented on that. It's all about freedom. It's all about not allowing our country to be fundamentally transformed, as Barack Obama had promised he and his ilk that they would do to America. He said that back in 2008. We recognizing we don't need a fundamental transformation of America. We need a restoration of all that's good about America.
What is the freedom that Donald Trump represents?
And that is what Trump
Well, that's an interesting question.
Is it the freedom to not have an abortion, to have a police officer looking over you when you go to get tested for pregnancy? Is it the freedom to have a president that lives above criminal prosecution? Is it the freedom to have tariffs related to every single product that we might import into the country? What is the freedom?
We'll take one freedom that he is quite adamant about, because the majority of Americans are adamant about, and that's our Second Amendment rights.
I'm sorry, how much anti-gun legislation or executive action did Biden do, and then compare that to Trump? Biden did nothing. Trump banned bump stocks, so that's an auto loss for you. What's the next?
Well, let's talk about Kamala and her position.
Okay.
Are you saying Kamala or are you saying Kamala?
I say Kamala because I don't see any point in deliberately mispronouncing a name.
Like Trump does every single time he speaks.
Well, I don't want to
Hussein Obama.
Like Hussein,
and they called him the new Hitler. So all's fair in love and war.
Excuse me, but also, didn't Trump try to accuse Obama of not being born in the United States? Wasn't that his entrance into politics? Again, it's not just what he says, it's what he does. Just asking questions. And even when Arpaio came out with the birth certificate, they said, no apology for that.
Okay, so you asked about the freedom
when you're called a Nazi,
they've called Obama a communist for 8 years.
Let me finish my point.
Oh my goodness.
But if you this one point, it's all you have.
it's quite a big point because you're
it's
comparing.
not because Trump calls
Didn't
Harris
Trump
a fascist.
say immigrants were the poisonous to the blood of the nation or whatever?
You're comparing Trump to the most evil person in modern history,
J.D. Vance
who murdered 12 million people, who perpetrated a Holocaust of 6 million.
Hitler. The only person I know who's called Trump Hitler is his running mate, J.D. Vance.
And his last general called him a fascist.
Oh yeah, his last general, by the way, his top general said he's a fascist.
These are the people that have worked the closest to him.
His chief of staff says he praised Hitler. Should we go down the list?
Well, they didn't praise Hitler.
Do you know more about Trump? I know you're friends with him.
He said he would like to have had the loyalty of Hitler's generals.
That's not true. He said that's not true, Piers. Let's be some facts. He said, quote, he said, quote,
said that or not.
Hitler did some good things, is what he said.
He denies saying that.
Oh, Trump denies it.
Like the Charlottesville rally.
How do you know he did?
Piers, you trust Donald Trump over General John Kelly. Just say that to the world. I want to hear you say it.
Possibly on that,
Not possibly, do you? Yes
it's
or
been
no?
denied.
So
by other people who were in the room.
Lies
other
in
people
every breath.
Other people. I don't dispute that he has a problem with the truth, but I would say that other people who were in the room at the time say he never said it.
So let's just be clear. All of the top generals and military people who worked with him: Mark Milley, John Kelly, Jim Mattis, H.R. McMaster.
They're all fired,
Mark
right?
Esper. None of them were fired, actually. No, McMaster quit. Mattis quit. Kelly quit. So you're wrong again, Piers. Piers, facts matter, Piers. I know you're pushing.
When you say quit, what do you mean? They
literally walked away.
Or they were forced away.
No. Let me finish because you're getting this all wrong. I know you get your talking points from Fox these days. Well, you did. You just said something that Fox says. John Kelly walked away.
I sit in a liberal chair when I do the fire.
John Kelly walked away and Trump praised him on the way out. Mattis walked away, Trump praised him on the way out. The only time Trump started criticising them is when they pointed out stuff that he had said to them. So all these generals are lying, and Donald Trump, a man who has problems with the truth, to use your phrase, is telling the truth. Come on, Piers, it's embarrassing.
Well, but how do you, listen, I tend to agree with you. I don't know. I don't trust Donald Trump for sure. But even, like, I know a little bit about your politics, but am I really supposed to just like these generals are all beyond lying? I mean, Mattis, as you know, right? Mattis resigned because Trump actually tried to pull out of Syria, which he had campaigned on.
But he didn't
and run on.
No, by the way, I agree with you.
No, he did.
No, he said he doesn't respect the Constitution. They all consistently
No,
say
I'm
the
not
same
saying. Okay,
thing.
fine, but like, what does that even mean to them? They don't respect the Constitution. We were in Syria unconstitutionally. We were there without a declaration of war.
The game is always comparing both sides. I'm trying to pretend that they're the same. It's not even wrong because we haven't declared war since World War II.
Yes, I know. That's my point. The thing is, you're just projecting that I'm playing that game. I'm talking to him about something else. I'm not playing your dumb game.
I'm agreeing with you on the foreign policy. I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is,
pretend to laugh all you want to.
Do you believe all the generals are just attacking? Forget the generals. Go through everyone. His press secretary, his vice president. We can go through the list. NBC went to 44 cabinet officials.
I do not.
And said, "Are you voting for Trump?"
Yes. Okay.
4.
Okay. So let me
yes.
ask you a question. I believe that I do not trust Donald Trump. I think he's not an honest person. He's a self-promoter who will say whatever makes him look good. I believe that when Donald Trump said all of this rhetoric about drain the swamp in 2016, when he said we're not going to fight these wars anymore, when he, maybe somewhat unwittingly, called out Obama and John Brennan for the literal treason that they committed in Syria, with a capital T, arming and funding the enemy in wartime. Okay, when he said Obama created ISIS, things like that, I think he made a lot of enemies in Washington, D.C. And the idea that you could get 5 or 10 of them to come together and all say something bad about him, I'm not.
Dozens.
Okay, fine, dozens.
Dave,
I don't believe them either.
Okay, Dave, you're a smart guy. Let me just put it to you, just very simply. If I'm Mike Pence, am I not voting for Donald Trump because my family almost got killed or because Trump was in Syria? I'm going to take the simple answer that he's not supporting Trump because he saw that Trump did on January 6th. Well, that's my point. You can go down the list. I can be here all day telling you about former Trump officials who have turned on him. They can't all be lying.
Yeah, they can. Actually, I mean, they can. By definition, they could.
All of them are lying and Trump's telling the truth.
It's not
it sounds
a law.
insane. You sound insane.
Well, no, I don't. It's not a law of logic that they couldn't all be lying. Yes, you could get a bunch of people in D.C. together to lie. That's that. How do you think we got in Iraq, right? You got a lot of people in D.C. together to lie.
Let me just say.
This is the reality. Hang on. To support Donald Trump is that every single person is lying, but not Trump. This is the time that he's telling the truth. This is the game that's played. That's exactly what's being said.
Hang on, but Destiny, what you...
Hang on. I'm just curious. One question. Is there one other person with this track record of people around him that say he's a bad guy that you would support? Can you think of a single person with even half as many people that have worked closely with him? All of his personal people before elections, people like Michael Cohen, people like how many people in his campaign were arrested and then he pardoned immediately? People like Manafort, people like Bannon, like any one other person, just one person.
Destiny.
One person.
I'm going to say one thing to you, which is this, which is notwithstanding all your blind fury, you two, about
it's
all
not
this.
blind. It's very. We're seeing clearly.
I would say though, what's fascinating to me is the moment I try and turn it back and say, yeah, but hang on, what about the rhetoric from your side.
So give me the rhetoric. I want to hear
the
all you've got
Hitler,
is Hitler.
the
Who
Nazis,
said Hitler?
the Madison Square Garden is
Who
19...
said Hitler? We've done this before in July. Let's play
Literally,
the game
Hillary
again.
Clinton just said this was 1939 all over again.
The
rally. A
The
Nazi-style
Yes,
rally.
it is a
She's
Nazi-style
calling
rally.
Trump supporters
I do think it's a Nazi-style
Nazis.
rally. Yes,
So
it
you
is a
do.
foreign.
So you do think he's the new Hitler?
Hold on. A Nazi-style rally does not mean you're the new Hitler.
What does
And
it
by
mean?
the way,
What does
Trump,
it mean?
Hold on, you do this every time. Trump called
The
Biden.
Nazis were his party.
Is Joe Biden the Gestapo?
Huh?
Is Joe Biden the Gestapo?
What's that got to do with it?
I'm asking the question. Is Joe Biden the
No,
Gestapo?
I'm asking you. If it's
I'm asking
if
you,
it's a
Joe
Nazi
Biden,
rally, why
Joe
is he not
Biden-
the new Hitler?
Piers, is Joe Biden the
Who's
Gestapo?
running these new Nazis?
Is Joe Biden the Gestapo?
What's it got to do with it?
I'm asking you a question. Do you think Joe Biden is the
No,
Gestapo?
I'm asking the questions.
Do
It's
you
my
think,
debate.
Well, okay. Well, then let me just point out to you. To your
Answer my
viewers,
question first.
I will. Joe Biden was called the Gestapo by Trump. I've never heard you criticize Trump for calling Biden Nazi. Why?
I thought we weren't supposed to do whataboutism.
Exactly.
I was completely wrong.
Exactly.
By the way, I don't care. I think it's a legitimate point you're making.
By the way, he wasn't in the Gestapo. It's offensive. It's wrong. Okay.
Yeah, but
so is it equally offensive? But you think it actually genuinely was a Nazi rally?
Do you see the difference between saying that people say
that it was a
He did.
Nazi-style
in terms of the rhetoric that I said?
So the people
do you think Kamala's antichrist? Do you think Kamala Harris is the antichrist? You can't just ignore the facts.
Let Sarah speak.
Yes, please. Jeez, I feel like I should be your mother and just shut you guys up. I'm not your mother. You're grown men, and I have respect for your ages, if nothing else. But listen, you did just say that it was a Nazi-type rally. Meaning Nazi-style rally.
Yeah, meaning people get up and say outrageously.
So who's the leader of this group?
Meaning participants are Nazi-style participants? Is
I'm
that
saying people are cheering on far-right rhetoric. Do you know what the Great Replacement theory is?
The far right.
Do you know what the Great Replacement theory is?
What
No,
about
I trade in facts.
What about all the Jews in the audience that I saw? What about the Israel flags I saw?
Israel flag means what?
Well,
What does
they
it
may
mean?
not be thinking he's the new Hitler.
Do you know some of the most far-right politicians in Europe support Israel right now, including card-carrying anti-Semites across
Why
Europe?
would Jewish people go and watch the new Hitler and cheer him up?
Why did a Jewish speaker make lots of anti-immigrant racist remarks? I mean, this is ridiculous. Muslims and Jews. A Muslim guy endorsed Trump on Friday. Does that mean Trump is pro-Muslim? Come on, Piers, you're better than this.
No, I tell you what, you're better than this, because when you say it was a Nazi rally,
I didn't say
you
it was a
have
Nazi
to.
rally.
You did.
I didn't actually. I said it was a Nazi-style rally. There's a bit different.
When you say the Nazi-style rally, you're calling Trump Hitler. You are.
God, let me repeat myself.
Nazi-style.
I'm repeating myself. I'm saying that I listened to a rally at which people said things that Nazis said. Do you deny that Joseph Goebbels talked about enemy of the people, that enemy within is a Hitler
So
line?
anyone who
That
uses
was
the phrase "enemy of the people" is a Nazi.
Not anyone. When Trump
Is that what your
consistently
position
uses Trump language, Hitler language, when he says poisoning the blood of the immigrants, was that coincidence as well? Even after he was told that's only from Mein Kampf, and he said it again. Was that a coincidence?
But
Piers?
it was a
Was that
Nazi
a
rally
coincidence
to you.
Was that a coincidence?
Was it a Nazi rally?
No, it was a Nazi-style rally. People said absolutely neo-Nazi
So these
things.
people are capable
See, Piers,
of
you just want to
perpetrating
get
a
a gotcha
Holocaust.
line, and I want you to do with facts. Is a Great Replacement theory Nazi theory or not? No. Sorry, facts matter.
What
You
you're
can't
trying-
just say, I'm going to ask you about headline
You're
pictures.
missing my overall
No.
point, which is this.
It's not my fault that
My
you don't
point is that
understand what happened
you two are
yesterday.
very exercised about the...
I'm exercised by the fact that you don't
Hang
deal
on,
in
let me-
facts, Piers.
Mehdi,
The Great
Mehdi,
Replacement
let me get a
theory.
word in.
No. Great Replacement theory is a neo-Nazi theory. Until you address that, I can't continue this conversation.
Let
because you don't know what
me
you're
come to
talking
Sarah for... I want to move to a different thing, because you're not going to address the fact you think
You
they're
don't know
Nazis.
what the Great Replacement
You think
theory
they're a
is.
bunch of Nazis, but
Can I
don't
just
really
say,
want to
as an
say
American that watches both of your shows, I love watching you guys do this to each other, because watching you guys do it to other people's infuriating, and when you guys go to each other, it's very funny. So
I enjoy it too.
It is true, though. You don't deal in fact when you talk about Trump, though. I agree with him.
No, I do. I'm very...
Well, what's the Great Replacement theory? Why don't you tell your viewers?
You guys get mad about Trump being
Hang
compared
on.
to Hitler.
I
Trump
know the
literally
Great
says,
Replacement
I want to
theory.
suspend the Constitution
I don't
if I vote
agree-
fraud.
I don't
Trump
agree
literally
with the
says
Great
that the media
Replacement
are the enemy
theory.
of the people.
So why
Like,
was it echoed by Tucker Carlson and Don Jr. yesterday at the
But
rally?
I don't agree with it. What do you want me to say?
So yeah, he said replace. Yes, Don Jr. was speaking. He said replace the immigrants coming to replace us.
Trump was thrown a
Went through the
softball
rally.
question by Sean Hannity, and he said he'd be a dictator on day
Well,
one.
let me ask you
Hannity
about...
was teeing him up for a softball
all right,
question.
but let me ask you about illegal immigration then, Destiny. So we've seen an unbelievably large number of illegal immigrants come in during the Biden-Harris administration. Do you think this is right for America?
I don't think that Republicans think that illegal immigration is a problem right now. In fact, I'm 100% confident.
That wasn't my question.
I
said, do you think it's right that between 7 and 10 million people
the reality
have
is,
come in illegally?
Here are two facts that nobody will ever talk about. I'll tell you, here are two facts that we do not have a problem right now with illegal immigration in the United States. We have a problem with asylum seeking, okay? That's the number one, that's a huge thing. But number two, if this was such a huge problem, why were Republicans so content to pull the plug on it when Donald Trump said, I need to leave the border open for me to run on this as an election issue? You know what that tells me? That tells me it was never really a problem in the first place. It was just a talking point.
It's Trump's fault.
Definitionally. Wait, I gotta hear this. Do you understand? Do you agree that Donald Trump was the one that told them to pull the plug on the bill?
He said so.
Well, I don't think...
Wait, do you agree that Donald Trump told them, do not vote yes on this bill?
I can try and answer.
Okay.
I don't think he should have been active in getting that bill pulled, because it would have helped. However, and I want to bring Sarah in on this, you cannot dispute there is a massive crisis at the southern border, nor can you dispute...
I'm shocked that you say that Republicans don't believe that the influx of illegal aliens across our borders is not a problem.
Why
it is a problem.
Bill?
It is a problem, and I think it's not just Republicans who recognize that. Look at even the Democrat leaders of cities who are being overrun, their budgets being busted, trying to support the illegals.
And they all supported the bill. They supported the bill.
Do you not think blaming Trump for everything is a bit lame?
I'm talking about
They were ready to vote for the bill, and then Trump said, don't do it.
Let me bring in David.
Langford, all these people said we were going to vote for the bill, and then Trump pulled the plug on it.
Where you've not said one critical thing about Donald Trump since it started.
Actually, what I was going to say to you before I got shouted over yet again on my own show, what I was going to say to you was...
I thought it was going to be Dave and Sarah versus me and Destiny, but apparently it's me and Destiny versus Sarah and Piers.
You always like to do this, and it's not true.
I've not heard you say one critical thing about Trump.
When Trump was president, I wrote 110 columns for the Daily Mail about Trump. When he left, I counted negative, positive. It was about a 50-50.
Great, but not today.
So I have been very, very critical of Trump, and I felt he's deserved it. Well, no, because I find that with you, and with Destiny, with great respect to you guys, you absolutely love sticking it to him. When I try and stick it back to your own problems with your own party, you don't want to hear it.
Hey, Piers, I can assure you I wish that I hadn't heard a bunch of racist stuff last night. I'm just coming on the show to say I heard a bunch of racist stuff last night.
Let me ask you this, Dave. Trump's most powerful part of his speech last night was his first line, where he said, let me start by just saying this. How many of you feel better off than you did 4 years ago? And they all shouted, do any of you? And they all shouted no. I can imagine millions of Americans at home who've had an extremely tough 4 years because of massive inflation and huge cost of living problems would all be shouting no as well. That, in the end, I suspect will win Trump the election. Nothing else. I suspect it's actually going to be, well, it'll be the failure to control the border, but it will be predominantly that people feel they are worse off than they were 4 years ago.
Well, I think the thing that really undercuts this pitch from Donald Trump is that he really means 5 years ago. Yeah. You know, like Donald Trump has to run on the first 3 years of his administration and then go, hey, that whole 2020 thing really doesn't count because, like, we got hit with this virus and the Democrats would have done the same thing. Or
is it unreasonable, that position? Given it was a global pandemic.
Well, it is, yes and no.
Given by common consent, America performed better than most countries. In the pandemic.
Well, it depends on how you measure.
It's just fundamentally untrue.
It totally depends on how you measure.
Economically, it is believed America performed better than most countries.
Well, we also recovered better, but Biden doesn't get credit for that.
Jeez, guys. I mean, I know it's like a week before an election, man, and everything's just got to get down to this tribal. Like, we got to win this point, man. But just for a second, I will say that it's like, look, on one hand, what Donald Trump benefits from is the fact that the entire Democratic criticism of Donald Trump through 2020 was just that he didn't do more lockdowns and do more, you know what I mean? Like, and so they kind of don't get to say it, but he also doesn't really get. The truth is, 4 years ago from today, a lot of Americans were worse off than they are right now because they were recovering from lockdowns. There were people whose businesses were shut down.
That's why he said from the start of the administration.
In my opinion, if Donald Trump had been a great leader, had actually risen to the moment he was called to, and had gotten Fauci off that task force, and had been against lockdowns, and had kept somewhat of liberty going through that year, he'd be in a much stronger position to say that.
The irony is that Trump in the pandemic actually behaved like a good old-fashioned authoritarian, and you lot screamed it wasn't authoritarian enough.
Well, listen, I will say, I do think, well, maybe not you. There were certainly a lot of people who were critical of that.
Fundamentally on Fauci, of course.
But that's a different argument. But that's a separate point. Now, for Donald Trump, what he can kind of get at is that, the first 3 years of his administration certainly were much better times for many Americans. I would say this, however, I think in some ways Donald Trump is fortunate that he didn't win the election in 2020, because those years were going to be very tough years for the country. And now the Democrats
had the fastest growing economy in the G7.
Yes, depending on how you want to measure these things, I think they've been very difficult.
Consent, I think is what.
Man, you guys just are like impossible.
You're trying to sneak so many bullshit facts. The United States is doing better than every OECD country, than every G7 country when it comes to inflation, and then you try to blame it on Biden.
I said one thing. No, it didn't. Destiny, I'm actually not trying to blame it on Biden. If you listen to what I said whoever was going to be in there was going to have. But that's what you hear, because
even the things that you
can I win the point?
No, it's not about winning the point. Even when you say people were mad about Trump for not being an authoritarian enough, that's not true. People were mad about Trump because, one, he denied that COVID was even in the country for days or weeks until it was finally evident that we had to say something about it. And then, two, Donald Trump undermined his own health administration so much that the one thing that he wished he could take credit for, that he tried to, which was warp speed for the vaccine, he couldn't even do it because his electorate wouldn't even believe that vaccines work.
Hang on, let me bring in Sarah.
Thank you.
Let me bring in Sarah.
You were making a point based on Trump's opening lines, right? And I think you were going to make an interesting point, but you were interrupted.
The factual world drives us back so much.
You mumbled an answer, though, when he said Trump asked the audience, are you better off today than you were? And you said, well, no.
They are better off today.
You're saying we are better off today?
Yeah, I know facts
really?
Don't matter
The $33 trillion debt that we are, the trajectory of this debt, too, is going the wrong direction.
So hold on, Trump added more to the debt than any previous president.
I'm going to give you an example.
If we're just going to do 4 years.
Look at the inflation rate. Look, go into a grocery store, see what it costs to buy a dozen eggs, to buy a pound of butter, to fuel up your truck. All these things.
But look at the polls. But look at the polls, by the way, which show the two biggest issues for American voters in this election by far
are
the economy, cost of living, and immigration. And that is why, if Trump ends up winning, it will be on those two issues.
We agree for the first time in the show. I agree with you that the polling is bad on the economy. That Americans, the vibes are bad on the economy.
We're not better
off. But the point Destiny made just now is that facts also matter. So, I thought it was a conservative line, facts don't care about your feelings. I don't care that Americans feel bad about the economy. The numbers are very clear. Every economist says the same thing. Every survey shows the same thing. Real wages are actually higher today than they were in September 2020. They are. Real wages are higher. Real wages, you know what real wages are? What do you mean not factoring? Real wages factor in inflation, Sarah Palin. That's what real wages are. Factoring inflation, real wages are higher today than in September 2020. In fact, wages have outstripped prices for the last 20 straight months. Household net worth is at a record high. Unemployment is at a 50-year low. We now have 6 million fewer people unemployed.
So why do the vast majority of Americans feel worse off?
Sorry?
Are they all lying about
I think inflation took a toll, huge toll.
So they are worse off.
But the inflation's now down, right? No, we're at the lowest inflation rate since February 2021. No, because now real wages are up.
You just said you inferred they were.
Have prices decreased then?
First of all, again, I agree that Americans are upset about prices. I'm upset about prices. But it was a global problem, was it not? Did you not just say the pandemic was a global problem?
Why would they
was inflation not a global problem?
Why would they be upset about prices if they're not worse off?
Because they were. Hold on. In 2022, when we hit record high levels of inflation, if I had sat on your show
they still feel worse off today.
We still have that inflation. It's cumulative. It's year-to-year. It adds
so they are worse off then.
No, that's one factor. Prices are just one thing. Wages are another thing. Net worth is another thing.
I already conceded. Do people feel worse off? Yes. But the numbers say something else.
So do you understand they're all completely deluded.
Yeah, people not deluded, but people. You think the public know everything about everything?
You are underestimating the wisdom of the people.
There's polling in this. You can look at the YouGov polls. You can see.
By the way, since Joe Biden was running for office, and this
is all about feeling.
So this has actually been the official Democratic line, which is that this is a great economy. They were saying this back this summer when Joe Biden was in. It's a great economy. All of the numbers show it. All of the economists say it. But there's this problem where people just don't agree.
And
people are so stupid that they think let me get a sentence out here. Listen, as you guys kind of just alluded to there, look, the problem with inflation is that it is cumulative. And so even though the inflation rate has come down, that's just adding to the prices. Correct. And people have been absolutely destroyed over the last 3.5 years over this price inflation. It is literally everybody I know has felt the pressure of it. Even people who make like really good money, it's been very, very difficult. I do not think this is something that is at the lays at the feet of one party or the other. The truth is that Donald Trump in the year 2020, when not all Trump, but his government locked down the economy and added $6 trillion to the money supply in the year 2020. That was going to result in some price inflation. Biden then in 2021 came in. They kept the money printing going.
But it was
they
also
kept
a global
the
issue, Dave. You accept
I'm not denying there was inflation problems around the globe. I'm saying we're talking about America right now. This is something that is now the politics of it are that the actual price inflation pretty much all fell on Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's watch, and that's very difficult to get yourself out from
Can I just say one point about this thing about you say about facts and feelings? I can prove to you that Americans are not doing this as some kind of rational calculation. I can prove it to you. If the Americans people really cared about inflation and prices, that's their #1 issue, then they would vote Harris. Because every single economist, 95% of economists, according to a University of Chicago survey, say they will pay higher in tariffs. Tariffs will bring up inflation. Every serious economist in this country...
You're missing
No, Piers, you're missing the point. Because if inflation is your #1 issue...
my point.
Because you let me finish mine, you jumped in. If inflation is their #1 issue, then they should be voting for Harris. Okay. That proves that inflation's not their top issue.
Here's the problem. The problem is that the reality of the inflation issue, as you've all basically admitted, is that inflation, by very definition, is increasing prices even if the rate comes down. So Americans are paying consistently, month by month by month, for the entire Biden-Harris administration. They're paying more when they go to the grocery store.
But their wages have gone up too, Piers. This is a key part of economics. But the real wages have gone up.
But the vast majority of working class people in America feel worse off. And that is going to... ultimately, is going to resonate.
We're kind of not really disagreeing. At the very beginning, I said I take your point about feelings.
Yeah.
I'm just saying facts show that they're better off. If you want to answer the question Trump asked honestly, people are better off today.
Let's turn to war, because that should calm down the debate. Destiny, look, obviously it's a pretty consequential election in many ways, but not least, I would argue, for the fate of people in Gaza and Ukraine and other hotspots around the world. Where are we with these? I mean, it's quite interesting to me that for the first time I can remember, you have a body of Republicans who do not want to back, say, Ukraine against a Russian dictator that illegally invaded their country. I remain very perplexed and surprised that is the view. And Sarah, we can come to you for why that may be. But that is the case. If Trump was to win, he says he'll fix it all in 24 hours. I don't think he will, but he will try and do a deal. The question is, what is that deal? Because Ukraine are saying they're not going to give up an inch of the land.
So the issue is that Donald Trump is a 4-year-old when it comes to understanding really any issue, but especially foreign policy. And a lot of people have this, they're obsessed with this idea of peace in their mind, which if you're in conflict, peace is the furthest thing from your mind. You want some kind of just peace or justice, right? So Trump's solution for Ukraine is just give up the land that's been taken from you and everything will be kosher, just like Russia did in Moldova with Transnistria, just like Russia did with South Ossetia, and I can't even pronounce the other place in Georgia, and just like Russia's trying to do now with Ukraine. If you're somebody that wants, justice for Ukraine, or you want the United States to remain a world leader when it comes to, ensuring trade routes or being somebody that the world looks to ensure relative peace and freedom and stability throughout places like Europe, which it has enjoyed historically more in the past 30 years than it had in the 200 years prior to that, Donald Trump obviously is not going to do that for you. If you're somebody who's very concerned about the Israeli-Gaza conflict, I mean, you've got Donald Trump, who wholeheartedly, he said it before, will support Israel basically no matter what, with absolutely, no contention whatsoever. You've got a guy who agreed to moving the embassy, who before that was talking about pulling all of the UNRWA funding from the Gaza Strip, who would support Netanyahu through and through. The whole reason why those Abraham Accords started was because Netanyahu wanted to start annexing parts of the West Bank, right? Donald Trump is not going to help any of the Palestinians if that's something that you're concerned about. Insofar as peace in the Middle East, I mean, you've got this talking point over and over again, no new wars, no new wars. Yeah, again, we haven't had any new wars since World War II, right? The war in Iraq was the use of force authorization, or the authorization of the use of force. It wasn't technically a war.
Well, it was a war.
You can call it that, but Donald Trump bombed Syria. Donald Trump bombed Syria. That wasn't a war, apparently. Yeah, with no congressional authorization. Iran attacked Saudi Arabia. They did a drone strike on oil refineries. There was conflict all throughout Iraq and Syria. Donald Trump abandoned Kurdish allies in Syria. Donald Trump signed a deal with the Taliban and essentially forfeited Afghanistan. And there was the whole fallout from that. Like, this idea that there was peace in the Middle East under Donald Trump is absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense.
Look, I actually think Trump's foreign policy was a lot more effective than people give him credit for.
He did nothing. What was effective about it?
Well, there's not. Look, I mean, it's not. There's some truth in there mixed with some just like attempts to get Donald Trump. Look, when people say there were no new wars under Donald Trump, there is. First of all, I'll say at least that's the talking point. At least that's what they're going with, rather than going, he killed all them terrorists or something like that, which would have 20 years ago would have been the talking point from people on the right wing. So that's at least better. But the reason why they wouldn't consider him bombing Syria a new war is because Obama had us already in that conflict since 2012.
When he reneged on his red line.
Yes. Now listen. By the way, there are
Assad used chemical weapons, and Obama did nothing, and Putin came in and took control. Well, that's what happened.
Okay.
Yes,
anyway, yes.
That is what happened.
Well, actually, if you want to really look at what happened in 2012, because the war, and I know you know about this stuff, because the war in Iraq had been such a disaster, and the power had been handed back to the Shiites in the region, and Iran had more influence than they had had in the history of the regime, then it really started under George W. Bush, but then continued into Obama. They did what they called a redirect, where now we were going to try to take the Shiites down a peg, who we had just put in power in Iraq. And so what we wanted to do was overthrow Bashar al-Assad, and so we started funding all of the anti-Assad rebels, which largely consisted of al-Qaeda and ISIS, and they knew this. Anyway, it wasn't like during Obama inherited these two wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and said he was going to end at least the one in Iraq. He then spread wars to Libya, Syria, Yemen. Somalia had already been going since George W. Bush was in there. You didn't see that under Donald Trump. You didn't see. However, he did.
Disagree.
Yes. If you let me finish the sentence, then sure, we'd get there. However, he did escalate the war in Afghanistan, which he said himself was unwinnable, and so he escalated the war in Afghanistan. Not like Obama with 70,000 plus troops there, but he did send thousands extra troops. He did take off the gloves with drone strikes and rules of engagement. So the idea that he was like an anti-war president is not true. There was, rhetorically, he was very different than previous presidents, and he would at least talk about the idea that these wars were disasters, that we never should have fought them, and that really America shouldn't be involved in that business.
Also,
I'm glad that he's at least infusing that into the popular
I do think he came at it with an overview as a business guy. It's just bad business. These wars were costing trillions of dollars cumulatively to get nowhere, really. What's your assessment of Trump on the foreign stage?
And there's huge conflicts of interest also with this war machine that our country has seemed to have embraced and allowed to perpetuate. I'm voting for Trump because I hate war. And I don't know if any of you, I hate that it's the old men who call for wars and they send our young men to go fight those wars for them, our young men and our young women. And, you know, all politics are personal. I don't know if any of you have a real personal connection with those who have been sent to war zones, and then the guys, the gals, they come back different people. They're adversely affected. On a personal level here, I will do whatever I can, and I will support whatever candidate needs support in order to avoid war. Why I will not support Kamala is she doesn't understand, for one, that inherent link between energy development, energy independence in America, and that inherent link between that and our safety and our sovereignty. And because Kamala and because the Democrat Party has put an end to so much of our exploration, certainly so much of our development of our own natural resources.
Isn't America producing more energy today than we have in all of history?
No, we're not. And
that's not true? We're not?
No, we're not. And
okay.
Remember Kamala and her administration, day one, they stopped pipelines, no more drilling on federal land.
So, so we look up, America's not producing more energy. You ran with McCain. You said you care about veterans and everything. Did Trump's comments about McCain bother you at all? Did Trump prefers people that didn't get captured?
I've never said anything negative about McCain or any.
I didn't ask if you said it. I asked if Trump's comments bother you about that.
Anyway,
when Trump made fun of that Gold Star family for their child, did that bother you?
They
bother me. I wrote a column criticizing him heavily for it.
She cares about vets. I had two parents who served in the Air Force. I'm just curious, if you cared about vets, did these comments bother you?
If
when
I
Trump
care
tried to go to
about
Arlington
vets,
and do a photo
if
op
I
there.
care about vets,
yeah, if
really,
you do, did these comments bother you?
If I care about vets.
If you cared about vets,
so
I'm asking, do these comments bother you?
the inherent link between energy and prosperity and
it's
energy
talk
security.
About whether or not Trump's comments about McCain
you
bother
interrupted the point that I was going to make.
Because
you
you're not making any
the
points.
subject,
These are political
dude.
talking points. Are we running for office in here?
Really, really.
You did run for office, by the way. You ran with John McCain, the most warmongering man that we know of. Why
I
did you
did
run
think
with
that
John
was the
McCain?
point to make. No,
Why
I
did you
just-
Why did you run with John McCain if you're
to
anti-wars?
make a positive difference in our
But he would have
country.
sent warmongering man.
You interrupted the point that I was going to make.
Because
You
you're not making
changed
any
the
points. These are
subject,
political
dude.
talking points. Are we running for office in here?
Really, really.
You did run for office, by the way. You ran with John
Oh
McCain,
my
the most
gosh.
warmongering man that we know of. Why
I
did you
did
run
think
with
that
John
was the
McCain?
point to make. No,
Was
I
I-
just-
was I to
Why
change-
did you run with John McCain if you're
to
anti-wars?
make a positive difference in our
But he would have
country?
sent more people to die.
You don't know that.
I do.
You
He
don't
literally
know.
said,
You-
"Bomb, bomb, bomb
oh,
Iran."
you're-
He sang it.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
he
So
did.
you're
He did
prophetic.
campaign.
He campaigned on a war
campaigned on
platform.
100 years in Iraq.
He campaigned on staying in Iraq 100
why-
years
I like
and
what you
bombing
were saying.
Iran.
You're
by the way.
asking why I accepted the nomination to
I'm just
run
wondering,
for
you're
Vice
sitting
President
here
of the United
saying
States of
you're
America?
against war abroad, and yet I just want to remind younger viewers at home, you ran with the most warmongering senator of my lifetime.
And you're asking why I ran for Vice President of the United States
No,
of
no, I
America?
know why you ran. You wanted power.
well, you
I'm just
asked-
saying why you're
you-
not consistent.
you-
But
I mean,
maybe
to be fair to
pointless
Palin,
question.
Vance accepted the
asked-
nomination, and he said that Trump could be America's next Hitler. So I mean,
That's
you
true,
know.
maybe.
All right, why don't we try and be a little fairer to the ex-governor, because she's on her own
was a
here, getting
question.
attacked
It was
by
a
three
question.
brutal
And I
males.
wanted
Well,
to
I
talk
think-
about energy and America's
Yeah, finish your
need
point on
What you said was
for
false about energy. Facts matter too.
and
America has record energy production
independent-
right now.
No.
It does.
What's
People
false?
can Google it right now
when
and see
I
they got
said
some
that
of the
on
truth.
day one, what the Biden administration did was halt so much of our exploration
we have record energy
and our
production.
construction of pipelines. And
I'm not a fan of that, by the way. I think we should have less
denied-
energy production.
You
I'm a
lied.
critic of
You're
Biden
a
on his
liar.
energy production.
You're a liar. You lied.
I'm
and
a liar.
Yes, and you said, no, Biden didn't do that. Yes, he did on day one.
Do you know he handed out more
They
licenses
sta-
than
they
Trump? Do you know
start-
that?
I'm making the point that you denied. My point is true.
Destiny said energy's
that-
higher, and you said no. So if anyone lied, you did.
Listen.
People
All
can
right.
DVR it, they can rewind it and
All
see
right.
you saying a
Let
false
me ask-
statement.
let me
to
ask this
Destiny.
question.
So you don't
Energy
think that-
production higher. Is
you don't
energy
think
production
that
higher
Biden-
today?
You don't think that Biden
Is energy
thwarted
production
our
higher under Biden than
exploration?
Trump?
And you just
Is
lied
energy production
and
higher,
said
Sarah
that-
Palin?
that
It's a very simple
Biden
question.
didn't
I know
do it.
facts are not your strong point. Is energy production higher today under Biden than under Trump? It's a simple yes or no
You're
question.
an obnoxious.
See, but then the issue
Facts
that's
hurt,
what
don't you?
really
Facts
are.
don't care about
You
your
say- you
feelings.
say, are Americans wrong when they have this feeling? Well, the feelings
I'm
oftentimes are
obnoxious
generated
because I asked
from
you if
the-
energy production is higher today than under Trump.
You're
That makes me
obnoxious
obnoxious.
because I'm asking you why you would say that
I mean,
Biden
I'm obnoxious.
didn't thwart.
You're a
he
racist.
didn't
Do you want to play
thwart-
that game?
Oh.
You said Obama is not born in America. He's
I
not one of
did?
us.
I
He's
said that?
Yeah, you said Trump is doing a great job asking for his birth certificate.
I
you said
said
he's
that?
you said he's not one of us. You said he jives and schmucks. Should we go down the record? You're going to call me obnoxious? Why don't you
Yeah,
talk about your racism?
Yeah.
Why don't we
Why
talk about your
do-
racism?
Why do you change the
you
subject
said
instead of
Black
just
Lives Matter
answering a
protesters are dogs.
question?
Should we go down? Should
I
we go
said
down the
they're
All right,
dogs.
all right,
You're
hang
a
on.
liar.
All right, let's-
Show
let's-
me where I ever said that
It's
protesters
funny you didn't
are
deny the
dogs.
Obama. You say Obama's
Let
shocking
me-
judge.
You're
All
a
right.
liar.
Mehdi, if you get the governor on your show, which is, I would say, unlikely as things stand, if you
do
do,
it
you can continue the prosecution. Let me just segue to this, though, because it's
I
interesting.
called people dogs who were protesting in
believe you.
America.
I
You're a
believe you did.
liar.
Did you question Obama's birth?
Oh my goodness!
Did you
are
say
a
he's
liar.
not one of us?
You know, based
Did you say he's
on
palling around
that-
with terrorists?
Based on that, we're talking about Bill Ayers at the time and how
So you stand by
Obama
that?
had kicked off.
You're standing
his,
by Obama's
his,
with terrorists?
entire. Oh my goodness! I can't believe
Did
you
you
even
say he's
have
not
a
one of
show.
us?
If you
Did you say Obama's not one of us?
I still want to know this proof that you have of me calling protesters in America dogs.
I believe you refer to Black Lives Matter protesters. Is that
I
right? If
believe
I'm wrong,
you
I'll
are
happily
wrong.
withdraw
All
that
right,
comment.
we'll fact check after this. I want to ask you this, Mehdi, because you're being very vocal and taking on Sarah Palin.
Hey, man, I got called obnoxious for pointing out energy production levels.
I
so
don't
yes.
think you would win a court case about
No,
not being
you're
obnoxious. But
because
let's
you
move on.
lied
Let's move on.
about Biden not thwarting our
I can also be
exploration and
obnoxious before you
development.
play the what a battery. Let me just ask you this, though. Given that you believe Trump is a racist who's holding neo-Nazi style rallies and so on, why is it that he's gaining significant ground with black and Latino voters? Why would they gravitate to a man who is literally, in your eyes, the new version of a Nazi?
It's a good question. I think because minority communities are not monoliths. I'm having the same issues in my own Muslim community where a lot of Muslims, not a lot, but some Muslims are actually going to vote for Trump because they're upset about Gaza. They think he's the peace candidate. And I think people have different reasons. I think we can make generalizations about entire communities. I'm not going to make generalizations
But
about
it is
black
incredible.
or
You have the
Latino
you have-
voters.
you have a-
Although I think it's slightly exaggerated. There's an ABC poll that came out on
But
Sunday.
you have a woman.
Yeah, there's
black-
an ABC poll that came out on Sunday that shows Harris is doing better with black and Latino men than Joe Biden did in
Yes,
2020.
but the significant thing, Dave, is that his Trump's own popularity popularity with black and Latino voters is significantly increased.
What is that popularity? What are the numbers that we're talking here? Are we going from like 11% to 17%?
I think I read on African Americans, it's something like from about 4 or 5% to nearly 20%. That's significant.
It depends on what polls you look at. And again, like we'll figure out in, well, I guess it might take us a few weeks before we have this data, but we'll see what actually ends up happening on the election day. There is something very interesting about the fact that Trump's, if you look at the aggregate of the polls, Trump's support amongst minorities seems to be going up. There is, at least on the surface, that seems kind of funny given how he's being covered in the corporate media. I really do think that a lot of the there's kind of like the progressive cultural worldview is often very disconnected from what people in these communities actually care about. I think the fact that I think personally there's actually a lot of things that appeal to certain people in these communities that Donald Trump, just in his personality. But I really do think that if you ask them, it all is coming down to the same two things that it's coming down to for most voters, which is immigration and the economy. These are the two big issues across all the polls.
It is, I mean, whatever side of this you're on with Trump, it is fascinating that somebody who, many on your side believe is this appalling racist and everything else, that he is increasing support in minority groups. Why is
certain talking, because black people and Hispanic people and Asian people and white, we're not fundamentally different. You can appeal to people using certain talking points. I hate that I'm saying this, but like Dave said, I agree that, that talking about immigration and inflation, that's a thing that plays to a lot of communities, especially if you're a poor community, especially if you don't have as much money. These are things that are probably hitting you the hardest. Now, the issue where the rubber meets the road is that while Trump will talk about inflation, while Trump was running for president, he ran huge deficits in a great economy. There's no reason for it. At least Biden has an excuse to run deficits. We're coming out of a global pandemic. And Donald Trump's, every single policy that Donald Trump is talking about will increase inflation. It's going to. Who do you think? You think that I'm going to care if my coffee costs $10 or $15 because of tariffs? It's not going to bother me. It's not going to bother anybody sitting here. It's going to bother the very same communities that are trying to vote for him because they're worried about things like inflation. And the policies themselves don't even make sense, right? What do you think is going to happen when we deport 12 million workers, or when we deport however many people Donald Trump wants to, or when we cut immigration even harder at the border, right? Donald Trump will simultaneously say we're shipping all of our factories to Mexico because they're making cars down there, but we want to ban all the people from coming to the United States to make the cars. It doesn't make any sense.
Allow me to remind you of my favorite statistic, which is...
I don't care about Obama. Obama is not running for president, so I don't know why. I don't care.
You're ahead of me, but let me do it anyway.
I know, I've heard it, the deporter-in-chief.
It's my favorite stat.
It doesn't matter. All it proves is that Trump is a liar when you say he ran on immigration, because Obama was already deporting a ton of people.
The single greatest deporter of people in American presidential history, pro rata, per year, was Barack Obama.
So then would you say that Trump was lying when he said that the Democrats were bad on immigration?
Over 3 million in 8 years.
Yeah, so would you say that Trump was lying when he said that Obama was bad on immigration?
No, I'm simply saying there's
so much... I'm curious, would you say that Donald Trump and the Republicans lied when they said that Obama had an open border?
There is so much...
Palin has probably said that Obama had an open border. Did they lie when they said that?
Let's call her Mrs. Palin. Be respectful.
Mrs. Palin.
Mrs. Palin.
Did Obama have an open border?
Hang on. Do you think Donald Trump's going to win in a week?
I do. And I think that, again, you are underestimating the wisdom of the people, the collective here in the electorate, people saying we do need a change from what we have just witnessed for 3.5 years, 4 years now. And Kamala will perpetuate, she will continue what the Biden administration did.
What do you think Trump clearly has something, and I'll use this word and it's going to enrage these two. I don't mean it in the sense of fantasy magic, but he's got a magical touch which allows vast numbers of people to gravitate to him. I saw it last night, not just in the Madison Square Garden. Outside, there were tens of thousands of people trying to get in, right? So he's got something. I saw Jonathan Karl on ABC this morning saying, whatever you think of it, he said, I can't think of a single Republican nominee ever who could have packed out Madison Square Garden at this stage of a campaign in Democrat-dominated New York.
He's not even that popular. Has Trump's popularity
ever been
about 45%?
This is what ABC's Jonathan Karl said, not me, right?
Is he going to win New York?
No, but you know what? He's going to do very much better in New York than people would have expected. And I do think there's a potential that Trump could do a massive sweep of all the swing states. I do. And I think he might also win the popular vote, which would be extraordinary, given where things are. I'm also reminded, Mehdi, that in the 2020 election, Trump got nearly 10 million more votes than first time around in 2016. So, notwithstanding your own very deep-rooted views about him, there is something, as I say, magical in his ability to bring these people to him and believe in him, right? It may be a magic that he hates and he hates.
I mean, there
there's
are other
something about
speakers
it.
in history who've
I
had that
saw it
magic,
last
because
night.
I
There
won't
was a
say the name, you'll lose your mind.
there
You'll
is
lose
a
your mind if I
fervor
do.
about his support, which is
Fervor,
tangible.
a magic.
Yeah.
Well, I think, you know, if you take away the checkbook and the bank account, right, that Trump is owner of, you can ratchet down what it is that he stands for and the way he speaks and the connection that he has with people that covers all demographics. He's like a regular person, and I know that personally, and we've been friends for many years. Before he became a bigwig in politics, we became friends because he had a connection with me through family. He saw what the press was doing to me, the media was doing to me back when I was a governor, when they were attacking my kids, and they were, on a national level, they were telling lies about my administration, my record, my reputation. And Trump started reaching out to me back then, saying, hey, you know, hang in there, and it's tragic what they're doing to your kids. That's not fair. So we connected over that. And then through these years, that connection has grown. I see personally, I see firsthand how he is able to reach out, and there is charisma there, the way he is able to reach out and make connections. He speaks like the everyday man.
Yeah.
People think that's perhaps uncouth, and he may not have some kind of pedigree that some people would desire to see in him, but that mirrors kind of the general population in America, where, again, take away the checkbook, take away the money, and he can connect to the everyday man.
Mehdi, who's going to win? Putting aside who you want to win,
don't know.
Who's going to win?
I don't know.
That means to me you think he's going to win.
Yeah, of course he could win. I've said that to anyone.
But
who
the fact you don't know means you think...
Of course he could win. He's neck and neck in the polls, which probably means he's leading. If you're neck and neck in the polls, Trump's support is often understated in the polls.
Yeah.
So I think Democrats should be panicking.
Yeah, he did better in 2016 and 2020 than he was polling.
Yes,
right.
Which is
so now I don't know.
Although I would say there's 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania, I'm sure the Democrats are going to.
Dave, let me ask you, Dave, who are you going to vote for?
You know, I did not vote for Trump in 2016 or 2020, and I've been basically just as of this week being like, I might actually vote for him this time. And just to be clear, it is totally just a vote against Kamala Harris. I was so disgusted at her campaigning with Liz Cheney and going on this tour of like trying to, I don't know, rehabilitate the image of the Cheneys. And I'm so disgusted at the fact that I've never seen a campaign like Kamala Harris's before, where there's literally running on nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, not even like running on bad ideas. Well, listen, I don't think it's not literally true. But what I'm saying, obviously, is that she ran a campaign for president in 2020. She has walked away from every central issue that she was campaigning on in 2020. When asked about it, she says, "That was 5 years ago." Like that's her. There's
defund
no like,
the police.
Oh,
I don't want to defund the police.
I'm not for that.
Ban
my values
fracking. I don't want to ban
fracking.
fracking.
My values haven't changed. It was 5 years ago.
Trump did a 3-hour interview with Joe Rogan and lied like 50 times.
Let me.
Anyway,
but just to be clear, you are going to vote Trump.
You know, he could say something that disgusts me so much in between now and when I vote that I might not. Like, if he's every time
nothing he said last night disgusted you?
I didn't actually watch the full speech last night, but the stuff, anything on the topic of Israel is probably going to risk losing my support for him. But I do think that there is something about the Kamala Harris campaign that is almost like a completely manufactured campaign by the machine. She's not running on what she ran on last time she ran for president. She's not running on her track record as vice president because she's not Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And so I just find it like, I'm so disgusted by it that I want it to lose.
Will you be voting Trump?
Absolutely not.
Will you vote for Kamala Harris with great enthusiasm?
Absolutely, 100%. Trump is one of the most appalling thing. Yeah, of course. I was promised communism after 8 years of a foreign Kenyan person being in office, Obama, and that didn't happen. I was promised communism, socialism, and all my guns were going to be gone. I lived in Omaha, Nebraska, and every time a Democrat was up for office, you need to come down to Ammo's R Us and buy guns. They're going to take them. It never happened under Biden. The United States economy is outperforming every other economy in the world right now under Biden's policies that ostensibly Harris will continue. She will most likely continue these policies. The idea that Trump, and also the hilarious thing of Kamala's running on nothing, Trump is running on tariffs, and deportation.
Okay, but let me ask you a different question.
Mass deportation.
But who do you think is going to win?
Mehdi, I have no idea.
Is
Yeah, by the way,
Kamala-
that's
Kamala
my
the
answer
best
too,
that they-
essentially.
that they've got, though, is,
Kamala's-
or
yeah.
would you have rather seen some competition to allow the cream to rise?
Would you have rather seen Trump accept a debate with any of the other people, with DeSantis, or any of the other Republican candidates who are
I
running?
love debate, and
Well,
I
he
love.
actually- Wait, where were the Republicans calling for? Did you call for Donald Trump to accept debates?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, because I didn't hear the Republican Party call for him much.
But the
It
truth
seemed
is, he ran away with the nomination so fast and so aggressively, it was all
Yeah,
over.
it's also like I wanted to see, just for the entertainment value, I wanted to see Trump in those
Trump is a-
debates.
Trump-
but
I actually would have enjoyed watching him beat up Ron
The
DeSantis.
irony
So,
is
I don't know.
Kamala Harris actually beat him in their one debate, no question. But I think she's going to lose the election, and when she does, it will be because of cost of living and immigration. But look, I've got to leave it there. It's been a fantastically entertaining panel. In England, what we would do after such a lively exchange, we'd all go and find the nearest pub and have a few pints and put our differences aside. I'm not expecting you to do that, but I do appreciate you all coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. Fuck all of those people.
Now, almost exactly a year ago, right near the beginning of this genocide, I interviewed Ahmed Najjar, who is a financial and political analyst as well as a playwright, and he grew up in Jabalia. Now, Jabalia is in northern Gaza. Now, all of Gaza, of course, has suffered hideous apocalyptic horrors on the receiving end of Israel's genocide. Northern Gaza has been and is being at the moment subjected to the most extreme and depraved levels of violence and destruction. We know about the so-called General's Plan, and it's always worth stating over and over again how intent has been more confessed to than almost any crime in history, I would say at this point, where they've openly called for the entire population of northern Gaza, for now, to be violently removed, and for those who remain to be starved or treated as legitimate military targets. Now, we don't know how many people have been killed in Gaza as a whole. We don't know what's going on in northern Gaza. They've slaughtered Palestinian journalists en masse, and they have shut down communications in the north. So we don't even know properly what's happening there. Now, we do know enough, of course, to know there is unspeakable horror. Now, Ahmed's family have been there in Jabalia, and so we can talk about some of these horrible experiences. I mean, it's great to see you again after a year of what must have been just the most unspeakable horror that you've gone through. So firstly, all my solidarity.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
I actually just wanted to start with something which I think isn't even spoken about enough, which is a lot of people don't seem to often realize that the vast majority of people in Gaza are the families of those who were forced to flee in 1948 during the Nakba. Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to just ask firstly, before we speak about the here and now, about your family's experience there, because that gives, firstly, to take on the attempt to stop the clock on the 7th of October, but also just it really compounds the horror of today, that trauma from generation to generation. So I just want to ask a little bit about your family, what happened in 1948.
Well, my family are originally from a small village, and what now it's in Israel, and this small village is called Houj.
I am not going to, with my white privilege, wag my finger at the Muslim community in Dearborn and say, you got to get out there and stop Trump. No, actually what they want is to have not another cousin die.
Last week, you heard my message to Kamala Harris on how she needs to do more to win the Arab American vote. And while you may have been listening to me, there's a slight chance that she wasn't, but maybe she will listen to my next guest, who also shared a similar message to her quite recently. Academy Award-winning filmmaker and Emmy Award-winning TV host Michael Moore posted his own plea to Vice President Harris, stressing the need for her to win in Michigan, his home state, where he says, quote, the vast majority of Arab voters are either going to stay home or they will show up to vote but leave the president line blank. Michael Moore's message goes on to outline not only what Harris is getting wrong, but he also explains what she can do to make things right, and he joins me now to talk all about it. Michael Moore, thank you for coming back on the show. Good to see you. Is Kamala Harris about to lose Michigan? And if so, can she still win the election on November the 5th without Michigan, in your view?
There is a way to win without Michigan. I wouldn't risk it if I were the candidate. I don't. This is the part I don't understand, is that politicians usually will do just about anything to win.
Yep.
And in this case, when you made your appeal to her, and I've made mine, you don't have to do a lot.
Yep.
You just have to say that when you're president on January 20th, this ends. The slaughter of civilians ends. I'm not going to continue that. As she said on Stephen Colbert, I am not Joe Biden. That'll be one of the big changes in the new administration. She made it clear that she's not the incumbent. So I don't for the life of me understand why. And what I said to her is, you really just need to go to Dearborn or Detroit, stand on a stage with two Jewish leaders from the area, two Muslim leaders from the area, and just say what the majority of Americans in every poll are saying: end the war, ceasefire now, humanitarian aid immediately to everybody. What is so difficult about that? What, you know, how does that say that you no longer?
Do you think that they're worried? Do you think that they're worried that if they were to do that, number one, they're picking a fight with AIPAC and the pro-Israel lobby, which they don't want to do with weeks to go, and number two, they'll lose some Jewish voters in Pennsylvania or Michigan on the other end?
I don't believe that.
No, I don't either. But I'm just saying maybe they do.
Yeah. Well, then she's listening to the wrong advisors.
Yeah.
She should stop listening to the men around her, telling her the same old stories, and also putting Jewish voters in such a condescending light. Let me tell you something. First of all, the Jewish and Arab communities in Detroit and in Michigan have actually always gotten not only along, worked hand in hand with each other for all kinds of issues: social justice, peace, the environment, you name it. There's just a very long history of this, and to say that, oh, if she says one little positive word about stopping this war, she's going to lose Jewish voters. Jewish voters, let me tell you, for my whole life in Flint and in Detroit, they're not going to abandon their centuries-old values and beliefs in social justice, in not killing civilians, all the things that we know that we grew up with in Detroit and Flint with our Jewish brothers and sisters were very similar to the values of the Muslim community and the mosques in our area. And when she spoke at that first rally in Detroit, right after the announcement that she was the candidate, and if you remember, that was it was a big crowd there. There were protesters there inside, chanting about to stop the war, and that was where she made that very sad and infamous statement to the protesters: "Hey, I'm speaking. You be quiet." And it was very much that, but I know I wasn't there, but I know they're all people, friends of mine, and people that were there in that crowd that were chanting. And, I can't give you the exact number, but I'd say at least a third of them were Jewish that were chanting, and not in my name.
So it's interesting you mention that finger wagging. She also said that day, and she's improved her rhetoric since then, but that day she said, oh, well, do you want Trump? She said some version of,
I know.
The alternative is Trump.
Nobody wants Trump.
Actually, some Arab Americans in Dearborn have actually endorsed Trump, interestingly enough.
No.
A minority.
A minority, but yes. In 2020, 1/3 of the Arab and Muslim vote in Michigan voted for Trump.
Yeah. So
and 70% voted for Biden and Harris.
So here's my question, Michael. When I'm sure you hear from a lot of white liberals who, with the best of intentions, but perhaps in a condescending way, say, Michael, these people, the Arab Americans, Muslims, do they not understand that however bad Harris they think she is, Trump will be worse for them?
Yeah, don't they know? Don't they know that Trump will be? Don't they remember the Muslim travel ban? And I'm like, why do you stop talking to me that way? They don't know. You must educate these Arab types that Trump is bad for them. Don't they remember? Yeah, you know what? They remember. And if you were to walk through Dearborn right now and try to convince the majority of people that they have to vote for someone from the administration that has killed their cousins, their family, their community, their friends, people who are living and cowering in fear, not just in Gaza, but the West Bank also, and Lebanon, and tell them, don't forget the Muslim travel ban, and the answer will be, oh, that's right, Trump wouldn't let us fly. That's the worst you can say, really, about Trump. to convince Arab voters to no.
I mean, there is much worse about Trump, but you're right. Just doing it as a travel ban versus a genocide doesn't work. Let me ask you this. In your plea to Harris, and in a Guardian piece I wrote a few weeks ago, we both pointed to the example of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, who refused to break with LBJ on Vietnam in 1968 when he was running in LBJ's place, just as Harris is running in Biden's place. But when Humphrey eventually did, September the 30th, 1968, his poll rating shot up overnight. He narrowed the gap with Nixon and lost by half a percentage point. We're now at the end of October in the same cycle, and Harris is still refusing to break with Biden on Gaza. As you pointed out, she keeps telling interviewers she won't do anything different to Biden. Why? Who is advising her? What is their strategy? I'm losing my mind.
Yes, and I'm a little older than you, so I remember September 30th, 1968.
Yeah, I wasn't born, Michael. That's on you.
Yeah, I was in 9th grade.
Okay.
And already, by waiting that long, 5 weeks, 6 weeks before the election, Humphrey, it was too late, really, for him at that point. But, you know, at that point, the more liberal left vote in the Democratic Party had already checked out.
Yeah.
They just weren't going to vote. And, well, why is that? You know, wouldn't Nixon be worse? Well, I don't think it's a matter. To them, Humphrey was going to continue the war for another 4 years, no matter what he said.
Yeah.
And Nixon won and continued the war for another 4 years. The fear is that the moment has been lost, and that I wish things would be said by the campaign that were out of a moral core. That this is just wrong on a moral level. We need to stop this, and we need to get some food and water and medicine to the people in Gaza. And now everything that's going on, they don't even bother covering what's going on in the West Bank.
Yes.
But we've got, but
her advisors, Michael, her advisors went out of their way to tell the New York Times that don't confuse her empathy for Palestinian lives with a change of policy. It's not. Like they're literally, it's almost, as one congressman said to me recently, it's almost like they're trying to lose Michigan in a way, the way that the rhetoric is so harsh. And one other example, you have her campaigning with Liz Cheney, daughter of Dick Cheney, in Michigan as part of her final 2-week closing argument. That's madness, is it not?
Oh no, let's campaign with the person whose father was responsible for the deaths of how many Arab and Muslim people in Iraq when we bombed the hell out of it, when we invaded a country that had nothing to do with 9/11 under the pretense of we were going after the 9/11 killers. You know, it's why, yes, to answer your question, why would a campaign purposely seem to want to lose when they could just so easily, she doesn't have to solve the war today. She's not the president. She doesn't hold any real power. And we've heard early reports in the Times from months and months ago and other papers that quietly, behind the scenes in the White House, she's been a vocal critic of Benjamin Netanyahu and funding him and yet cannot bring herself really, I guess, to break with President Biden on this. And even when shown the data, that you might not lose Michigan, if just do this out of pure politics,
and not just
do it to win.
And not just data of polling, you're seeing Donald Trump is leaning into this stuff. He's putting out statements saying, Dick Cheney killed Muslims, Muslims vote for me, there'll be no more wars. He's got some actually clever folks for once giving him some good advice on how to win Michigan. He's actually putting out statements leaning into the idea that he'll be anti-war, which is of course bullshit, but he's saying it. He's playing the game to win votes. Michael, in your plea to Kamala, you asked Harris and her campaign, you asked Kamala Harris to, quote, state that there will be a new understanding with Israel in your administration, one that will lead the way to real peace and a two-state solution. But do you think the two-state solution is even on the table anymore when you have a far-right Israeli government that is currently trying to resettle Gaza? Forget the West Bank.
Oh, I personally see. We don't even have the time to get into this question because when you say is the two-state solution on the table, you're talking about my table. I don't know actually if it is anymore. I've listened to enough people in the Muslim and the Arab and Palestinian community in Flint and Detroit that they like the idea of a one-state solution. They believe that both groups of people can learn to get along and live equally in a democracy without apartheid, and that maybe that's our only hope for peace in the future. But the problem is, every time you hear that statement that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, I took government class, and I took a couple political science classes in the 1 year I went to college, and a theocracy is not a democracy.
Well,
an ethnocracy
as well. I think ethnocracy is the phrase that's often used.
What is it?
Ethnocracy is often a phrase used to describe Israel, one superior ethnic group.
Yeah, exactly. And thus it's then not a democracy because you don't have a superior group, legalized superior group in a theocracy or an ethnocracy or whatever it's called, because that's just not equal. And we all have to support democracy. We have to support equality, justice, all of these things. And so, can this be solved in any other way than the fact that people living in this area are going to have to live in a democracy where everyone is equal, where no one suffers under any form of apartheid? How far away are we? And I was going to ask you this. I know we probably have to go, but I was thinking, just sitting here before coming on with you, it's got to feel just god awful at this point. Like there's no hope. There's no way of stopping the madness. How do we? And I thought, and I was going to ask you, how close does this feel? That up to right after 9/11, when 9/11 happened. I mean, I was there in Gaza and in the West Bank when the first Intifada began, the rising up of children throwing stones at the Israeli soldiers. So this started in December of '87. I got there in January of '88. About a month later, was there for a month, traveled throughout the West Bank and Gaza, saw the truth about what was going on, and there was movement then to sort of, okay, we got to fix this. We can't have this. Crazy Sharon was going to the Temple Mount and just trying to stir up trouble and trying to get settlers to kill Arabs and Muslims. But the feeling, not being Arab or Muslim, what that must have felt like when 9/11 happened, that sense of, oh my God, there it goes. We're never going to get this solved. We're never going to get this resolved because now all the focus is on the terrorist attack, and we got to go get them, stop them, and of course it would be another 10 years before the Obama administration killed bin Laden. Bush had long given up on all that. They got all the rhetoric out and they got all the justification for the killing out, mainly because we were going to get all that oil in Iraq. That was really the we got to win this war because that's our oil. But if you were a Palestinian at that moment, that sense of, wow, we're forgotten again. We're doomed again. And I just got to say to anybody who's watching this in Flint or Detroit or anywhere, that if you are Muslim, if you are Palestinian, if you have family there who are cowering in the dark, hoping that the next bomb doesn't come into their tent, that awful, awful sense that we are forgotten. Nobody cares. They won't even let us come on the stage of the Democratic Convention, even after we promised our delegates for Biden. Biden Harris. No, you can't speak. you don't exist. Really, which is what the rhetoric of the right-wing Israelis is. They don't exist. See the new map? There's no Palestine. And it's like, I don't know what I know from my grandparents about the Irish immigrants in America, the signs in the store windows, Irish need not apply, that the N-word was used when talking about the Irish immigrants here, that they were the N-word of Europe, and this sort of discrimination and bigotry toward Catholics, that we didn't have a Catholic president till 1960. It was, I remember all this.
Yeah.
And I just, it's the closest I can come to having some sort of empathy for people now watching this. And here we are 2 weeks from today, away from the election. And I can see now the campaign isn't going to say anything. The campaign isn't going to do anything. And the things that you and I are asking for are not, give us back this land.
Yes.
This, it's just stand there with two wonderful Jewish leaders in Detroit who are for peace and two Muslim leaders who are for peace on that stage and say, enough. Let's end this now.
Yeah.
No more killing, food, water, and we'll sort everything else later out. We'll sort it out.
Yep. Stop the killing.
These are human
Which
beings.
the U.S. can do. Which the U.S. can do. Well said, Michael.
In an hour from now, we can do it.
20 minutes.
Pull the plug on the bank. We are the funders, and every American watching me, you know this, that we are the culprits here. We have funded this. We have armed it. This is on us. This is on our conscience. And I mean, this may take it too far, but it's like there's not a whole lot of difference from if you or I had given the airplane tickets to the 19 hijackers on 9/11, if we'd paid for that. Now, you and I admit it. We didn't fly any planes in the building. We didn't kill anybody. Yeah, but we helped to fund it. And therefore, that would be on us, the deaths of those 3,000 people. What's on us right now as taxpayers is we are funding the slaughter. And I'm like this. I don't know what to do or say anymore. And I do not want her to lose. Of course, nobody that I know wants Trump in the White House. But I am not going to, with my white privilege, wag my finger at the Muslim community in Dearborn and say, you got to get out there and stop Trump. No, actually what they want is to have not another cousin die.
Agreed.
And I'm not going to insult them by saying that I don't recognize that may be first and foremost on their mind, not another Muslim travel ban that might be coming in a Trump administration. And what I'm doing, Mehdi, I'll close with this. I'm sorry to take, I know we're over time here, but what I have been doing over this last month is just saying to people, we're not going to ask the Muslim community to vote for the people that are funding and doing the slaughter. So that means Vice President Harris is going to lose about 40,000 Arab and Muslim votes. If you even just go by the standard polls.
Yes.
She's again, let's remember, 70% of the Muslim community in Michigan voted for Biden and Harris. The last poll I saw, she had it back up to about 43%, but that's still 30% less than in 2020. So how do we make up for these 40,000, at least 40,000 votes we're not going to get on November 5th? And so my point has been, you know what? There were 2 million non-voters in 2020 in Michigan alone.
Yes.
Just 2 million that didn't vote. We're going to have to find 40,000 votes there. Or
I'm
from
sure
75,000 who voted in 16 but didn't vote.
I'm sure Liz Cheney will get them off the couch. Michael Moore, we will have to leave it there. Thank you for your passion and energy, and let's hope that someone on the Harris campaign gets it in the next 2 weeks. We can only hope. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and my apologies to those who are suffering through this and whose families are suffering through this. I because I pay my taxes. I am a funder of this.
We all are.
And
against our
I have to live with that.
A group of some Democrats is worried that Vice President Harris is struggling to gain the support of Arab American voters in the battleground state of Michigan amid scrutiny of the administration's approach to the war in Gaza. Our Ed O'Keefe spoke with members of the Muslim community there.
Michigan, one of the 7 battleground states that's going to decide who lives in the White House next year. And in this state, there's a few numbers to consider. 4 years ago, President Biden won here by about 154,000 votes. And there's a sizable block of usually reliable Democratic voters in this state, Arab and Muslim Americans who live in and around Detroit and Dearborn. About 146,000 of them voted for President Biden 4 years ago. So if you start to lose their support, you could potentially be seeing a loss in Michigan unless you find another way to make it up. And that is why that group of people in this state has earned such outsized attention ever since, of course, the war in Gaza began last year. We met late last year with a guy named Adam from Dearborn who voted for and campaigned for President Biden 4 years ago and was quite disillusioned by what was happening.
As a community, we're tired of voting for the lesser of two evils. If you were to ask me 2 months ago if I was going to vote for Joe Biden, yeah, I would have held my nose and voted for him.
Nearly a year later, Adam is still thinking about this issue, but has decided exactly how he's going to vote. We talked to him and a few of his friends. Did it get any easier to support Democrats when Harris became the nominee?
Look, when Harris became the nominee, for a lot of people, we felt like, okay, maybe we have an opportunity to have somebody fresh who can change things up and can, maybe shake things up in the Democratic Party. And that was quickly shot down. We saw things like they wouldn't even allow for a Palestinian to speak at the DNC.
So what are you going to do?
Personally, I'm going to vote for Jill Stein.
Really?
Yes.
Because?
Because she has called for an arms embargo. She has called for a permanent ceasefire. She has called to, for conditioning aid. Now, whether she can win in Michigan or not, whether she can win the presidency or not, it's 101% unlikely that she's going to win. But the reality is, I see somebody, I have a choice to vote for somebody that sees me as a human, that sees my family as a human, that actually cares about my community, whether she's going to win or not.
You have a choice in a few days of what to do when it comes to the election. I'm curious first, how did you vote 4 years ago for president?
Biden.
Biden.
And what are you going to do this time?
Third party.
Jill Stein.
Write-in or third party, I haven't made my decision, but it's one of those two.
Write-in or third party.
So not Harris, not Trump.
No.
Did she do anything maybe to compel you to think about possibly supporting her? Or was this just too far a road to go just because of the fact that she supports the president's position on all this?
Well, the fact that she supported and is supporting the president hasn't said anything much different from him, and always says that, just because she's going to be a staunch supporter of Israel is a cause for concern. However, I was willing to give her a chance, and I was part of the uncommitted movement. But at every turn, we were rebuffed. And you just can't ask us to vote for genocide. And it's a terrible position to be in. I don't want to see Trump as president, but I cannot, in good conscience, give her my vote.
Did any of you ever consider voting for Trump?
No.
Oh,
yeah.
And why did you do that?
Terrible.
Name Donald Trump. A Harris aide telling me tonight that this is intentional. They want to close out the race, totally positive in their words. And the rally this evening was the first time that she did not mention her opponent's name since becoming the nominee.
Let's also make no mistake, this campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. This campaign is about who we fight for. We are ready for a president who knows that the true measure of a leader is not based on who you beat down, it is based on who you lift up.
Here's the thing. If you are the Harris campaign and Donald Trump is doing what we discussed in the last block, why would you not make that contrast as clear as day as possible? Because Trump is making the argument for you that you don't have to go negative. Trump is going negative on himself.
Well, exactly. That's exactly right. She doesn't need to. You know, what's so interesting about this conversation is that 2 days ago, I heard from strategists, even in our own party, who were saying, oh my God, she shouldn't be talking about, you know, the negativity of Donald Trump. She needs to focus on herself. She needs to bring the joy back. Now that she's brought the joy back, you have people saying, oh, well, she should be making the contrast. I think they have run this campaign incredibly well, and they have the data. They understand what people want. And to your point, when you have Donald Trump filleting a microphone and talking about how he wants to shoot Liz Cheney, and talking about how Puerto Rico is an island of trash, you don't need to.
Let me clear
You don't need to.
There was another analogy he was making
that she
about
should face a firing squad. That's not better.
He didn't say she
But
should
anyway,
face a
what I'm
firing
saying,
squad. Hold on one second.
is that
We just hold on one second. We talked about this on Friday.
Can we do a correction here, Abby?
I'm trying to.
Okay,
If you would
I'm
let me
sorry.
talk.
Sorry. Are you the host?
I'm trying to, if you would let me talk. Look, the comments that he made about Liz Cheney, as we discussed on the show on Friday after he made them, he talked about how if she's sending people to war, how would she feel if there were guns pointed at her? Those comments were not appropriate. They weren't a firing squad, but they were also not appropriate. But what is your? You were saying that she's running on a negative campaign. They're actually pivoting into the final stages right now, and that's the message.
Yes, here with a handful of hours to go. I mean, she doesn't have to attack Donald Trump, I guess, because she's done it every single day of the campaign since she got into it. It's been a relentlessly negative and relentlessly dishonest campaign. And here at the end, they want credit for trying to be positive and unifying after a week of Republicans are Nazis, Republicans are garbage, Republican women are weak and stupid. So I get it. I understand why they would want to tout this one time that she didn't relentlessly go negative and dishonest against Donald Trump. But to me, the bulk of the campaign is obvious. It is they're betting all their chips on there's just enough people in the country who hate or are willing to fear Donald Trump to win. That's about all they've got.
So wait, hold on. Is the problem the negativity and the dishonesty? Because if that were the case, then I would expect you to criticize Trump for that too.
Look, I think Donald Trump has run a campaign of some negativity and also some what I want to do.
Some negativity.
And I think Kamala Harris has been frightfully vague
So do you
about
think
what
that
she wants to do.
Who's been more negative, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Harris, without question.
Oh, come on, Scott.
So, Scott,
Are you
Scott,
serious?
I think that you are a very good representative of conservatives who are more aligned with Trump, obviously, than Harris. But I think that it would be dishonest to not acknowledge that Donald Trump goes up on that stage almost every day. He doesn't even focus on his opponent's policies. He calls her stupid every day.
I think it would
every
be...
Every day, literally every day.
And I personally think it would be dishonest not to acknowledge that the bulk of the attacks that Kamala Harris lodges against Donald Trump range from basically dishonest to absolutely, I can't believe they're getting away with this, dishonest. On policy, on all sorts of things. And I feel like this goes unacknowledged because of how Trump operates. And I fully admit that he says things that get our attention and that sound outrageous.
And incredibly
but we don't hold her to the same level of accountability. And the bulk of their campaign against Trump has been she sits on a throne of dishonesty when it comes to his agenda. He did not write Project 2025. He did not put it in a book. He does not hand it out. And that is the bulk of their campaign, and it's ridiculous.
Well, he did do Agenda 47, which is actually...
Come on.
Well, no, that's it. That's it. It's on his website, Agenda 47.
But it's not this book
and
that
it's
they
worse.
keep talking about.
And it's worse than the book. It's like, I thought... Well, because all the stuff that people are mad about in Project 2025, the worst of it is actually in Agenda 47. If you're at home, please Google it. Here's what I would say. You're frustrated with Kamala Harris. You somehow think she's been given some kind of a cakewalk. I see it very. I see it very differently. If Kamala Harris were saying and doing the things that Donald Trump is doing, can you imagine a black woman saying the things that Donald Trump says, doing the things that Donald Trump does? It's inconceivable. She would be polling at like 2%. In our party. And so I just think that we're kind of through the looking glass. Different people see it different ways. I think it's very hard to argue that Donald Trump that anybody but Donald Trump can get away with the stuff he's doing. But we're talking about how we're closing. I just want to get back to that. Kamala Harris has made a decision that she wants to close on a positive message. She keeps being accused that she's too vague. She did a 2-week tour hitting every media outlet that she could. She put out actual concrete proposals and policies after policies after policies after. It was like she turned into Hillary Clinton for about 2 weeks. People still said she was being too vague. And now she's turning to being more positive. I'm not sure that that's a great idea, but I trust. I tell you why. Because Scott thinks that we've been too nice to Donald. I think we should be harder on Donald Trump at the close. But I do. I think we should be.
But do you think there is a single voter out there who has not yet heard enough negativity about Donald? Like one more negative thing would help you win?
I will talk about it in my hot take.
Let me ask. Well, I think that's a good question for Kristen. I remember when after the town hall that we did with Harris, there were a bunch of Pennsylvania voters, and several of them were like, "Enough with the negativity. We are tired of hearing negative things." Even though negativity does work, it does work. I mean, is it wise for her to go positive at this stage?
I think so, in part because I think voter views of Donald Trump are so well established. People know how they feel about him. And we have been sitting around tables like this for 8, 9 years now, where Donald Trump says something nutty and everybody goes, is this the thing that's going to make everybody not like him anymore? And every single time his numbers barely budge. They budged after something big like January 6th, but him standing up at a rally and saying something nutty yet again doesn't move it. And so that's why I think for Harris, the question for voters who go, oh, I hate this election, is can she cross a threshold of credibility? Can she cross a threshold of, okay, fine, maybe I could live with her as president for 4 years for these remaining double hater voters.
Can I ask you something, Scott? I mean, you put a op-ed out this past week saying that you will be voting for Donald Trump. I don't think viewers of this program will find that to be a huge surprise. But you also, years ago, said that he was responsible for an insurrection. So how do you square that in your mind?
Yeah, well, as I wrote in the LA Times, Look, I was none too pleased with him about that. But there's been other things, too. I mean, we've had our ups and downs. I don't like the things he says about Mitch McConnell. There's a lot of issues. But what I chose
just to be clear, on the insurrection part, you said he was responsible for it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been mean to Mitch. He's been mean to a lot of people, but an insurrection's a big deal.
Yeah.
That's a significant thing.
And what I decided to do in this election was focus on the future. Who do I think would take the country and the government in the basic direction in which I want to go? And yeah, he's going to do things I don't approve of, and he has done things I don't approve of in the past. But most of the time, a government that he would build would probably do most of what I want. And I think none of the time that's true for Harris. She's given Republicans like me, who don't really come from the MAGA wing of the party, absolutely nothing. And just to put a point on what I said earlier, the headline that I woke up to this morning in Axios was, "The no comment candidate, Harris' strategy clouds how she'd govern. She doesn't want voters to know whether she would stick to her old liberal views or govern with new centrist thinking. I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative. How can I entrust my vote with someone who won't even tell me whether they have a conservative view?"
That is so dishonest. It's a ridiculous headline.
Being told we got to go. Okay. All right. Actually, go ahead.
I think that is a problem, though. And to Van's point, the Vice President has released a lot of policies. I've read through many of them, don't agree with most of them. I think the problem, though, Van, for a lot of people out there, when they hear some of those policies, they say, well, the Vice President believed something different. Now, granted, people do have the opportunity to change their minds over time.
Yes, Trump has.
But wait a minute. But then people wonder, though, is the Vice President changing her positions on these issues because she's trying to win the election? Or does she truly believe in these new
If they
reforms?
listen to her.
And I think that's a bit of the conundrum for many of those moderate Republicans out there who may say, I do have an issue with some of Trump's pronouncements about various things, about various people. But on the policies, I don't know if the Vice President is the best choice for her. It's not hypocritical.
I'd like to say something, please. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say she's the most vague person in the history of the world.
I didn't say vague.
Hold on a second. Okay. The criticism is she has no policy. She's completely, she won't answer any questions. And then say you don't like the questions that she answers because you think she's dishonest. You got to pick a horse and ride it. Hold on a second. I'm not done. Okay. You got to pick a horse and ride it. And I think you are correct that when someone changes their position, they do owe the voter an explanation. And I think that Kamala Harris could have done a better job of giving a narrative for her change. But I think her change, the stuff you're talking about is stuff you said often in 2019 when every Democrat was on a crazy bus. No Democrats now have said anything bad about fracking. So I agree with that. I'm agreeing with you.
And again, she's released a lot of policies, but people are skeptical. That's my point.
You guys say the two things that don't go together. You say she has no policies, and you don't trust the ones.
I just said she has policies. Man, I just stated she does have policies.
But
I just think there's a lot of skepticism about some of those policies.
But you're also nitpicking the things that she has said. She has talked about why she has changed her mind in these last 3.5 years, 4 years that she has been vice president. She has been very clear about that. She has talked about why she believes something in 2019 and why she now believes the policies that she is putting out there.
Maria,
you know who hasn't said that? Donald Trump. Donald Trump, who switches his policy today from what he believed
Maria,
2 days ago.
I'm willing to bet if the vice president did that as effectively as you just articulated, she would be ahead of the former president by 5 or 6 points, and she is not.
All right, we got to leave it there for this conversation. Kristen Soltis-Anderson, thank you very much for joining us. Everyone else, hang tight. Coming up next, anti-vaxxer RFK Jr. insists that he could still be in charge of the nation's health. And some of the discredited conspiracy theories that he supports, well, Trump says that he could support them too. We have another special guest, an expert, joining us in our fifth seat next.
Position to be in. I don't want to see Trump as president, but I cannot, in good conscience, give her my vote.
Did any of you ever consider voting for Trump?
No.
Oh, yeah.
And voting for Trump?
No.
Oh, yeah.
And why did you do that?
Because we look at this right now, and we're all over here. We've all said we're going to vote either third party or write-in. Third party or write-in for us is pretty much a loss of 1 vote for Kamala Harris. But if we're looking at this from a numbers standpoint, voting for Trump is pretty much, it's as if Kamala Harris is losing 2 votes, and from a number standpoint, if I really want Kamala to lose, which I do, I'd rather have Kamala lose than, I don't care what the outcome is. It's not my business, but Kamala didn't earn any of our votes. But if we really want her to lose, a vote for Trump makes more sense. But ethically and morally, I can't get myself to vote for Trump.
You know what could happen, and we talked about this a year ago, Adam. She could lose, and they'll say, well, if only those few thousand people in Dearborn or Hamtramck or other parts of Detroit who are Arab and Muslim had voted for her, she would have won.
Right.
You could get scapegoated.
That's fine. We already are. I'm sorry, what do we have right now? Think of it. All the people, I've spent the last 12 years of my life helping elect people. I have never, ever worked on a Republican's campaign. It's always been Democratic candidates. We've gotten them elected. What are they doing for us? They won't even answer our calls. It's like when we're going to get scapegoated, what are they going to do? Are they going to kill another 100,000 of us? It's like, seriously, what more can they do?
Now, the Harris campaign knows they have a problem. They have been campaigning in those neighborhoods, trying to talk to and convince Arab and Muslim American voters here to reconsider voting against her. We spoke with one of her key surrogates in this part of the state.
She's a compassionate, caring, a person that has integrity. And that's what people want in their leaders today. They want leaders that care for the people. And I met with the vice president, I had that interaction with her, and I felt that compassion, that care. I shared my family story. In 2006, I lost both my grandmothers to Israeli airstrikes. I told her that story. She felt my pain, and I felt it when I looked her in the eye and she looked me in the eye. She's the real deal.
But one of the more interesting elements of this part of the story here in Michigan is that it is literally a life or death issue for so many people here who either have relatives and friends who've been killed in Gaza or Lebanon, or have neighbors, co-workers, and friends who know people who've died or been misplaced. It's one of the more urgent issues facing voters in this key battleground state.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you.
2016, how did you vote?
I voted for Hillary Clinton.
2020?
I wrote in Bernie Sanders' name.
And 2024?
I'm voting for Trump.
Wow. Why?
Gaza, Palestine, the genocide. That's it. We have to punish genocide. We cannot reward it with a second term.
Conversations on a journey through Michigan. Voices that are surprising, revealing, contradictory, but voices which could help shape this American election. Who will Arab Americans vote for? And why does their vote matter so much to both candidates? First, the contradiction. 2 weeks before the election, Republican candidate Donald Trump on yet another visit to Michigan, a must-win swing state. He's asked about the war in the Middle East.
Well, look, he's doing a good job. Biden is trying to hold him back. Just so you understand, Biden is far superior to the VP. He's trying to hold him back, and they probably should be doing the opposite, actually. I'm glad that Bibi decided to do what he had to do, but it's...
That is, by every measure, full-throttle support for Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and his war in Gaza and Lebanon. So how did this happen an hour after Trump said that?
Welcome to Michigan. And, you know, we all ultimately want one thing. We want peace in the Middle East. We're going to get peace in the Middle East. We trust you.
Let's begin with the simple question. Why Trump?
It's a combination of two things, disappointment and hope. Disappointment at the current administration and how they are handling things locally or internationally, and hope that the new administration, led by Trump, if he wins the election, will do something different.
To understand what's going on here, let's take a step back. In the United States, there are approximately 3.7 million Arab Americans. The majority have ancestral ties to Lebanon, Egypt, Syria, Yemen, Iraq, and the Palestinian territories. And the Arab American community is at its largest here in Michigan. Why? Cars.
It was the birth of the motor industry which brought immigrants here decades ago. Detroit, just down the road, is the Motor City, the city of Ford, Chrysler, General Motors.
Now, Michigan is, these days, a crucial swing state, one of 7, which will hold the key to who will take the White House. And look how close it is. Back in 2016, Trump was the first Republican to win Michigan since 1988. He defeated Hillary Clinton by fewer than 11,000 votes. 4 years later, in 2020, Joe Biden won the state by only 154,000 votes out of more than 5.5 million cast. That's a margin of 2.8%.
I was a Democrat up until 5 months ago. And then when I saw that there was no hope whatsoever that Biden and Harris would change their policies vis-a-vis the supply of weapons to Israel that was killing large amounts of Palestinians, the Israelis do not fear the Democrats. The Israelis, especially Netanyahu, fears President Trump.
You can see then that small shifts in voting positions can change everything here. And a big shift, even within a certain small demographic of voter, could have a big impact.
We voted uncommitted on the primary election, and there was over 100,000 uncommitted vote in Michigan to send a message to the current administration that we are not happy about what's going on in the Middle East and how they are handling the situation. We had some concerns and some requests. None of them was addressed. And so there was no reason for us to just continue supporting. They just completely neglected our concerns. And so we had to look for the alternative. We have a hope that some change will happen if President Trump wins.
That is a pretty stark assessment of the situation in Michigan from a Democratic Party leader. So what are the polls saying? 40% of Arab Americans say they will vote for Trump. That is a 5% increase from 2020, according to the Arab American Institute. Even though Michigan is a competitive state, it leans Democratic in presidential elections. But the latest poll shows that Arab Americans are now tied in who they identify as, both Republicans and Democrats, at around 38%. So why is that? A third party or independent candidate has never won a presidential election in the United States, so many Americans tend to vote for the candidate they least dislike, or sometimes they don't vote at all. In this case, many seem to be voting to, quote, punish the Democrats for Gaza.
So your vote is an active protest vote, and to vote for Stein would be a passive protest vote?
It would be a passive protest vote, and it would also, based on the numbers, not help Trump win. It would not help defeat Harris. So for me, my vote is not only a protest vote, it is a mathematical strategy. It is a way to ensure that Harris loses.
Because you don't sound like a Republican.
I am not a Republican. I don't think I will be. I vote based on policy. And right now, the policy in Gaza is at the forefront. Everything, every other policy, every other issue is negligible. It's all about ending a genocide, holding somebody accountable for the deaths of 200,000 civilians. We are literally funding the burning alive of humans in front of us that are on video. We're funding children being mutilated. It's not like we stopped or had pause. We are actively funding it. There is no other issue to me of importance or of consequence. None. I came home the day I met Trump, and I gave my son a MAGA hat, and I said, I guess we're there. And he said, ew. His first words to me were, ew. I said, but Baba, he said he's gonna stop the war. And he said, okay, that's it. Give me that hat. We're voting for Trump. And that's the sentiment, not just of an 8-year-old, but of an entire community. If you're gonna stop the war, even if I don't like you, I'm on your team.
Biden, what do you say? Biden, what do you say? We want for an election day. We want for an election day.
It's not common for foreign policy to be at the forefront of an election campaign, but Israel's war in Gaza has undoubtedly shaped the views and the votes of many Arab Americans here.
I'm an old guy, right? I would tell you that not since Vietnam have I seen a foreign policy issue have this dramatic an impact on an election. Even the Iraq War, which did have an impact, did not produce the same direct result, especially not just in terms of its impact on Arab Americans, but on its impact of the broader Democratic constituency. Look at young voters. When we did a national poll of American voters a few months back, young voters, Black, Latino, Asian voters, what one calls the Obama coalition, the progressive coalition of voters, 2-to-1 oppose Israel's policy. And 2-to-1 are upset with the failure of the administration to address it. I'd say about 10-15% of those voters are at risk for Democrats because of their feelings about Gaza.
We are fighting for America's future, and we understand the opportunity we have before us to turn the page on the fear
I think, unfortunately, that some in the Harris campaign feel that they've given up. They just don't know how they can ever win that community back, especially now with Lebanon at risk, and a very large number of the Michigan Arab American community are Lebanese. This is going to be a very different election than it could have been, and Gaza is largely the reason why. And I think that right now, the advantage is Trump. And look, as a lifelong Democrat, that troubles me. I'm just looking at the numbers and telling you what they are.
Since the war in Gaza began, Joe Biden has provided Israel with billions of dollars in military support, sparking anger here and beyond. Remember, Michigan helped deliver Biden his victory back in 2020. And this is a potential electoral weakness that Donald Trump hopes to exploit. He's using useful surrogates to help him, including his extended family. This is Masoud Boulos, a Lebanese-American businessman. His son is married to Donald Trump's daughter, Tiffany, and he spoke to Sky News.
The energy that this great man has is just unparalleled, it's unbelievable. And he didn't have to do this. He's a billionaire, he could have been retired, he could have been on any beach now, enjoying his time with his beautiful wife and beautiful family and beautiful grandkids, and just resting. But he's doing this for America, he's doing this for the world.
It's easy then to see why voters might be drawn away from Biden and Harris. It is a protest for Gaza and Lebanon. But here's the puzzle. Why would they be drawn to a man, Donald Trump, whose policy on Gaza and Lebanon is not likely to be different from Biden's or Harris's? If anything, he could be more pro-Israel. Remember, too, that Donald Trump was the man who put in place the so-called Muslim ban during his last presidency. That phrase isn't entirely accurate. It was a travel ban for citizens from certain Muslim-majority countries over security fears. It was later overturned by the Supreme Court, but the sentiment that Trump was hardly pro-immigration and pro-Muslim, well, that resonated. Over time, though, things have changed.
We as Muslims stand with President Trump because he promises peace. He promises peace, not war. I personally believe that God saved his life twice for a reason.
One thing that the Democrats keep sending to our communities to scare them that you will come and deport them, although some of them are second and third generation immigrants. So I want you to respond to these accusations and fear delivering to our community. What would you say?
Fake news. Fake news. It's about culture wars as well, about different values. People here are traditionally conservative. Increasingly, many are uncomfortable with the leftward creep of the Democratic Party, education in schools, LGBTQ+ issues. They feel the policies of the Democrats no longer align with their own values. Trump's, though, well, they do.
The Republican Party is a conservative party. Our communities are very conservative, more conservative than the Republican Party.
Family and faith-oriented person. Remember when he talks about raising his kids, what does he say? He taught them no drugs, no alcohol, no smoking. Is it that way?
We support Donald J. Trump for his commitment to promoting family values.
A prevailing sentiment echoes here. The idea that no one can be worse than the Democrats on Israel, Gaza, and that domestically, on social issues and the economy, Trump would be better for this community.
I guess what lots of people will struggle with is that they may understand that you feel abandoned by the Democrats, but to support a man, for you personally, to support a man who just the other day said that all Yemenis were terrorists. You are Yemeni.
He did not say that. He said a lot of terrorists comes from Yemen. When he was talking about
Is that true?
Yes, that's what...
No, but is that true that lots of terrorists come from Yemen?
No, I don't agree with him on that, but that's a statement he was talking about those illegal immigrants released from prisons by the current administration, and he said among them a lot of terrorists coming from Yemen. I protested against that, and I sent him a personal message that I'm not happy about what I heard.
He's always focusing his negative attention on immigrants, on the people that you represent in this community.
Despite of what he keeps saying, I said in my endorsement that I don't agree on everything with him 100%. So there are some disagreements. This statement that was said about the Yemenis is one of them, and I protested, and he listened to me, and he appreciated it. Even to the point where he said, now every time I speak, I have to think about what Mayor Ghalib doesn't want to hear. So he knows that, you know, before he didn't listen, he didn't meet any Yemeni or any person to explain to him the situation. Maybe he was misinformed about some stuff. Now he's coming to Hamtramck to show respect and appreciation to the Yemeni community.
Do you worry that he's using you, that he knows he needs your votes because he knows he needs Michigan, and actually he doesn't really care about you and your community?
Well, I can't guarantee anything. I told my community too that I have no guarantees.
Here's something worth considering: turnout. Traditionally, Arab American voters' turnout has been high, 80% or so. But this year, only 63% of the community say they are enthusiastic about voting in the presidential election. That will likely impact turnout in November. And from our conversations in the community, they are engaged. And crucially, it is about much more than just the war.
A new president might be the answer to fix it.
And that new president would be Trump?
Possibly. I think we need like a quick fix right now, and I think Trump is the answer. But possibly, I'm not sure.
It won't take many to swing this state and streamline the path to the White House. Here, through all the contradictions, they are swinging to Trump.
Vice President Kamala Harris is struggling to gain the support from some Arab American voters in the battleground state of Michigan. Many have expressed frustration over how the Biden administration has handled the war in Gaza. Our Ed O'Keefe spoke with members of the Arab and Muslim community there.
Here in Michigan and across the country, concerns with the economy, inflation, access to abortion rights, and the future of democracy, obviously top of mind concerns. But in this state, there's a specific group of people concerned about a far more urgent life or death issue, the war in the Middle East. There are hundreds of thousands of Arab or Muslim American voters in this state who live mostly in and around Dearborn and Detroit. And we spent some time with some of them recently who are quite upset about what's going on in the Middle East, quite upset with Vice President Harris for her support of Israel, and personally affected by the violence. Take a listen. Who here knows someone who has been killed in the last year in Gaza or Lebanon? And who here has a neighbor or friend who's had relatives killed in Gaza or Lebanon?
I don't think people understand how dehumanizing and demoralizing this experience has been for us, and that we're expected to be these upstanding, healthy, productive members of the society, which we are gladly. But you can't expect us to continue down that trajectory and expect us to be healthy, functioning members of this country while you utilize our tax dollars to destabilize our homelands and murder our family members. And I don't think that people understand how much that greatly affects the way that we vote.
Have any of you been contacted by her campaign, either with a text or a door knock or an email?
Every 15 minutes.
Do you text back stop?
No, I don't text back stop. I just ask them, can you please clarify Kamala Harris's, every single text I get, I reply with, can you please clarify Kamala Harris's stance on the genocide taking place in the Middle East? I don't get a reply back, but that's my reply to every single text I get.
How about you?
No, I've not received anything.
How about you? You must.
Yeah, I received text as well, and I always respond, and like I was saying, I never get a response.
Of those 4 voters we spoke to, they told us they voted for President Biden 4 years ago. None of them is planning to vote for Vice President Harris because they say her support for this war, for genocide, is reason enough to not support her. The Harris campaign knows they have a real political problem here, quite a cute one, in a community where a few 100,000 votes helped President Biden win 4 years ago, and there are hundreds of thousands of votes potentially being withheld or being cast for a third-party candidate. We spoke with a Harris campaign surrogate here in the Dearborn and Detroit area who shared how it is he's trying to convince them to vote otherwise.
I was one of the uncommitted for Joe Biden. And the minute they made the transition, when Joe Biden stepped down and Kamala Harris stepped up, I pivoted and I put my support behind Kamala Harris. That was a pivotal moment because we're going to have a different president come January. And it's not going to be Joe Biden, and it could be Donald Trump again, or it could be a new president in Kamala Harris. And I believe that this was a pivotal moment to shift. It's a new opportunity to give us hope for something different than what we're dealing with right now. And yes, it was a critical moment, and that's why I put my full support behind Kamala Harris.
So while there's a lot of focus here in Michigan on the economy, inflation, access to abortion, and other top-of-mind concerns, a reminder that there is a very specific group of people here quite concerned with what's going on with the war in the Middle East, and for them, it's been a matter of life or death, and a big reason why they won't be voting for Vice President Harris. Lindsay?
Ed O'Keefe, thank you.
Democrats hemorrhaged votes earlier this year when pro-Palestinian protesters took over college campuses across the US. Angry at Joe Biden's policy on Gaza.
Any altering or moving of the barriers will result in an arrest.
Dozens have been arrested. We have confirmation they're being held in this building.
In her bid for the presidency, Kamala Harris has been trying to win some of those voters back.
I think what's critically important as we look at this moment is, one, acknowledging the tragedy of what has happened in Gaza in terms of the extraordinary number of innocent Palestinians who have been killed, In addition, of course, to what I said about what happened on October 7 in terms of 1,200 innocent Israelis being slaughtered, women being horribly raped.
She's spoken about the plight of Palestinians in Gaza, and she has been more outspoken in calling for a ceasefire.
We need a hostage deal and we need a ceasefire.
There must be an immediate ceasefire.
I can't stress that strongly enough.
But has she done enough to convince voters that she truly cares about what's happening in this war?
If you don't want to vote for Jill, vote for Donald Trump. But do not give a vote to Kamala Harris and expect to be welcomed by my community.
She might say she was working to get a ceasefire in Gaza, but at the same time, what evidence is there of that?
Maybe the Democrats are speaking about it a little bit more, but they're really not doing anything. They're enabling this genocide.
In September, we went to the crucial battleground state of Michigan, which will help decide the 47th President of the United States. It's also home to Dearborn, a city which has one of the highest Muslim populations in the US. There, we went to ArabCon, the National Arab Convention, to ask people what they thought about Kamala Harris.
The Biden administration has been complicit in the genocide. The administration is the one funding the weapons, providing the weapons, and coordinating and giving cover to Israel. So it's more than just complicit, it's an active participant in the genocide. I think that's clear. I don't think many people would even deny that. I think the U.S. owns that proudly when they say things, we'll do whatever it can, or we'll protect Israel, the right to defend itself.
We stand by Israel's right to defend its citizens from terrorist attacks.
That rhetoric shows where they stand on that issue. We know where Donald Trump stands, and we know he's been horrible on Palestine. He's a very pro-Israel hawk, and the situation in Gaza probably won't improve much, or there isn't much of a difference between him and Kamala Harris. But I do know one thing. If Donald Trump was president while the genocide was going on, you'd have a lot more Democrats with a backbone willing to call Donald Trump a war criminal for allowing it to happen. Our votes have to be earned. They can't be taken for granted. We don't owe it to either party to vote for them. And 3, don't discount third-party or independent candidates.
I witnessed the absolute destruction of a society. I saw an entire city of people degraded.
If you don't want to vote for Jill, vote for Donald Trump. But do not give a vote to Kamala Harris and expect to be welcomed by my community.
She might say she was working to get a ceasefire in Gaza, but at the same time, what evidence is there of that? From the very beginning, they're the same people that said they didn't want a ceasefire because they supported what was going on there.
Over 40,000 people have been killed. These weapons have been supplied by a Democratic Party.
Do either of the candidates have a voice that you can ally yourself with?
And none of the major candidates, absolutely not. They're both the same.
She is horrendous on every single policy, and I challenge anyone who wants to vote for her to tell me in policy-wise why they like her, not rhetoric, and not out of fear of Donald Trump, but policy-wise why they like her.
Do you think Harris is as bad as Trump when it comes to their policies on Gaza?
It's almost like they're equally not good, but for different reasons.
She says words such as self-determination, and too many Palestinian lives have been lost, as if there is a number that's acceptable. And I don't understand how my people's lives are lost, as if they can't be found, instead of them being deliberately targeted by the very weapons that she continues to fund and to send.
She was asked directly, would you support an arms embargo? And she said no. If you're not going to do that, then how are you going to convince Palestinians to vote for you or Arab Americans?
A lot of people have decided to move away from the Democratic Party. There's the big uncommitted.
Well, the uncommitteds haven't decided to move away from the Democratic Party. I compare the uncommitted to a battered woman who is still holding on to the possibility that maybe tomorrow her husband won't beat her. Even though he's been beating her for the past 4 years, she's holding out that maybe suddenly he'll stop beating her.
I was a special assistant at the Department of the Interior, also a political appointee in that realm, to advance the president's agenda, as all appointees do, and I decided to resign because I didn't agree with the way that the administration has been and is continuing to handle Israel-Palestine policy. She needs to be far, far more willing, her campaign needs to be far, far more willing to say the way we've approached the issue does not necessarily seem to be working, because you're saying that you are working around the clock for a ceasefire for months, and there's nothing to show for it. So then we need to really kind of look at other things to do. Certainly approaching the issue in a way that's leveraging the United States government's power in terms of arms transfers and weapons transfers. I think it has to be conditional.
What's clear is that in this swing state, Palestine is central for some voters to decide how to cast their vote in the polling booth. But with war raging in the Middle East and only a few days until the presidential election, can Kamala Harris convince some of them to back her campaign?
A last-minute visit by Donald Trump to the city that has the largest number of Arab and Muslim Americans in the country. He visited a halal cafe in Dearborn, Michigan, vowing to bring peace to the Middle East without offering specifics.
You're going to have peace in the Middle East, and they should have peace in the Middle East, but not with the clowns you have in the Middle East. Thank you.
Trump took questions from reporters, but did not say how he would end the war in Gaza or Lebanon.
Free Palestine!
Outside the restaurant, a mixed reaction. Some members of the community were critical of the former president, others showing support.
Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we love the Arabs. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Blowing us up. Allahu Akbar. Hey, the Arabs are good people. Blow them up. Come on. Trump's like, yo, everybody chill. Yo, watch out. You guys want to keep playing? I'll blow your country up. Everybody chill. Let me see something. And they listen. So, I respect a powerful, respectful leader,
The mayor of Dearborn, Abdullah Hamoud, tweeted Trump is not his president and reminded the community of the ban on Muslims when he was president. Historically, people here have voted for the Democratic Party, but that has started to change in the past year as anger and frustration as the Biden administration has been unable to stop the war.
This is the first time a Republican candidate comes to the city of Dearborn. Even though the Arab population in the United States is only 1%, they're an important voting bloc because they're located in swing states like Michigan.
This is all like...
Khader Masri is Palestinian. He owns a sweet shop in Dearborn. He says that even though Trump is appealing to many among the community, he wants to believe Kamala Harris will be able to help bring some sort of solution to the war.
Even Kamala, first time I hear somebody talking about two-state solution in Palestine. And whether it will fly or not, I have no idea, but that's the first time I heard an American president. It was proposed, it was on the table, but it never flew. I hope this time it will. Justice needs to be served.
Peace is for many people here the main priority right now. The question is, which candidate will be able to end the war and at what cost? Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera, Dearborn, Michigan.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Actually, I don't think I'm going to vote for any president that supports genocide.
Can I ask you to introduce yourself?
Hey, my name is Moose. I'm from New York.
Obviously, we're talking just a couple of days out from the US elections. How do you feel about them? Do you have a candidate that you're endorsing, that you're voting for?
Actually, I don't think I'm going to vote for any president that supports genocide. So currently, I don't think I'm going to vote. I think actually there's one. Is it Jill Stein? Mm-hmm. Jill Stein? I think she's kind of
with the Green Party?
I have no clue. I'm not really into politics that much, but I just know none of them support my people back in Palestine, so I won't be supporting them.
So tell me about that. Tell me about why you have decided not to vote for these candidates.
It's kind of self-explanatory. It's all over the internet. I mean, even the blind can see it, just what's going on in Palestine. It's like, at this point, it just became so normal and it's so sad. And may Allah grant them victory, but it's just kind of self-explanatory. I don't want to support someone that doesn't support my people back home in Palestine, and so is Free Palestine, man. So I won't be voting this year.
What, in an ideal world, what would you like the President of the United States to do about what's happening in Palestine?
Simple. Stop funding Israel. That's just like that. Stop funding Israel.
Yeah.
Because what they're doing is terrible, and anybody can see that. And if you can't see that, then you're just being ignorant. straight up like that.
So you're Palestinian?
Yeah, I'm Palestinian myself. I'm from Nablus.
Yeah.
Home of the kanafa. Come check out Chocolate Factory.
The best kanafa in the world.
The best kanafa in the world.
You know, come up in New York, which wasn't an issue in the past. It's a safe state where you can go if you are seeking asylum. That became an issue, and it put congressional races that will determine the House, the House majority. It put those congressional races in danger for Democrats because that became an issue.
Let me throw a piece of data at you. 28% of Americans believe America is on the right track. No political party in American history has won, has been returned to office after having numbers of support that low. Does that matter? I mean, and that includes Democrats, Republicans, Independents. 28% think the country's on the right track, which means a significant number think wrong. What do you think about that?
Yeah, of course. This is the damning issue, and one of the big political hurdles that Kamala Harris had to jump over time and time again. How does she distinguish herself from Joe Biden after serving and being his #2 for the past 4 years? Of course. This is an issue for Democrats, and in particular in the House and the Senate, and especially for Kamala Harris.
A lot of anchors out there, news anchors, are saying it's not fair to compare Kamala Harris, who's really been on the campaign trail a very short period of time because Joe Biden stayed in for so long, to a Donald Trump. And so they're saying, oh, if you don't have all the pillars and plans of an opportunity economy, which he's pushing, worked out in your mind, that shouldn't count as much as Donald Trump talking about deploying the U.S. military against enemies within the nation, which is pretty strident and shocking comment from anyone running for president, but particularly from someone who was president.
Sure. Okay, each candidate has their base, right? We got to think about that 4 to 5% of American voters who need to be convinced. And I mean, I think the Democrats understood this was probably some of those disaffected Republicans who usually align themselves with the party, but just feel uncomfortable voting for Donald Trump again, whether it's for January 6th or whether they just disagree with him at large. That is who they're talking to. And they need to convince those people. And yes, I mean, I think both people need to be on point in their messaging to those specific people.
But we've got the Gaza crisis, you've got the increasing conflict with Lebanon. Do you think any of that's playing out there with Americans? I mean, particularly in Michigan.
Absolutely, in Michigan. I mean, we saw this at the start of Harris's campaign, right? People in the audience yelling pro-Palestine messages and her kind of batting them down. I predicted this was never going to stop. We saw it escalating in Michigan first, again, all the way back to Biden during the primary and the uncontested or uncommitted. Yeah. The group of uncommitted. That is who these people are. They are upset about the wars, and they are disgruntled with the Democratic Party because they think they have a hand in whatever's going on because we're supporting, et cetera, weapon arms, et cetera. So yeah, we see this, and I think Republicans, seized on the opportunity by ingratiating themselves to the mayors, the Muslim mayors out there, who will, I think, have an effect on congressional races surrounding. Now, I'm not saying they're going to pull a lot of Democrats or a lot of Muslim Democrats from those congressional races, but I'm sure there's going to be a dip in the numbers, specifically in Michigan, and it's going to impact.
But along those lines, and look, I'm always cautious. I mean, you've known me for a long time, very cautious of people when they talk about third parties. I mean, our system is so driven towards a two-party stranglehold on the system. But you do have Cornel West out there, and you've got Jill Stein out there, and they could become pivot points in this election. They're not going to win, but they could become pivot points. Do you agree?
I mean, if you're talking about whether Muslim Americans will vote for Stein because she has been extremely pro-Palestine and articulated that, sure, that could be somewhat affecting the race. It's specifically in Michigan. I'm not sure if that's going to give her a boost, but as you point out, it could chip away at some of the votes that Harris would have had.
A lot of concern out there about President Trump is that he's going to eviscerate expertise in the government, that we're going to have political people loyal to him put in places that would normally have been with experts. And for a policy wonk like myself, that's highly disconcerting if that turns out to be true. Have we just moved into a place where so many Americans don't even think about that?
Donald Trump has been clear about this, right? And anyone who's not taking that seriously, you know, is probably not as close as you and I to it. But yeah, there is an issue with policy, with Americans understanding how policy works or appreciating that that is a really disconcerting, as you point out, point of view for anyone seeking office and for anyone seeking office to articulate that. Yeah, that's problematic. But also, if you poll Americans how many people know they're members of Congress, they probably wouldn't know that either. So while they are super engaged in these elections, and that's appreciated, on the policy side, we probably all need some civic classes.
I want to apologize to our viewers who have to, get a lesson in how American politics works, the Electoral College, and the fact that we have swing states. So if you lived in California, guess what? Your vote is already predicted, and that doesn't really matter. Oklahoma, the same thing. But there are about 7 states that matter in this election by most analysts' measure. And they are Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona. I've memorized all 7 of them. But I think it's really interesting that we're looking at those states and sort of look at, as you're looking at things right now, just on the eve of the election, how do you feel the breeze is going?
Such a tough question. All I can say is the races are those states are very, very tight, with Harris slightly leading a little more earlier in her 100-day candidacy, and then Trump somehow chipping away at that, but they're within a point difference. It is going to be a tight race, and I'm not sure we'll know the election results on election night.
Well, isn't Donald Trump making sure we won't by already saying that Pennsylvania is cheating and kind of laying down the groundwork for challenge?
Definitely, in addition to slowing down on the election. And yeah, I would imagine, I think Georgia is only hand count at this point. It's going to be a very interesting, very much a repeat of 2020, probably.
How is abortion playing in this election right now, and particularly in the battleground states?
Yeah, so I think Kamala Harris, took that opportunity to seize on that. This is the first election post the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And yeah, she's appealing to women. Women historically vote, at greater numbers. So her team is probably smart to focus on that. It is the difference between her and Donald Trump. She's focusing on women, putting abortion or reproductive rights first, while Trump has taken this posture of zoning in on men, specifically all men, and trying to bring that base out. And I think that's what Madison Square Garden was about the other night. This very much machismo look where Hulk Hogan ripped off his shirt again. I think if he understands that, he needs to bring out his base, which I have to say, Republicans have received some criticism in the past because they weren't really doing that, especially in those swing states.
I want to tell everybody we are getting a real treat here because Kadia Goba is fantastic, former colleague of mine, U.S. politics reporter for Semaphore. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
So what's the bottom line? People around the world, not just Americans, are watching these U.S. elections because the winners' policies are going to reverberate in all 4 corners of the globe. For instance, is Russian leader Vladimir Putin going to get a state dinner at the Trump White House? Or would a Harris White House muscle up NATO in Eastern Europe? On the Ukraine war, these two have wildly different visions. What is sadly clear is that neither Trump nor Harris are promising much that's different in terms of American engagement with a stability that is both just and fair in the Middle East. We are watching a war continue and broaden, and my gut just tells me that Trump and Harris are going to continue to give a knowing wink and nod to the violence and the killings there, and not investing American resources in truly changing these realities. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm afraid I'm not. We'll know soon enough. And that's the bottom line.
Misinformation and disinformation are weaponized. The danger that it poses to pretty much everyone, particularly the peacekeeper, is really taken a different sort of magnitude right now. And that has been also visible in the case of the Middle East and UNIFIL for quite some time now. But more recently, I think we've seen disinformation about the role of UNIFIL, and I think some of this disinformation tends to sort of suggest that, you know, the UNIFIL's role was to implement the political solution, was to implement, even enforced Resolution 1701 of the Security Council. Obviously, that is not the case. There's a lot that UNIFIL can do and has done and will do if there is a ceasefire in terms of supporting the parties. But it's for them, it's for the parties. There has to be a political will from the parties to implement a political solution.
Let's take a look at the polling aggregates across those 7 key battlegrounds that we've been talking about, right? In your Sunbelt, you see a little bit more red than blue. In fact, there is no blue in the Sunbelt, but again, it's way too close to call. Trump by 3 in Arizona, 2 in Georgia, 1 in North Carolina, a tie in Nevada. Come over to those Great Lakes and a little bit more blue here, but look at this, just a point in Michigan, less than a point. When you're breaking out this symbol, Jessica, the less than, you know how close the race is. And then, of course, in Pennsylvania, all important Pennsylvania, tied, T-I-E-D. That's the bottom line of this election. Way too close to call at this point. All of the key states within a couple of points, and arguably the most important one, Pennsylvania, T-I-E-D.
Just tied. Put that in terms of the electoral map for us. How does that bear out?
Yeah, how does the electoral map bear out? Well, if the results match the polling averages, guess what? Neither candidate gets to 270 electoral votes. I don't even know what other way to put it, because Pennsylvania becomes the all-important key state. Whoever wins Pennsylvania wins the election. We've been talking about it week after week after week. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, just to the southwest of me here in New York City, becomes the all-important state. If you can figure out who wins Pennsylvania, you probably know who's going to win the election, because at this point, the polls can only tell you that both candidates are short of the 270 electoral votes needed to win. That is, of course, if the polls are actually right on the money, which they probably won't be.
Okay, explain that to us, because they're not perfect.
No, they are not perfect. So, you know, let's go through history, right? Let's go back since 1972 and look at the key battleground states and say, how off were the polling averages? The polls aren't perfect. They are a tool. They get you in the neighborhood. But when the race is this close, when all the key battleground states are within 3 percentage points, that's within the average error band. The average error band for state polling average since 1972 is, get this, 3.4 points. 3.4 points. And then if you talk about a margin of error, right, like a 95% confidence interval, we're talking about more like plus or minus 9 points. All of the key battleground states are within this error band, and they're actually within the average error band as well. So let's kind of talk about what happens if you have an average error and apply it to the electoral map, right? Well, if we have an average error and Donald Trump benefits from the average error, guess what? He gets way past 270 electoral votes. He gets to 312. Why? He carries all the Great Lake battleground states. He carries the Southeast battleground states in North Carolina and Georgia. And he carries Nevada and Arizona out west. But of course, Jessica, there's no guarantee that the polls being off would necessarily benefit Donald Trump, even though they did both in 2016 and 2020. Because they could, in fact, the polling miss could benefit Kamala Harris like it did the Democrats back in 2022. If there was, in fact, a polling miss that benefited Kamala Harris, an average polling miss, she'd get north of 300 electoral votes. Look at that. She'd get to 319. Why? She'd carry the Great Lake battleground states, right? She'd carry Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. She'd carry the Southeast battleground states, Georgia and North Carolina. And she'd carry the Southwest battleground states of Nevada and Arizona. So the bottom line is this. The polls at this point point to a race that's way too close to call, but an average miss in either direction could turn this into an electoral college blowout. We just don't know at this point.
We just jumping off point with these blue wall states, which do probably represent the straightest path to victory for either one of these candidates. Yeah. What do you make of the state of play in those right now?
Yeah, well, first of all, I coined the blue wall back in 2009, and initially it referred to the 18 states that ultimately voted Democratic in all 6 elections from 92 to 2012. The most states either party had won over 6 consecutive elections since the formation of the modern party system in 1828. Trump, of course, famously dislodged Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin from the blue wall in 2016. And now when people talk about the blue wall, they're usually referring just to those 3 states. So in my mind, it's kind of the bricks that fell out of the wall have become the wall. Now, what's really important is that since 2016, Democrats have regained the initiative in those 3 states. I think the evidence is that the counter mobilization or the backlash to Trump has been more powerful than the mobilization that Trump effectuated in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. The Democrats won the governorships in all 3 in 2018. They won them again by more in 2022. They flipped 3 state legislative chambers. They hold 5 of the 6 U.S. senators. And of course, Biden won all 3 in 2020 by a combined 260,000 votes. The difference is that inflation in particular, I think, creates a tougher environment for them. But given what's happening in the national numbers, Jessica, where the erosion that Democrats are seeing relative to 2020 is primarily among non-white voters, and Harris is largely holding Biden's support among white voters, which was higher than Clinton's 4 years earlier. Clearly, I think these 3 states that are predominantly white and older, paradoxically, are considered the safer path for her at this point than the Sun Belt states that are younger and more diverse.
That's so interesting you bring up that point, because in talking with people, you kind of remind them that conventional wisdom that we've all held true for a long time, a lot of it in so many ways is getting turned weirdly upside down in this race if it ends up shaking out in the final result. One of them being, to your point, Harris's strength with white voters, and maybe Trump's, gaining and strength with voters of color, especially in cities, which is an interesting dynamic.
Right. I mean, race and age are kind of narrowing as divides in this election, and gender and education levels are widening in this election. And, if you kind of look at it that way, in the Sun Belt states, such a high percentage of the electorate overall, and certainly such a high percentage of the Democratic coalition, are voters of color, that even small shifts away from the Democrats, particularly, what we're seeing among Latino voters, we'll have to see how much actually pans out among Black voters, but possibly some among Black men. Even small shifts can be really damaging to their ability to win those kind of states where it is generally tougher to win white voters. Historically, Democrats have run better among white voters in the former blue wall states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And as I said, they are a larger share of the electorate, 80% in Michigan, 80% in Pennsylvania, 90% in Wisconsin. So you have a scenario where it's not hard to imagine that Harris's advantage in the popular vote will erode from what Biden did in 2020. He won the popular vote by 4.5 points. Maybe she might only win the popular vote by as little as Hillary Clinton did, 2 points, or even less. But even if she does, if she's holding her support among white voters, she will be better positioned than Clinton was to still hold Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin with a narrow advantage in the popular vote. And, Pennsylvania obviously is the toughest of the 3. We've been accustomed to the idea that all 3 of these states vote to the right of the nation overall, because they did in 2016 and 2020. But it was the opposite in the first 4 elections in this century. And if we have this kind of inverted pattern of racial support, it would not be surprising to me if, in fact, these states vote more Democratic than the country overall, or something very close to the overall national level.
Yeah, it's so interesting to kind of watch this emerge. The other thing you mentioned the gender gap, which we've talked a lot about, but we have still not seen Nikki Haley on the trail for Donald Trump. And she said she's waiting by the phone for his phone call, but we haven't seen her. And both campaigns, certainly the Harris campaign, has said they would love to pick up some of those Nikki Haley voters, and Trump would need them as well in some of these places. I'm thinking a lot about Pennsylvania and those collar counties. What do you make of him not bringing her out on the campaign trail? Because we're showing video right now of her with Dave McCormick, who is the Pennsylvania Senate candidate, Republican candidate in Pennsylvania.
Well, I think it's kind of indicative of, first of all, it's a real signal of how Trump views the rest of the Republican Party at this point. You know, when he was president the first time, he felt that he had to kind of make concessions to other power centers in the party. Now he feels like he has to make no concessions to anyone, and that, you know, the party really, that he's.
Do you want a little treat?
Those are important votes if you are the Trump campaign wanting to get Pennsylvania. Why not just take the low-hanging fruit?
Yeah, listen, I think at the end of the day, we made the decision that we're getting 92%, 93% of the Republican vote. So Nikki Haley's sort of value in the Republican vote is not necessarily going to help. Where she would have helped in value would have probably been some of the suburban women. But you know, we're driving up the turnouts in other areas. I think the decision for Trump has always been, I'm going to do it my way, structure it my way. We're at this position, we're at a jump ball because we've done it his way. We trust his gut, we trust his instinct. It's got him in the White House once, and we feel we're on the path to the White House again.
There are 2 points. But what about, I'm sorry, 1 second. I want to hear your plan on this, but remind me, what about RFK? I mean, RFK Jr., you think has more value to the Trump campaign getting at voters than, say, Nikki Haley?
Well, I think the important thing for RFK is he's actually getting votes in some of these states. So he's going there and saying, vote for President Trump.
Not the same level that Haley did.
Yeah, but like I said, Donald Trump is getting 92 to 93% of the Republican votes. So those 140,000 people who voted in the Pennsylvania primary have already lined up behind Trump. So her voice, maybe it makes a difference, maybe it doesn't. I think Trump's willing to take a risk that it won't.
I think the permission slip structure was already kind of built in when she endorsed Trump. So I don't think that this op-ed necessarily moves anybody else with the permission, but I understand what you're saying there. But I would also say she is out campaigning down ballot as well. She is out there for Senate candidates. She's crisscrossing. So she is still out in Pennsylvania campaigning for someone like a Dave McCormick. And I imagine if you're out there and you are a persuadable Republican who could have considered that, I can't imagine you are going for Kamala Harris and Dave McCormick. And so if you saw Nikki and you might have been persuadable, she is going out there down ballot to help those races as well.
You know what? I went door knocking in Pennsylvania in a blue-collar, majority-white community, and the undecided voters that I talked to 3 weeks ago literally said to me, gee, my husband and I have been talking about the fact that we voted for Donald Trump once before, but now we don't hear him talking about us. We hear him talking about himself and his grievance, and we hear him talking about tax cuts for the rich and not us. Now, they had questions about Kamala, which I was able to answer, but if they're Republicans, they are registered Republicans. So again, I'll just come back to this point. We can't judge by the turnout that we're seeing. We don't know how those Republicans are voting. It may be the case, like if you're looking at the data and saying these counties, these people voted Republican last time, you can't say that this time because you don't know. And I do think the power of someone like Kamala Harris standing with someone like Adam Kinzinger is very powerful. And if Donald Trump would have put his ego down for 2 seconds and stood with Nikki Haley, I think it would have been very powerful.
Congressman, on this point, I mean, in the permission structures, I mean, how compelling do you think it is to Republicans like yourself that Harris is saying she wants to have and give a Republican a seat at her table in a cabinet and going forward? Is that enough, you think, to compel people?
Well, I think what's compelling is her message of saying unity. And again, I'm not sitting here saying that she's going to win a quarter of Republicans. It's not going to happen. Like, Republicans are pretty faithful to their party. Our identity is now tied up in our political affiliation for some friggin' reason, but that's what we do now. And so, but I think, again, if you can break 1 or 2% above what Joe Biden got, and keep in mind, Joe Biden did not make a real obvious effort to Republicans. Kamala Harris is, and I do think it's effective. Again, this idea that now she's going to win, a quarter, she's not, but it's just a little bit because every Republican that votes for Kamala Harris, it's kind of like a delta of 2 because it's 1 less voting for Trump and 1 voting for her.
Yeah,
so
I would say, but none of the data supports that Harris has been able to recreate the Joe Biden coalition. Like if you look at the polling in Pennsylvania and Michigan, you've not seen the restructure of the Biden coalition. A lot of these.
Assuming about white voters, not black and brown voters.
Well,
we're seeing very.
But I think
think black and brown voters
are
moving away from the Democratic Party.
It's fair to say that every campaign is going to have a different coalition, though, and I think that's true of Trump because look right now, the overtures he's making to younger men, the overtures he's making to people who are 0 or 4, low propensity, haven't voted, trying to get new people to sign up. Every coalition has to be different.
Well, we'll see what happens. This has certainly been a different election cycle. Thank you so much to all of you. Great to hear you. New reporting tonight that Harris is feeling confident in the final hours before the election. Harris surrogate and Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey is here to tell us what the campaign is seeing. Plus, inside the 2024 crystal ball from the man who's accurately predicted 9 of the last 10 elections.
Subway launched new $6.99 meal deals with any 6-inch sub.
Wait, Subway did what?
Dad? Yep. For a limited time, get any 6-inch sub, chip, and a drink, all for just $6.99.
Faraway places, far away over.
Why choose a mobile network built for places you'll probably never be, instead of for where you are most of the time? Xfinity Mobile was designed for where you need it most.
At Fisher Investments, we may look like other money managers, but we're different.
How so?
We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest, so we don't sell any commission-based products.
Then how do you make money?
We have a simple management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
The clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority by getting to know their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more.
Wow. Maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. I recommend Pronamel Active Shield because it actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients.
Try Pronamel mouthwash.
You might wonder, John Legend, how do you keep your voice sounding so legendary? Honey, and how do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season, designed for recent variants.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC.
The fresher, the better.
Ask your healthcare provider about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. This is our message.
The Winter Escapes sale is now on. Visit sandals.com or call 1-800-SANDALS.
Homes.com is a new, elevated home shopping experience. Beautiful design, tremendously rich content, and my favorite touch, it's the only site that always connects you to the listing agent. Feels like a work of art.
Lovely. What about the app?
Uh-oh! Look what I did. It's ringing. Hello? Hello? Hello?
They can't hear you.
Hello?
Because you glued a frame over the microphone.
I think I've glued the frame over the microphone.
Ding dong!
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
You know, there's this thing called age, and it sucks.
If you're over 50, imagine you could turn back the clock on your stiff, achy joints by years. Introducing InstaFlex Advanced.
It's restored my joints without just temporarily masking my symptoms and without scary side effects. When you can find a product that can take that away to the point that you can live your life again, that is a miracle to me.
Get a complimentary sample just by texting LOVE to 321-321. InstaFlex Advanced targets the root cause of joint soreness and stiffness with a unique combination of 5 key natural ingredients. Key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies.
I love this product. I'm telling you it works.
InstaFlex Advanced is the #1 selling joint brand at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary sample by texting LOVE to 321-321. Plus, text now, and we'll include a tube of InstaFlex pain cream for fast-acting relief absolutely free. Text LOVE to 321-321 today.
I'm Bill Weir on the California coast, and this is CNN.
I don't believe people who disagree with me are the enemy. In fact, I'll give them a seat at the table because that's what strong leaders do.
That was was Vice President Kamala Harris with her closing message in Michigan today, a state that she has been concerned about, because CNN's latest average of polling shows no clear leader there, with Harris at 48%, Trump at 46%. And at this point in the race, I mean, it's hard to tell where Harris maybe should be campaigning. Because in the New York Times' latest swing state poll before Election Day, Harris and Trump are closer than ever in every single battleground. I'm going to get right to the governor of Massachusetts, Maura Healey. She is a Harris surrogate. Governor, thank you. Harris, throughout her campaign, has called herself and referred to her ticket as the underdog. But according to the Washington Post, her campaign now is much more confident. If there is a win by narrow margins, according to that prediction, why would that be? What is the campaign seeing now?
Well, I can tell you what I'm seeing, Laura. I was on the ground in Pennsylvania on Friday campaigning in Allentown and Lehigh Valley and Philadelphia. And it was next level in terms of the energy, the momentum. Yes, this is an incredibly close race. We knew it would be. But, you know, I tell something by, you know, who I talk to at the various field offices and the people who've been out canvassing. And I got to tell you, there was such a cross section, Laura, of people who have been out canvassing for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, especially people who've never canvassed before. And I think that's why there's so much momentum and energy right now behind the vice president. And also, you know, I think she's been really clear about her message, including everybody, including people who disagree with her in terms of her policy formulation going forward. And I think that's another really clear difference in this race.
The polls have shown that Harris has a bit of a weakness among male voters. Are you concerned about that particular gap not being closed?
I think we see that closing. I mean, I'll just tell you anecdotally, I was there the other day in a field office in Pennsylvania with a fellow who's out canvassing for Kamala as we speak. He's an independent, he's a businessman, and he is trying to get out there to as many Pennsylvanians as possible to talk about how devastating it would be to go back to a Trump economy. I mean, what Trump did in terms of harming this economy, he was speaking to directly as a businessman. I also was with another man who's a Republican, Laura, and he was canvassing, and he was going door to door to talk to neighbors and talk to voters about the fact that Donald Trump, if he gets in, we're all going to see prices go up on everything we buy at Walmart or any other store out there, in contrast to what Kamala Harris is going to do for the economy. And I think that's just anecdotally, but that's an independent gentleman and a Republican gentleman who are out there campaigning for Kamala Harris. So, you know, that's just anecdotally, but I hear these stories over and over again. I also was struck too by the number of men I spoke to who were really focused in on freedom, right? I mean, kind of in the camp of Dick Cheney and other men who've stepped forward, including all the generals and men who served with Trump in the White House, who are out there supporting Kamala Harris. And I heard many men talk about that. And again, these are men who've never voted for a Democrat before in their lives.
That's exactly the area that I know the Harris campaign is hoping to target, and wondering always what the impact of statements.
Watching all of this, I feel the need to watch this. Here, I'll just do this. 2016 election night. What? I took my spoon.
He's not going to be the nominee, Chuck. I mean, as you know, I'm ahead in Ohio.
So, Jenny, could he actually win?
No freaking way!
He will be tempted to run,
be predictably shellacked.
Do not tell me that Donald Trump is in this to win this, okay? He's a sideshow.
This is going to turn a three-ring circus into a freak show.
He's not running for president. He's running for Keep Me Famous.
I thought this was maybe some strategy for a new reality show.
How should Republicans handle Donald Trump?
Ignore him.
And Donald Trump is not going to be the nominee of this party.
Well, I don't think it's likely that Donald Trump will be the nominee.
Well, I do, based on your theme, believe that he's here to stay for a while, maybe through a few primaries, but he is not going to be the nominee.
Well, I'm going to support the Republican nominee, and I'm comfortable that it's not going to be Donald Trump.
There's not going to be a President Donald Trump. That's not going to happen.
Donald Trump will not become president.
He's not going to be president. He is not, Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Take it to the bank.
Okay.
I guarantee it.
All right, all right.
I think if he becomes the president, he'll make it great, because the states is already great.
I think that man will be president of the United States right about the time that spaceships come down filled with dinosaurs and red capes.
On that note, Tom,
Take it from me. How about that?
Cheers, Tom.
And then, of course, there's Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been saying that he will run for president as a Republican, which is surprising since I just assumed he was running as a joke.
Donald Trump, just last week, he confirmed to the National Review that he is again considering a run in 2016.
Do it. Do it. Look at me. Do it. I will personally write you a campaign check now on behalf of this country, which does not want you to be president, but which badly wants you to run.
So when you stand and deliver that State of the Union address, in no part of your mind or brain can you imagine Donald Trump standing up one day and delivering a State of the Union address?
Well, I can imagine it in a Saturday night skit. I continue to believe Mr. Trump will not be president.
He will never be president of the United States.
And we better be ready for the fact that he might be leading the Republican ticket next. I know you don't believe that, but I want to go on.
Sorry to laugh.
That he might be leading the Republican ticket next. I know you don't believe that, but I want to go on.
Sorry to laugh.
Are you coming? Oh, you said you would. Okay.
Okay, here we are. And which Republican candidate has the best chance of winning the general election?
Of the declared ones right now, Donald Trump.
And so, right now, Mr. Trump, to answer your call for political honesty, I just want to say, you're not going to be president, all right? But come on, buddy. All, let's say, cow poo-poo aside, there is zero chance we'll be seeing you being sworn in on the Capitol steps with your hand on a giant golden Bible.
I'll make a prediction, though, for you. And I don't really get into predictions much, but this one I'll go way out on a limb. Donald Trump will never, ever be president of the United States. That Trump should not be in this race. He's an absurdity. He is a travesty.
Donald Trump will never be elected president of the United States.
Donald Trump is a here today, gone tomorrow candidate for president of the United States. Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Ever respectful of the fact that the people have not voted, he's not going to be president of the United States.
Let's be clear. Donald Trump will lose the election.
I mean, he had a really good chance to be different and really have a chance to change things, but he doesn't do the work. He's lazy.
We talk about him every day, and we continuously bash him. He's not going to be the president. Don't worry about it. Exactly.
It has to be a wake-up call to the Republican Party. Despite Boris thinking that Donald Trump could win New York, like this, the presidential race is over.
Could I just cut through? I have one thing to say, one thing only, and that is that this race is over. Tomorrow morning, the money will dry up. The Republicans will start to hide. Trump has no place to go. This race, effectively, as of tonight, is no longer a presidential race. I mean, everything I know about presidential politics, and I've been through 5 of them, I've never seen one like this. This race is over. You might as well accept it. And the question now is, how do you minimize damage? And the only way you can do that, it seems to me, is to try to grab hold of some old conservative value things and do what Mondale did in '84, which is try to save a few people down ballot. But as far as Donald Trump's concerned, it will never, ever, ever happen.
President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States! Exclamation point at real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump, at least I will go down as a president.
Our new NBC News SurveyMonkey poll is out today. It puts Hillary Clinton up by 10 points over Donald Trump, and this is not the first poll since the conventions to give Clinton a double-digit lead. This is actually the fourth. 4 polls that have Clinton up by more than 10 points, or at least 10 points. Sustain the kind of lead she has leaped out into this race, you could see other states that suddenly get crazy, states you wouldn't have even imagined, like a South Carolina, even a Texas, they could at least become competitive. And what it would mean doesn't mean Hillary Clinton's going to win all of these. It means we could have more competitive states than we ever imagined. That's the way the lay of the land right now at this low moment for Donald Trump. We'll be back right after this.
We are back with David Undo P. Plouffe, the man who says Hillary Clinton has a 100% chance of winning. So that means that no scenario that we could lay out to get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes is something he would buy. So we thought we'd get David in here to look at those scenarios that the Republicans are talking about, citing them as a potential path to victory, and explain to us why they are not just implausible, but impossible.
If you look at Wisconsin, the Marquette poll came out yesterday. She's up 6 points. She's up 4 points in our polling in Pennsylvania. If she keeps those together, all she needs is New Hampshire, and she puts the race away, and she's up there.
Well,
so
for them, that's the whole Colorado. For them to look at fortune, and it is true, fortune favors the bold. But if the Comey bomb didn't get them where they need to be,
that really is the question, right?
It's it'll be interesting tomorrow night, I think, when Hillary Clinton wins, that Donald Trump will have lost this election from the very first day he announced.
If the numbers bear out what we're seeing thus far, Hillary Clinton will win Florida. And the delicious irony in this is that Donald Trump will have been kept from the White House by a big, beautiful brown wall.
And CNN projects Donald Trump will carry the state of Florida, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Mississippi, South Carolina, Alabama, Kansas with its 6 electoral votes, Nebraska with its 5 electoral votes, and Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes, North Dakota with its 3 electoral votes, and South Dakota, Texas, Arkansas. He has now taken the lead. Donald Trump has 128 electoral votes. Louisiana, the state of Montana, Missouri, Ohio. He has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 109. Idaho, North Carolina, Georgia, Iowa, Utah, Wisconsin, Arizona.
But we should really just take a moment here and look at this. Pollsters predicted that Hillary Clinton was going to have not just a victory, but that she was going to win an electoral landslide. Not only is that not happening, it is entirely possible that Donald Trump is truly redrawing the map the way that he said he was going to. It was Donald Trump versus almost all the experts, and as of right now, it looks like Donald Trump was right.
Donald Trump has defeated Hillary Clinton to become president-elect of the United States.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated.
This is not the outcome we wanted or we worked so hard for. And I'm sorry that we did not win this election.
I love this country.
The shockwaves from Donald Trump's victory continue to be felt across America and around the world.
Donald Trump wird der 45.
Élu Donald Trump, President-elect Donald Trump.
Everyone was wrong. The backlash begins. Some magazines are facing big embarrassments today. Newsweek had already shipped out this cover, Madam Secretary, but quickly had to change it to this, President Trump.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Developments. John, my legal buddy, the guy's a genius, the former Deputy Assistant Attorney General, UC Berkeley Law Professor, former Justice Thomas Law Clerk. And John, to your credit, early on when we were getting into the issue of whether the High Court gets involved in a lot of campaign issues, it always comes with them kicking and screaming that it comes to that. But it's come to that in this one Pennsylvania case, and God knows what else could be coming. What do you see?
Actually, there's a series of cases going on, Michigan, Wisconsin, where the courts are allowing the state to keep RFK on the ballot. The Virginia case you just mentioned, where Virginia is allowed to keep testing whether people on the voting rolls are citizens. And then the big Pennsylvania case, and I think we're going to see a lot more cases out of Pennsylvania about provisional ballots versus mail-in ballots. This is why you're right, Neil, once again, about the role of the Supreme Court. In each of these cases, they look like one favors Trump, one might favor Harris.
Right.
But the basic principle throughout is that the Supreme Court is trying to tell the courts, stay out of it. Let the states run the elections. That's what the Constitution actually says. It says the states run the elections, only subject to if Congress wants to pass a law to override and create some kind of national rule on some issue. So each of these cases look like they're helping one or the other candidate, but what the court is really trying to do is say, federal judges, stay out of it. Let the state governors, state government officials run the election, and then we'll see whether we need to get involved after the vote.
Can you come play with her a little bit, please? Okay.
So what if you have a state where Robert F. Kennedy wants to take his name off the ballot? The state isn't allowing him to do it. It does get bumped up to the Supreme Court. Under that situation, you're probably right. They would say the states rule on this, not us. But there is precedent here where they could rule on that. And then you raise the question, if it tipped the election one way or the other in that state, they just erase the votes of Robert F. Kennedy? I mean, how would that play out?
The justices, I think, to a justice, no matter whether they're Republican or Democratic appointed, are hoping and praying that none of these elections in these states are going to be close. That, yes, maybe if RFK Jr. stays on the ballot, but Michigan and Wisconsin go for Harris or Trump outside the margin of error, outside of RFK's vote, then it won't really matter. And actually, you saw in the Pennsylvania case just yesterday that your reporter was talking about, 3 of the conservative justices, Thomas, Gorsuch, and Alito, said there's an important issue here, but it didn't make a difference in the election you're talking about. That claim actually arose out of the election 2 years ago, and the court's saying, hopefully we won't need to get involved because the election won't be close, despite what all the polls are saying. Now, if the election is so close, if some of these decisions could make a difference, like they could have 4 years ago in Georgia or Arizona or Pennsylvania, then the justices will have to do things they don't want to do, like say, let's segregate and put to one side all the ballots we have questions about. And we're going to look specifically at those. That's what Justice Alito did 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, when some people didn't sign their ballots properly or didn't put them in the secrecy envelope. Pennsylvania's my home state. I don't know how so many people forget to sign their ballots. I mean, I'm sure if they were getting free Phillies tickets, they would sign whatever they needed to sign. But they keep forgetting to sign the ballots. 10,000 people 4 years ago didn't sign the ballots. So that's what the Supreme Court could do. And then we're going to see them have to make up some new law because they haven't really decided to intervene decisively in the ways that might be called upon them in these very tight elections.
Yeah. Phillies tickets would do nothing for me. A Philly cheesecake, I'll tell you, that would be a different story. John, you mentioned the number and the state involved. So, deciding whether to keep or throw out 1,600 battles in Virginia is one thing. 1,500 votes in a state like Wisconsin or Michigan could really move the needle and tip the scale. Virginia, maybe not so much. Does the court weigh that sort of thing?
Yes. First of all, I'm very puzzled why the U.S. Justice Department even brought that suit in Virginia. We're only talking about 1,800 ballots. And these are people who said in their applications for driver's licenses that they weren't citizens. And so it seems to me Virginia legally shouldn't be allowing non-citizens to vote. Nevertheless, the Justice Department poured in a lot of resources into that. And we're only talking about 1,800 voters out of, I think, 2.5 million people voted in Virginia. It's not going to make a difference there. But you're right. In a place like Wisconsin, Georgia, 11,000 votes made the difference 4 years ago. These kinds of ballots could matter. And so what does you're asking a tough question, Neil, because this is all new territory. We don't know what the Supreme Court would do just based on what they did in Pennsylvania 4 years ago. Keep the ballots separate, and then we're going to take a closer look at them and maybe have to make new law.
Wild stuff. John, thank you very much. I have a feeling you're going to have a busy week coming up, and maybe...
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee.
America is a country. Is Fat Elvis.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's right. No.
We have the promise of Skinny Elvis and the excellence of Skinny Elvis and the world prominence of Skinny Elvis. We've achieved all of the Skinny Elvis things, but as a culture, we're a Fat Elvis culture. We reward decadence, and we're in this other place now where none of the things Fat Elvis did that might have been considered shameful at the time would disqualify him from any position of prominence in our society.
No, I get that. I mean, the guy could hold the highest office in the land.
I was just going to say that. Fat Elvis could be president.
The guy could run the Federal Aviation Administration.
Some would argue Fat Elvis was president from 2016 to 2020 and is running to give it another shot.
Still can't believe that Elvis fan puked in my cab. Joining me now is a hunk of burning love, if ever there was one, the man who will co-host our Democracy 2024 coverage on election night. Fox News chief political anchor Bret Baier returns to Fox News Saturday night.
Good to be here.
I'm going to deal them in on some inside baseball. Thanks for changing. We showed up in the same jackets.
Typical.
He was the bigger man. It's your show.
Decided I'd give you the...
Yeah, so sounds like your night's been an adventure so far.
Well, listen, I was walking over from the hotel. I got stopped a couple times, which was nice to get pictures. And then I walked here, and the security guard said, "So wait, you're going on Jimmy's show?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, that was a good career while it lasted."
And true. That's the last time we let Campagno work the front desk. That's enough out of you. Well, we should note your range, okay? I'm glad you brought this up because I was watching you FaceTime Sylvester Stallone at the Philadelphia Art Museum on Special Report. I believe that was Thursday.
Yes.
So Thursday you're on with Rocky. Saturday you're on with Paulie. You have all the range in the world. But I'm bringing up boxing because this is where I want to take the conversation. I communicate a lot through sports metaphors because it kind of masks the IQ gap between you and I. So thank you for that. Special Report meets Special Ed, that whole thing. Okay, but if this is a prize fight, and it very much feels like one, what does the posture of the two campaigns tell you about how they think they're doing going into the last round?
That's a really good question. I think that they're both making believe that they are going to take them out in the first round. And they're both spinning everybody. They're saying, we're going to be at 312 electoral votes. We're going to do everything behind the scenes. Our internal polls are the best. Bottom line is we don't know. And until we figure out who shows up on Tuesday, we have no clue. So anybody that tells you they know, they don't know.
For real. So it really is just about turnout, and you don't know.
Yeah, and we're going to have more than almost 80 million votes already banked.
Okay.
That's the most early vote that's ever happened. That's crazy.
Which is crazy. Wow. I mean, my house alone, we voted 4 times each. Which is, I mean, take the over in Vegas. Okay, let's talk about what we do know, okay? Because you interviewed Kamala Harris, which put you in the same intellectual class as Call Her Daddy. So congratulations, you finally arrived, you've made it, you finally got the accolade.
Yeah.
But was there anything you saw in that interview that could give us a glimpse into what type of leader she would be?
Well, she definitely came back to Donald Trump a lot.
Yeah.
It was about 15 or 20 times in some of those questions. And, you know, there was clearly she wanted to control, you know, those answers, and I had to get in on the breath a few times, a number of times. But she wanted to have a moment. She had a moment, and I think her people were happy. I think that the after of that interview, other interviews, they ask the same questions
Yeah.
about, like, what is turning the page? What does it look like? What's different?
Yeah.
And there still wasn't an answer.
That's a weird thing there, because there seems to be like this lack of interest, you know, like almost an intellectual curiosity at getting better at this sort of thing. But I think that's where the media has done a lot of Democrats a disservice, because they've done so much of the heavy lifting for their candidates that when they're asked to mix it up even a little, it almost just becomes hostile. That's what I saw from Nassau Community College. I don't know what they saw in your college, but we were over there playing Dungeons and Dragons. We were like, hey, Bear's got Kamala on. Half of my friends thought it was the wrestler, Kamala, the Ugandan giant. But the point is, we did some analysis for you. Okay, take me into the process of election night, because you are the guy who calls this thing.
Well, let's be clear.
Yeah, okay.
So Decision Desk is a bunch of guys and women who are looking at a lot of data, and they make a decision. We happen to be the people who deliver.
For sure, but that's what I mean. When it comes to being the messenger, okay, you will deliver the words that would change the course of history. Does that weigh on you? Because you're announcing it into every living room in America. I mean, the only time I announce is into one living room. Like, Yanks scored. That's it. That's as far as it goes. Okay? And I didn't get to say that a lot this week. Okay? I didn't say it at all. But when the call comes in and you've got to deliver that verdict to America, where is your process?
Yeah, so you think about it all night long, and eventually you're going to have this moment, and it's either going to be Martha or me that get to the last state and say, Wisconsin is now going to so-and-so, and he or she will be the 47th president of the United States. And as you're saying it, you think, well, this is going to be on some video somewhere.
Yeah.
So you don't want to say 47.
Don't jinx it, Brett. You got to do this. You're the guy, actually. You got to do it.
You can't get the twisties. You got to stick the landing.
You got to stick the landing. You got to be like Mary Lou Retton.
So, it's all about the enunciation, okay?
Right.
And then the balloons fall, the pyrotechnics go off, and you drink what?
Good question.
Thank you.
It's usually a nice red wine after
Is that
the.
where you go?
Yeah,
Something
or it could be a tequila.
Okay.
Depends on the night. I mean, there's a lot of variations.
I like that you have a range here.
So who holds your hair back when you barf the next day?
Kennedy, the reason they have co-anchors on election night is it's a his and hers.
Just in case.
He gets Martha. You know, McCallum gets Rowdy.
That's right.
Brett Baer,
She likes McCallum, by the way.
She's a McCallum. There you go. How about it? Well, we will all be watching. Make sure to watch Brett Baer and Martha McCallum this Tuesday night at 6 p.m. for special coverage of election.
Now stateside, in my studio, I took him out of probably a very important meeting with probably his favorite couple of drinks. Is Pierce Morgan. Pierce, great to see you.
Great to see you, Brian.
Fantastic.
You remain the only man who can get me out on a Saturday night onto television rather than some fancy restaurant. Thank you.
It's at the top of my resume. Where do you see, as just being here a week, you went to the MSG rally. Very curious where you see it.
Look, I think it's fascinating. It's electrifying, right? The whole world is watching this election. I remember a period about 5 months ago when everyone feared it might be the most boring race in history. Two old guys duking it out again. How wrong were we? We've had 2 assassination attempts. We've had Trump in a garbage truck, Trump in McDonald's, like you said. We've had Joe Biden getting assassinated politically by his own party and replaced by Kamala Harris, and so on. And now it's like on a knife edge, isn't it? I mean, you look at all these swing states, and really, you can't call any of them with any great authority. You know, tonight there's an outlier poll about Iowa that shows maybe Harris is up there. I don't believe that.
It was 15 points. Trump was up.
Yeah.
And now it just had the Des Moines Register put her up.
That doesn't seem right. And there's another poll in Iowa which has Trump heavily ahead. Look, my gut feeling, and I had this in 2016, and when I was saying it and writing it in 2016, people were laughing at me. But I kept saying, I'm getting a feeling that the Trump train is steaming to victory. I get that feeling again now. I've been in LA, I've been in New York. I'm getting a lot of people who did not vote Trump last time, but who are prepared this time, even if they don't like him, they're prepared to vote for him this time to stop Kamala Harris becoming president. I'm going on my gut, and I'm feeling he could actually end up winning quite big.
And Pierce, you're not new to the Trump train. I mean, you guys have sparred together. You and Trump, you've been friends for a while, but you also disagree to each other's face, which is relatively unique. But this is what you said to us a short time ago about what you thought, if Trump can come out and win, what it would mean. Watch.
It is one of the great comebacks in political history. And I read a column for The Sun in London this week likening it to when Sinatra was thrown to the wolves in the late 40s, thought his career was over, all done and dusted. And then, boom, he comes back from here to eternity. He wins an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, and his career becomes one of the most iconic in the history of American celebrity show business. Donald Trump is on the verge of pulling off a similar comeback.
You're not backing off those comments.
Well, I think the word Nostradamus should be used there, shouldn't it? Look, I think I would compare it actually to what happened with Tiger Woods in golf. Tiger Woods was finished. He was number 1,100 in the world. Everyone was writing him off. The golf world, the celebrity world. He was done, toast, finished, kaput. And what happened? Tiger Woods didn't get the memo. And he fought back and he won the Masters in 2019, greatest comeback in the history of sport. If Trump pulls this off, and it is obviously incredibly close, but I think he will pull this off. And if he does, it is the greatest comeback in the history of politics. He becomes the Tiger Woods of politics. And it would be an extraordinary thing. We can remember, can't we? Start of 2022, it was over. You know, Ron DeSantis was surging away in the polls for the Republican nominee, and Trump was gone, done. Look at him now. It's incredible.
He was by himself.
Okay.
So if you have if Trump has to say, let's say Trump holds on to Arizona and Georgia and North Carolina, okay, he just needs one of the blue wall states. Just one, and Nevada.
He has a good shot in Nevada,
right.
too.
But they said they have not broken. The wall has not broken since '88.
Well, this is
so
what,
if you get one, you get them all. You get none, you get none.
This is what I talked to someone who's very involved in this yesterday, and they said the biggest problem for Kamala is she has a math problem. In all early voting, she is falling short. Trump has to win one, either Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. Looks like he has North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and a good shot in Nevada. But that only gets him to 268. Right. So that's why he has to win one of those three. He's up in all three in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, but it is extremely tight. That's why everyone needs to vote. And it looks like the only chance for Kamala, she has to sweep the blue wall. She has to sweep Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and would have to win all three.
She seems very concerned about it, too. And I just, you know, Jackie's just done a report. She's going to do these two events today. She's doing one in Detroit, Michigan, at the headquarters of Kojic, essentially, Bishop Sheard. That is not a demographic that she should still be working for in the final days of the election. Right. And so I just find it, they are concerned about two things. Either some black voters breaking for Trump in a way that could be 29 to 30% when it comes to black males, or people just staying at home. And that is problematic. If these voters stay at home or cast their vote in a small portion for Donald Trump, that's a ball game.
Yeah, right. It feels as though black males have stayed home in the early voting. That's where it stands. So far, the turnout for blacks in the early voting has not been strong.
No.
Isn't early voting turnout really low compared to the last election? Granted, last election we were in COVID, so a lot of people did early voting.
Well, you know, and we've been breaking down the number of Republicans who have early voted and Democrats. What oftentimes is not mentioned are the independents. And in particular states like North Carolina, there are more independents or third-party or unaffiliated people than there are Republicans or Democrats. And so they really hold the key. In the meantime, Jackie a moment ago said, you know, Joe Biden was in Scranton, his hometown, and used some language that was not helpful to the Kamala Harris campaign. And you got to wonder, what is he doing when he says stuff like this?
There's one more thing Trump and his Republican friends want to do. They want another giant tax cut for the wealthy. Now, I know some of you guys are tempted to think it's macho guy. I'll tell you what, man. When I was in Scranton, we used to have a little trouble going down the plot once in a while. For green reasons. But I'm serious. These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
Wow. He grits his teeth.
So he's
get off my lawn.
With a few dozen in front of a few.
For green reasons. But I'm serious. These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
Wow. He grits his teeth.
So he's
get off my lawn.
With a few dozen in front of a few dozen people, and he's there just to make sure that, I mean, it looks like it's busy work. So he's there to say that, and then he gets off kilter. Think about what he was saying. He's saying they want to give a tax cut to the wealthy, and then he segues into violence. Right. I want to beat this guy up. I want to smack him.
Didn't he want to take him behind the barn at one point last time?
Yeah, like a few years ago when he was saying
when he was healthier.
But didn't y'all see the report from the staffers saying, essentially, no one listens to him anymore? I mean, this is the president of the United States. This is a person that's responsible for our national security. I know we joke about it, but he's still the person that's in charge.
Scary.
And we got people saying, oh, yeah, we just don't listen to him. They're afraid to put him on the campaign trail because he does things like this. I mean, there's a real national security component of this, to Ainsley's point, that is quite scary.
Yeah,
Well-
I mean, plus he's so he's just,
Angry.
He's angry, but he's talking about fighting. Bless his heart. I mean, I don't want to picture him in a fight.
It wouldn't be a fair fight.
No, it wouldn't be.
All right. Yeah, and by the way, just quick note, Rashida Tlaib is not endorsing in Michigan. She's not endorsing Kamala Harris.
No.
So
she's telling her supporters to go ahead and vote on the non-political things on the ballot, different ballot initiatives, make sure.
You got a
because
lot of
that means
people
funding.
in the Arab community in Dearborn, Michigan.
right.
They're endorsing Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, and these aren't nobodies. These are community leaders within that community that says, listen, we're not saying that he is going to be a friend and ally, not going to be a friend and ally of Israel, but he's going to get peace. He's going to stop the war. He's going to make it come to a close.
he's going to deliver Saudi Arabia and
Exactly.
Israel. Meanwhile,
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox.
Join us right now to preview their swing state campaign strategy in the final 48 hours is Eric Trump, who probably would say that it sounds just like his dad. Eric, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Listen, Kamala Harris, I'm sure you know, was on Saturday Night Live across the street last night. We have heard that the Trump campaign did not get an invitation from NBC. Are you guys going to do that equal time complaint? It's like, how can you give her the time and not give him the time?
Listen, guys, we've dealt with this from day one, right? With ABC, with CBS, with NBC, with MSNBC. I mean, we've dealt with this from day one. But, you know, honestly, my father's stamina right now is unmatched. I've never seen anything like it. I've never been more proud as a son. I mean, in the next 36 hours, I just want to preview, in the next 36 hours, he has 7 events. Think about that. It starts, you know, obviously today in Pennsylvania, then he goes to North Carolina, then he goes to Georgia. I'm with him all day tomorrow. North Carolina, Pennsylvania, he's going to be in Reading, then he's going to be in Pittsburgh. And then, as he has the last 2 times, he's going to end up in Grand Rapids. But, I mean, think about seven massive rallies in front of 40, 50, 60,000 people. I mean, so these rallies are drawing massive crowds, but 7 rallies in effectively 36 hours. And I think that's the stamina that Americans want, right? I mean, that's the energy that Americans want out of our commander-in-chief. And it's exactly what the current administration doesn't have. It's exactly what Kamala hasn't had this entire campaign trail. And I've never been more proud of that man right there. I mean, the guy is working tirelessly. The guy just never stops, and he wants to save this country. He wants to save the greatest nation on earth.
Hey, Eric, what is the conversation like with him when you're a few days away, because y'all have been in this position, to make sure he stays on message, talks about the economy, things that really resonate with the voter?
Well, Ainsley, it's kind of surreal for all of us. It's surreal for me. I did my last rally yesterday, my last kind of solo rally yesterday, and, you know, this has been kind of a 10-year journey for us, and, you know, it's winding down, meaning in terms of the campaign side. At the same time, it's so exciting because, you know, if we win on Tuesday, we can actually fix this country. He can fix this country. He will. He'll take care of the economy. He'll take care of prices on everything. He'll stop the wars. He'll stop the bloodshed. He'll stop the invasion on the southern border. He'll, you know, stop fentanyl, which is killing so many people in this country, 320,000 kids to be exact. You know, so many of my friends have lost. I've had 4 friends who have lost kids to fentanyl. You know, and we can fix these. So, you know, in a way, it's bittersweet because here's 10 years of our life, and he's been doing this, and he's done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them, and it's really created a family out there. I mean, this is not a political movement. He's created a family of Americans who love this country, who love our flag. At the same time, it's beautiful because, you know, if people get out to the polls, if they vote, he can do amazing things for this country, for this nation. He can save the greatest country that's ever existed, and he will, and he'll do so better than anybody, and everybody knows that. And so, you know, it's really kind of bittersweet in the last few days.
Hey, Eric, just to bring that SNL, I know the president is suing CBS for $10 billion over changing the answers that Kamala Harris gave in her 60 Minutes interview. And then with ABC, the fact checks ends up wrong, especially when it comes up crime. And then Lorne Michaels just said a couple of months ago, you can't bring the actual candidates who are running on because of election laws and equal time provisions. Yet not only was she allowed on, the person imitating her, Rudolph, comes out and says, you know, basically, you got to win. I'm voting for you, got to win. So it wasn't even humor and you could take for what you will. It was a campaign ad. I mean, isn't this astounding to you, even after 10 years?
Brian, that one man in our family has fought the media every single day. I mean, 92% of the mainstream media's coverage on Donald Trump has been negative, and that's despite the largest tax cuts. And again, the best economy, the lowest unemployment, right? Peace in the Middle East, religious liberty, you know, protection of our Constitution. I could go on and on and on. And they're not playing that game. I mean, everybody knows who the mainstream media is. And frankly, that's why the podcast world has become so big. That's why when you see him go on Twitter Spaces with Elon Musk, he had, what, 2.1 billion impressions of that podcast. You see Rogan the other day. People fundamentally don't trust the ABCs anymore. You saw what happened in the debate where it was a 3-on-1, and you've seen that every single time. And so does this surprise us? No. Does it surprise us? Saturday Night Live has lost its spark. It used to be incredible. When I was a kid, I watched it all the time. It used to be incredible. It's totally lost its spark. But there's no question that they are effectively the PR arm of the Harris campaign, and they always have been. And at the same time, again, Americans read through it. They see that their pocketbook is not doing well. They see that life has become unaffordable. They see that they can't refinance their home because interest rates are 8% now when they used to be 2.5% under my father. That gas has tripled. That eggs have tripled. That auto insurance has literally, gone up by 100%. I mean, guys, people feel it in their gut. And I don't care how many, kind of parody shows. I don't care what kind of coverage they get. People can read through the mainstream media at this point after a decade of these shams and this nonsense, and it's caused them to lose all credibility. And in fact, the media's credibility is the lowest it's ever been in the history of our country right now. I mean, just no one trusts most of those mainstream channels. And so I'm not sure if the Saturday Night Live stuff's going to ultimately matter. I think it's my father's work ethic that's going to matter. Again, 7 rallies in 36 hours coming up. No one can do that, and the guy's just a remarkable man. I mean, he's truly a remarkable man, and I could not be more proud as a son.
Eric, it's all going to come down to Election Day. I hear in the camp y'all feel confident, but people got to show up on Election Day. It's not over yet. We appreciate you giving us some time this morning.
Eric.
Thanks, Lawrence. Thanks, guys. Great to be on.
Americans are readying themselves to cast their votes in what's being branded as the most important election of our lifetime. The options are familiar, the contest is tight, and the people are feeling it.
I think whichever way the election goes, I think there's going to be a real sea change in the world and in the United States. I think it's a scary election.
The latest national polls show Trump leading Kamala Harris by almost 2%. He's capitalized on the small 0.3% lead he had just a few days ago, but still remains within the margin of error. Pro-Palestine Green Party candidate Jill Stein appears to also be performing better than expected, amassing 1%. But what's most surprising is the increase in uncommitted voters. The poll showed 2.2% of voters opting for that option, more than a fourfold increase from 2020 figures. The reason?
The candidates, in my opinion, sorry, but I think they're all baboons. Nobody speaks up for what they're going to do for the U.S. It's all about bashing each other and trashing each other and just negativity, which is what the country doesn't need to survive right now.
The bashing has continued.
On Tuesday, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala that you've had enough, that you can't take it anymore, that she was the worst vice president in the history of our country, that she works for the worst president in history.
This is not someone who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is increasingly unstable, obsessed with revenge, consumed with grievance, and the man is out for unchecked power.
Both candidates are focusing their efforts on closing out their campaign strong, ending their runs in key battleground states. And after months of anticipation, all eyes will be on Washington on Tuesday as the world awaits results. Malik Fuda, TRT World.
I think there's a couple of things happening. People are voting with trash bags on, right? And they're wearing vests now, and of course you have the blue tie, the red tie, always.
It's become the rallying call for the MAGA voters.
All right, so we're standing for a reason.
Yep, we got 2 days until Election Day, but even with the ballots being counted, we may not get the results until Tuesday night.
This is the most common question that we get. When are we going to know? So let's turn to the wall to understand why the results could take a little bit longer, and some say it'll be quicker than in 2020. Remember, so let's take a look at past clashes. I mean, this is what we remember. Took 4 days.
2020, this is when Kamala gets the call. We did it, Joe. This is a big moment, but it was 4 days out.
Right. The problem was there was a red mirage to start. What was that mirage? Voting day usually belongs to Republicans. A lot of states, and we'll get to this later, count late. Now, let's look back. Remember this, the biggest upset maybe in political history.
This was huge. This is where you saw all the tears from anchors as well as people in the crowd. She was supposed to crash that glass ceiling. It didn't happen, but we got the results at 2:29 a.m.
But guess why she did give in? Barack Obama had to call her up and say, Hillary, you lost.
You got to concede.
This was quick.
You got 2012, Mitt Romney against Barack Obama. Incumbent, obviously. Got the election results that night to 11:38.
Right. Again, Brett was able to go to bed early here. McCain conceded around 11:06, made a really historic speech, and cited Booker T. Washington was once not invited to the White House controversy to be at the White House because there's a black man eating with the president's family, and then he, of course, would be a black president.
That's exactly right. You got Kerry conceded very early, 11:02 a.m. the next day.
He's had a little problem.
This
He
is the
conceded,
craziness.
He's the conceded, and then he unconceded, but he eventually would lose when they recounted Florida. All right, so let's talk about why there might be a little bit of a delay.
This is critical right here. So this is new for a lot of people. The in-person votes, obviously, a lot of people talk about that, but you got the mail-in ballots as well as the early voting as well.
All right, key states may have results delayed because of laws requiring mail-in ballots be counted Election Day. Some go early. So let's take a look at this map. In the 7 battleground states, in the green, you allow counting to begin before Election Day. This way, when the Election Day results are counted, you know the answer. But some have to wait by state constitution for the Election Day to happen to start opening up the envelopes.
Yeah, Brian, so it's interesting. When you look at Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, so they're getting all these mail-in ballots. They cannot start counting them until Election Day, so about 7 a.m. And then if you're going to submit mail-in ballots, it has to be submitted by the time the poll closes.
Expect Georgia to come out quick. Expect Pennsylvania. They'll have some troublesome counties. They always seem to do it. But they're allowed to count ahead of time. That is key. So are they. Florida did it right. So you get it really quick from Florida after having trouble in the past. All right, and
the legal challenges.
The legal challenges are already happening. And the thing is, what the Trump team says is, yeah, we challenged, we got heard in court, but they basically ruled not to hear the challenge. That's why so many challenges are happening before Election Day.
So most of these challenges, although you hear them on a national level, they're going to be done on the state level. There's going to be some back and forth right there, bro.
Right. I mean, this is where a lot of the campaign money went to lawyers to be ready to go. Each state has its own set of rules and recount challenges and certification of results. Now, each party has to understand those rules to be able to act quickly and decisively to get quick answers back. Because if you wait too long, this whole thing gets ratified, and all your challenges become something in retrospect that don't affect the results.
2 days out, y'all. We got a big show still coming up. More Fox and Friends.